Time to tick in, time to tick in. Hello, everyone. Let me just clear my throat. I've got a bit of a sore throat, but it doesn't matter. All right, let me do the magical switch. La voila. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Betterment Broadcast. Please forgive my voice. It sounds cranky because I think I have a cold, but it is what it is. So the Betterment Broadcast, show 69. So let's go through through what we normally do. Well, so unfortunately, after much research, I've concluded that black people are collectively inadequate. This is very, uh, unpleasing, but it seems that after much research, this seems to be the conclusion, and many seem to be agreeing with this kind of theory. So we have to, do something about it. But anyway, we're going to be hopefully today we are going to be having a fantastic talk. And when we do, we always promote the 4D values. Very important when black people come together to try to work on solutions. We try to be constructive and all that good stuff. And how we can do that is by having a kind of value system. And that value system is discipline, dedication, discernment. I'm going to use that today, definitely. And dignity. I know it might sound very, I usually talk to people randomly in forums and out in public spaces, and you tend to find that some black people, whenever you debate them, especially ones who might be narcissistic, self-hate, they might want to take certain conversations down a destructive path. So first you have to establish that you want to be use discernment to realize that, have discipline, a bit of dignity, and then obviously dedication, this kind of stuff. So this kind of value should be able to help those. Whatever context, context is you're trying to help black people. Try to make sure that when you try to help black people, you're not talking about your own personal stuff. People who might try to stop you, who suffer from narcissistic tendencies, might do this, and all the rest of it. So hopefully these things can help us. But today we will be sending out the link, and people will be able to talk about today's topic, and hopefully we can definitely use these for very important. Oh yes. Also, try not to use derogative language. Don't want to do that. Let me say blessed to everyone. Big up Empress Kushti Cosmetics. In the future, we're promoting her business very much. Very, very good. Fantastic. And yeah, so make sure we don't. Looks like someone has missed the. No, maybe I missed that. Maybe I should turn that off. Let me just see if that's an important message. Usually is. No, it's no. All right, there you go. Fantastic. Let me peel that on the mute. Right, cool. Anyway, what I was saying, so yeah, try not to use derogatory language if possible. I know it's hard sometimes, but I'm sure you can try your very best. Now, people might ask, what is Black Betterment? Black people helping black people or black issues for betterment. That is Black Betterment. It's a lifestyle. Voila, that's what it is. So if we can try to practice the lifestyle helping black people, then we might see some fantastic results. We might do, it's an uphill struggle. But anyway, copyright disclaimer under section 107 of Copyright Act Statute 1976. Allowances made for fair use purposes such as discrimination, comment, use, reporting, scholarship, and research. Fair use is used permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Non-profit, educational, personal use, tips of favoring, blah 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 blah, good stuff. Oh yes. So what we're saying there is, we're going to show videos, but we don't own the copyright, but we're using it for like news purposes and that kind of stuff. Voila. Let me turn that off. It's not cool. It's not cool to have your phone constantly try and tell you do something. So we're going to put it on that vibration. Right. Anyway, we can move on. So we're just going to go straight to live discussions. Well, we're not going to go there. Between both sexes on communication challenges. We use this time to review and observe constructive methods of communication between sexes. So just so you know, last week we had a fantastic time. And let me just because sometimes, for those who knew, we have to backtrack to the domino thing. So here's what it is basically. A few weeks back, we've been studying internal warfare. So internal warfare within the black community, you're dealing with many different types. So there's the type where you might be trying to do things for black people, and you have people who have self-hatred and this kind of stuff, and they might want to undermine you. This comes from jealousy, or not trusting because black people have harmed black people in the past, so don't trust anyone. And this is what we call internal warfare. But it also bleeds into other concept of like relationships, like between men and women, and the challenges, and then just generally and all that kind of stuff, right? Thank you. I hope you're well, brother. You sound like you're. I am a bit bang. I am. I've been drinking Jamaican ginger tea by a Jamaican owned brand, so this is good. And also I've mixed it with real lemons, real lime, and real honey. Maybe not honey. I don't think it was honey. No. But either way, still good stuff. Boom, boom, boom. Blah 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 blah. La 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 la. Yep, we're good. So where was it? Yeah, so where were we? Yeah, and then so the last one, which is the most important one for this particular show, is we were trying to observe certain and trying to find solutions for. There's been many complaints that when men talk to women and women talk to men, that sometimes there is some challenges. I think last week one of the brothers says he tries to have a discussion. I think he wanted to talk about the discussion of how women can avoid unserious men and he trying to offer advice of how to avoid them. And I think it went down a path that or it started down a path. And I think because the talk started very late then we had to end the show, unfortunately. And they wanted to carry on by saying we shall come back this week and we shall throw the link out and we can get the people on to talk between men and women. Now, before I throw out any link to get everyone to do a part 2 of that fantastic conversation, before we do it, two things. One, even though the conversation itself is super important and the solution driving mechanism is also super important, what we have to do now is observe what triggers us and observe what is not working so we can find solutions. I do say, sometimes with men and women historically we have different ways of approaching certain kinds of things, and I think there is this committee of men who don't want to acknowledge that. Oh, it might be more so some men say, oh well, these new modern women they want to tackle men head on, but when you give them the manly response, they're not best pleased, all this kind of stuff. So we see if we can find that middle ground, that sweet spot. But what I've done is, as I usually do, I've run on the internet, the interweb, and all that good stuff, and I've randomly just picked black faces that say their shows about something, maybe small things, just so we can observe other people and things they're saying. Now, as you may not know, tomorrow I don't like dating the place, but it's Christmas time. And we're not really going to do anything about Christmas on this kind of show. But as you know, after Christmas, we have Kwanzaa. So I was just, for purposes, going to show you Kwanzaa. We're going to do a quick intro of what Kwanzaa is, just for the family and that good stuff. And we're going to show the sermon afterwards because it is something that people might want to get into. And I've looked at, I think I've written it down here, to be honest. So what I'm going to do is actually break down that. So Kwanzaa is 7 days. And their principles. I think there's the event of Kwanzaa, the man who did it. I think there's some grumbles about him personally, and I think one of the sermons, if anything they say is true, if that is the case, one thing we do have to learn in the community is how to take good ideas from bad practitioners. Not saying that this brother did anything bad or good or anything, because I don't know. But when you're in this kind of lane, you hear things, and one thing I always try to do is make sure we always retain constructiveness. And unfortunately, with many black people all around the world, because they're coming from a dark place, I'm sure you might get dark people do good things, which is very challenging. But in the future, we'll have good people do good things. Not saying that anything has been done has been bad, but we shall play some of that to support what I'm saying there. But let's break down what Kwanzaa is. It starts on the 26th of December, and there's 7 principles. There's 7 candles, and I think the principles are more important because these are things that even though it's meant to be practiced and remembered on these 7 days, these are things that I think we could actually learn from throughout forever, whatever. But let's break those down. So we have Umoja, which is unity. Strive for and maintain unity in the family, community, nation, and race. Very good idea. I think Black Betterment agrees to this. So I think that if Black people can practice Umoja, yeah, yes, very good. Well done. Now, what's number 2? Kuji Shakalea, very interesting word. These are all Swahili words, by the way. Self-determination. To define ourselves, very important. Name ourselves, very important. Create for ourselves and speak for ourselves. This is great. So regardless of if people celebrate, they disagree with their origin or all that good stuff, this is all sounding good stuff. Let's move on. What's that? Is that Umoja? I'm saying that wrong, isn't it? You see, I'm saying that wrong. But it means collective work and responsibility. Yeah, to build and maintain our community sounds good. Together and make our community's problems our problems and to solve them together. Well, that's what the show is about, really much. So if you're a black person, we help black people. That's what it's about. I want to say it wrong because I've got a code, so I'm saying things wrong and I'm blaming my code. But I know if you, I would say it in the group, but then you're going to type it. That makes no sense. Ujima. It must be Ujima. There you go. Ujima. It's probably got a silent J. I don't know. Shame on me. I'm blaming my code. Oh yes. Now, yeah, another funny thing. Yeah, Ujama. Right, to build and maintain our stores. Okay, this is good. We're talking about economics now. Cooperative economics, very important. And other businesses, and to profit from the. This is all good. So this is the Kwanzaa stuff. But you know what? I think we should just have this throughout the whole universe. Oh yes. Okay, Ania. Anaya, purpose. You need a purpose to make our collective vocation, the building and development of our community in order to restore our people to their traditional greatness. Sounds good to me. That's another tick. And then my voice is breaking. You germ our creativity to do always as much as we can to leave our community more beautiful and beneficial than we inherit. Very good. So far, these 7 principles are sounding much better than Christmas. Maybe I'm wrong. At least the commercial part of Christmas. I'm not trying to tap into like some of the, Ethiopian Christmases and this kind of stuff. It's more, blah blah blah, the commercial side. Anyway, and Imani, all right, and this is faith. To believe in all our hearts and our people, and the righteousness and victory of our struggle. That sounds good. That's a nice interpretation of faith. Why not? Anyway, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna just quickly play what Kwanzaa is. 4 minutes. Get ready. My voice is really breaking up. I need more Jamaican honey. Sorry, honey Jamaican ginger tea. Sorry. What is it? Let me is it this one? 4 minutes. I hope this is the 4-minute one.
Kwanzaa is a holiday that was started by Dr. Malenga.
All right, so we're going to show this, and this is brother Dr. Malenga. Dr. Joe Brown had some not too decent things to say about him. We'll listen to that for a bit, just so we can practice discernment. It's very important we have discernment because, if you don't have discernment, we're going to fall for the same tricks, blah, blah, blah. Good stuff.
In 1966.
All right.
The reason that he felt a need to start a brand new holiday was because he felt that African Americans that lived outside of the continent.
Now, family, what I'm going to do, I'm going to play this fantastic video about what Kwanzaa is. I'm also going to press the link in the group, just in case people want to jump in and get a bit warm and cozy and that good stuff. Hold on, where's that link? Yeah, and then we'll keep on playing videos until people jump in and we get a nice balance of males, females, men, women, all the good definitions that we have for the sexes. All right. I think that's the link. So let me carry on, sister, tell us what the Kwanzaa is.
We're detached from the values and the culture of the continent of Africa. And he wanted them to feel good about themselves and to have something that they could connect to make their lives better. Kwanzaa is actually derived from a Kiswahili word meaning first harvest. All through the continent of Africa and many other places, people celebrate the harvest. They give thanks for the harvest. So Kwanzaa really means first fruits or harvest time. Kwanzaa is not a religious holiday, it's a cultural holiday, which means that you can celebrate whatever your tradition is and still enjoy Kwanzaa.
Very clever idea.
Kwanzaa is observed the day after Christmas.
Very clever again. No, excellent, good idea.
Which means you could still celebrate Christmas.
Clever marketing.
From December 26th all the way through January 1st, New Year's Day.
So there you go. Very clever. Well done, people.
7 days. So the 7 days, you're actually celebrating and thinking about 7 principles.
Now, this is what we said earlier. This fine lady will tell us what the principles are in a better voice than me because I have a very terrible sore throat, and her voice is much more soothing and alluring. Let's go.
Those 7 principles are called the Nguza Saba. The 7 principles.
Let's see if I pronounce those things right as well. I'm sure I made a butchery of all those words, but only one way to find out.
Principles of Kwanzaa are Umoja, unity; Kuchishangulia, self-determination.
So far, 2 out of 2.
Ujima, collective.
I said that right. Ujima.
Collective responsibility. Ujamaa,
I swear I said that right.
Cooperative economics. Nia, purpose.
Definitely said that one right.
Koumba, creativity, and last but not least, Imani, faith.
All right.
Those are the 7 principles that.
They are the 7 principles. I reckon those principles could be stretched out for it the whole year, to be honest.
That everyone can use to have a better life.
I agree.
It doesn't matter if you're African American, it doesn't matter where you're from. These 7 principles will help you to be a better human being and also help to make the world a better place. The candelabra for Kwanzaa is called a kinora. It is 7 candles that represent, again, the 7 principles. So the middle candle is black, that represents the people. Then you have 3 candles.
Nice candle, that. Very good to have a black candle.
Candles representing the blood, and then 3 candles that represent the earth or the hard work that you do. I think that what resonates with people about this holiday is that it really is a holiday that makes you look within and then connect with the people around you. So part of Kwanzaa also is looking at your relationships, people who you might need to ask forgiveness from, people who you might need to forgive.
All right, now we're going to do, now obviously we're going to practice discernment here. So me personally, all those principles are great. Anything black people repackage, market, and make it dedicated to Africa, black people, good stuff, all those good words. I have to support because Black Betterment dictates that. Excellent idea. But we're going to practice discernment. And, every time I've always talked about Kwanzaa, there's been some grumbles because of the founding member might have had some past challenges. I'm not too sure. So I'm going to listen to Joe Brown and listen to the sermon. And then keep in mind, I've thrown the link on there. So if anyone wants to jump in, feel free. But let's click on that link.
Traitor to black people.
Let's reverse that.
Kwanzaa.
I don't celebrate that.
Obviously, if those who know Judge Joe Brown, he's a very fine character. And he really says what he thinks and thinks what he says. And let's see what he has to say.
It was started by a traitor to black people, Ron Everett, a.k.a. the Maulana Ron Karenga, in 1966. The first meetings were at Lamert Park on Crenshaw in L.A., and it turns out that the avowed purpose was so that black people could be encouraged to talk so he could provide more information to LAPD and the FBI. More people got killed because of that scoundrel and the folk that were pushing him at that time than you can be comfortable with. A lot of people I'm personally acquainted with died because of that clown. He went to the penitentiary for torturing several black women because he...
If that is true, that's unacceptable. And so was the first statement as well.
Thought they were trying to poison him.
Also, if they were trying to poison him, that is also unacceptable as well.
He got out of the state penitentiary after doing 1 year, 1 day, and within 2 weeks, he was a tenured professor at the state university system. He killed off John Huggins and Bunchy Carter at UCLA and tried to terrorize the black women out there so he could get a black studies program that he ran that was a 4-year program in usology. He was a snitch, a sneak, and a lowdown, egotistical, maniacal, crazy man.
I don't know if the claims are true. I don't know, brother. We're using discernment. We're saying that we're studying Kwanzaa and we're looking at the positives. And we have to understand that most things that black people say, there might be a history of, unseemly behavior. And also there's going to be people who disagree, especially, and that's not undermining anything anyone's saying. But we're going to practice discernment to see that, can we separate, if it's true or not, past wrongs from ideas? Like, is it individuals, is it ideas? We're going to use that, and we're going to quickly brush through this, and then we're going to jump into today's topic. But just because Kwanzaa's tomorrow, and pro-black and black band and all that stuff,
and I challenge it and say it to its face, said it to their face.
Kwanzaa's not tomorrow. Kwanzaa is one day after tomorrow, the 26th.
So I do not celebrate Kwanzaa because I do not celebrate anything where somebody was trying to snitch out the good things that black people were trying to do in their communities between 1965 and 1968 when that other scoundrel, Richard Tricky Dick, I am not a crook Nixon, got into the White House.
So Kwanzaa, it starts, I believe, December 26th after Christmas. Kwanzaa is a week-long celebration held in the United States that honors African heritage and African-American culture. Kwanzaa is observed from December 26th to January 1st and culminates in gift giving and a big feast. Dr. Karenga created 7 guiding principles.
He's a complete treasonous, sellout, bought off, weirdo asshole.
Now, I get that.
That's first.
And right.
Yeah, I get that person as well. Now, the thing is, all this might be correct and true, and I still stay by using discernment. If any black person, a male, female, man, woman, invents something that's constructive for black people, we should have the ability to use the ideas over the individuals. And that's just universal. But that is not undermining anything, the truth and non-truth. I guess we can have a show about this in the future, about this kind of stuff. But that's just me, of some, there are naysays, and I think Judge Joe Brown is the biggest naysayer, I'm assuming. So we're going to play that. But this show is not about Kwanzaa, just because Kwanzaa's in 2 days. So we're gonna start the whole base of the show. That is the communication between between the sexes. Sorry, I thought my audio wasn't off because it usually is, but it's on. Between the sexes. So I've got two other random videos. One of them I randomly Googled and found, whatever. But one is a man giving advice, I think, to women or maybe to other men, and the other one is a man woman talking. Now I'm gonna play this, and if you when I've pushed a link in there, if you want to jump in, because we are talking, we were talking, and I think just to start off the debate where we got last week was one of the gentlemen said to one of the madams was he said something about picking people. It's like you have to be very cautious of how you pick a man, and because if you pick a man, if you become full pregnant and you haven't vetted him, there is more challenges on you as a woman. This kind of stuff. Oh, we have Brother Kel jump in. Never hesitant to jump in. Hey, Brother Kel, good to see you.
How you doing, Brother Raven? Good health to you, my brother, man. Good health to you, man. Good health.
Thank you. It's good to see someone looking out for me. That's excellent. What I'm going to do is, by all means, jump in if anything you want to say. Last week, I think you were definitely here last week, and we started a nice talk between men and women. And people were saying certain things, and wait a minute, where's the other one I had? So what I was going to do, I was also going to say that out in the world there's extremes. So there's this thing called the manosphere, and obviously divestment, and we're using these extremes to help start the conversation between trends growing bigger. And we got Brother Payton.
Hey, how you doing?
I believe you started the talk last week about. Did I quote you correctly last week? Or did I get it wrong about some of the things?
Yeah,
Oh, are you still at work, Payton, in the airport? Well, that was
no, you hear me? Yeah, right.
I think you got a bit of echo, meaning that you sound very far away from the camera.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. That sounds better than it was before.
Okay.
Excellent. So the question I was asking was, I think last week you started a conversation with Sister Tash, I think it was. Hopefully she'll jump up, but if she's busy, she's busy. And I think it was was it to do with pregnancy? Am I wrong? And choosing the man? I could be wrong.
Yeah. It was about the communication and how it was, how things kind of go wrong when things get very emotional. And one of the things I brought up was a conversation I'd been having about that very topic, and it was about the topic was women being responsible for single parenthood, and while I wasn't 100% agreeing with it, it kind of got on the topic of what you were saying. The impact is much stronger on women than it is on men, so you have to protect yourself. A lot, and obviously she started interrupting because she didn't hear that. Like I couldn't get to that point where so it was that's where. That's where it kind of started going.
Right. So I mean, and I'm gonna be very annoying if this continues, because I will be trying to get people to stop and start certain points, because what will happen is we will be inside the conversation, but sometimes we want to step outside that body and observe it. And one of the goals is because you said yourself, it's only going by the word you said that also correlates with what other men have said, and that is that. Let me before I add this. That is that sometimes. Certain things are said, and like you said, you can't get to a certain point because it really evokes a reaction. But we are gonna we have a wonderful Empress Christy on the panel, which is always good. Welcome, Empress sister. Whenever your mic is ready, we're ready for you. Good, and it will be great for those in the internet land, especially if you are a woman. Please jump in.
Say
again.
Thank you.
There you go. If you can jump in, that'd be good. Because we definitely would like to get more of the sisters' voices. But what we're gonna do, I'm just gonna play. This is just random stuff. Oh, there's Tash. Big up, jump on the links in the thing. Let me add that again. Let me not waste anyone's time because because last week I think Sister Tash wanted to go straight away, but we said no, it's 12 o'clock. We have to start again next week, and she was like, no, come in. So we tried to delay the fantastic inevitable of a good conversation, a constructive one between the family. But what I'll do while we get our bearings, I'm just going to press play on, and this is a random. I don't know the credentials, but there's a man talking about his opinion, and let's see if it triggers anything.
And today,
Rewind.
hey, what's going on, my beautiful people?
Don't know who his brother is, but I just found him. But he's got African mark in the background, and he's smiling, which is always good.
This is your certified life and relationship coach, Coach Court. And in today's video,
we are going to give Sister Tash 10 minutes to get her papers together to get all the stuff she wants to say. In that 10 minutes, we're going to be watching 2 videos that are 3 minutes each, or maybe slightly more.
I'm going to be giving you one of the biggest secrets I've learned, how to effectively communicate with women.
Right, let's see if this man has a science. Go Google that, whatever, sort him out. Go on his page, support him. We like to support brothers and sisters who are trying to be constructive.
Hey, what's up, YouTube? Thank you for sticking around. If you haven't done so already, please like and subscribe. Go ahead and hit that little subscribe button and ring that little bell so you're notified for the newest content. For today's video, I want to be talking to you about what I've learned about communicating with women effectively. This has been huge. So I got a message from one of my followers sent via my website, www.fruitfulseeds.com.
Promote yourself, brother.
And the message was an issue that was going on with him and his wife, and quarantine is really wearing on everybody's patience, and it's been pretty thin. But before I get into that email, I want to talk to you guys about the book that I came across that really did it for me, which was Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. The book was spot on because it talked about the way that men operate and women operate.
Okay, you might be saying something.
Men, we come from a logical standpoint, women more emotional. So when it comes to communicating with them, we have to learn this one big thing, and that is simply listen. You have to know how to listen and not try to fix their problems. Women, they don't want their problems fixed all the time. They want you to simply be there, to be their rock, to be their mountain, and simply listen to what they have going on. If you want to add your input, you can ask them. Simply ask them, all right, do you want me to listen to you or do you want my input? Surprisingly, a lot of the times you're going to hear, I just want your input. To the email though. Hey coach, I have been binge watching your videos lately, and I must say that a lot of the things you say make sense. I'm wondering if you can help me with my situation with my wife. She has been extra irritable with me lately, has been non-stop cleaning since quarantine, and has been feuding with her family more. Whenever I try to talk to her and help her solve the problem, this is what I said before, you don't want to solve problems. You want to simply listen to them and understand and comprehend where they're coming from.
Now, panel, if anyone wants to say anything, by all means, you can say and I will stop it, just so you know, but we're in listening mode at the moment.
When I try to talk to her and help her solve her problem, it always ends up in a fight. She says that I never listen to her and that she doesn't know why she even bothers to talk to me. Can you help me understand what's going on? That's exactly what's going on, is you're not listening, you're not trying to listen to comprehend and understand. As men, we like to fix problems. We like to build bridges and pyramids, but when it comes to being in a romantic relationship, you have to learn that one key thing, which is just simply listen to her, be her rock, be her mountain. But it's really hard for us to do. It's hard for us to take a step back because it feels like we're failing. When your woman comes to you with an issue, you either A, get defensive, or B, you get proactive. You want to either fix the problem or you feel attacked. And I've been there. I've been that guy. I still am that guy. And it takes a lot of mindfulness to simply just reflect on what's happening, where she's coming from, trying to understand her instead of trying to fix her, because they don't need to be fixed. They just need to be understood.
Okay, that's bro. I'm stopping there. It's almost done, but I'm stopping there. What I'm going to show now is what I think I've got ahead. This is so obviously I've told you before that there's this dynamic in the manosphere and the divestment sphere and this kind of sphere, and there's very straight talking harshness towards men and female. I think I found a woman. I forgot her name. I'll mention it in the thing. She seems to give advice to women, quite straight talking advice. And I think this is her giving advice about understanding between feminine men and masculine men. Let's see if it's the one.
I wanted to talk about it.
Rewind.
Hey everyone, Chloe here, and welcome back to.
So this is Chloe. Google her, follow her if you're a woman or a man or whatever. Hopefully she does constructive stuff, but I just brought one of the videos. Hope she doesn't mind.
My channel, and if you are new here, welcome. So today I wanted to talk about a very common experience with most women who have been in relationships, and that topic is feminine men. Not gay men, but men with a very specific and a very damaging and a very alarming mindset. And this mindset is very acute within the Black community, particularly with Black men, because many Black men are coddled and conditioned to view Black women as the help. But it is also happening with all shades of men. And as a goal for this channel, I want more women to become more aware of the men who are leeches and men who do not add value to your life. I want more women to learn how to trust their intuition. I want more women to be able to spot the red flags. And I want more women to become more aware of the types of men who are just not worth the effort or the time or the investment of your femininity. Sometimes these men are toxic. Sometimes these men are weak and unaccomplished. Sometimes they're lost and confused, or they lack direction, and most times they really just don't know any better. And many feminine men simply aren't aware of how unattractive their mindsets are when it comes to dating and marriage. And men who have this regressive mindset often compromise their masculine ability to lead and to gain respect as men when they have a feminine mindset. So I wanted to have a conversation about feminine men because what makes a man is not his words, but his actions. So ladies, when I say feminine men, people tend to think gay or effeminate or the alphabet community, but I'm talking about men who say they are attracted to women and men who express themselves as heterosexual, but feminine men are men who expect women to take care of them. But in terms of feminine energy, some heterosexual men can be very passive aggressive, they can be indecisive, they can make a lot of poor decisions, and many feminine men have women's ways, right? They can be petty, they can be argumentative, they can be overly emotional to the point where their emotionality becomes a substitute for having a vision and a masculine purpose for themselves. And feminine men are often unaware of how much their energy, their output is aligned with femininity. And this feminine energy sabotages and compromises a man's ability to be a standout protector and provider. So just like a lot of women who are lost on the art of how to look good and are lost on their femininity and how to use it, a lot of men are kind of lost on their masculinity.
I'm gonna pause there for a minute. So just to let people, the family know, we have two brothers and two sisters on the panel. We have Empress Kushti, Sister Tash, Brother Peyton, and Brother Kel. And last week we're continuing a conversation between the communication between the genders and the sexes. Some scenarios there is a breakdown, and we're trying to review how we can best fix that in some situations. I'm playing a video from I think Chloe, Sister Chloe. It's a YouTube where she breaks down certain things from her understanding, and she's talking about feminine men and how that, you know, how to maybe avoid feminine men if that's not what you choose to be with. And what I will do is I can play this video, fam. But if ever you want to start that conversation and jump in what they say, just say and I'll pause it, or we can continue the conversation from last week. Now it's up to the panel. You guys have the full control. There's only maybe 4 minutes more or less. I don't know, whatever. But should I carry on? Do you want to jump in?
No, you can carry on, but I do have something to say about last week.
What?
But I'll speak after the video, unless.
Oh, I'll just play it again. I haven't listened.
And in spite of what women are wired to be attracted to, which is protection, stability, and security, a lot of feminine men reject the notion that it's a man's role to provide. So let's talk about masculine men for a bit. A masculine man, ladies, is basically a man who's a natural provider and protector. A masculine man is always looking for opportunities to financially expand for himself and his family. A feminine man will always look for excuses. A masculine man would never wholesale abandon his children or allow his children to be financially provided for by someone else. A masculine man is at his best when he is providing and protecting, and he wouldn't have it any other way because he is connected to his vision for himself, his family, and his purpose. And the opposite of a masculine man is a feminine man. A feminine feminine men reject the notion of being providers. Feminine men are the biggest advocates of 50-50. And to my viewers who are listening, you really need to take this in, because a lot of women waste their time with men who lack drive and ambition. And then when in relationship with these feminine men, a lot of women in the middle of that relationship want to they want to drive the boat, right? They want to turn that man into something he's not. Or like so many women who have emailed me, they become the angry, the bitter, and the resentful woman that invested her time, her energy, and her resources into a feminine dusty. Unfortunately, there are way too many women who lack discernment and the ability to vet men. And there are way too many women who allow dusty men to woo them with words. There are way too many women who don't have standards, and they end up with these men who don't want to provide or build families or sustain legacies, and men who expect you as a woman to wear the role reversal pants. So I wanted to make this video to help women who are in a hypergamous pursuit to learn how to make the distinctions between a coward, a mouse, and a man. So here are the
I don't agree with name calling, but this woman is saying it.
bold standout signs, the bold red flags of a feminine man. Number one, men who see themselves as victims. A feminine man is a man who whines and complains a lot. Feminine men often see themselves as victims, and instead of focusing on solutions, feminine men focus on the problems and how to make more problems. Two, feminine men expect role reversal. These are the men. These are the men who expect women to do the job of a man. They want women to provide. They want women to protect. They want women to foot the bill. And they will gladly watch you work 15 to 18 hours a day while expecting you to fulfill the duality of role of mom and girlfriend and or wife. Three, men who like to gossip. These are your run-of-the-mill men who are not only nosy, but they always chase, harass, stalk, and bully in spaces made specifically for women. Men who are more into chasing gossip than chasing a check are men who should be avoided at all costs. Four, men who seek to be equal to women. These are the men who are vocal about unfairness, and they are your unfairness police when it comes to women who choose a hypergamous path, or men who want the same amount of attention for an issue that usually affects women, like being advocates for women to pay for dates or pay for first dates, right? Number five, feminine men like to be pampered, catered to, and they often feel entitled. Entitlement is when a person feels like they have the right to something, and feminine men groom their women to cater to their needs at the expense of their own. Feminine men also often lack reciprocity in the sense that they're takers but give very little. A lot of narcissistic men, which is a serious mental disorder, by the way, tend to fall in this category of toxic, self-centered, and self-focused selfishness. So ladies, be aware. Number six, men who don't work. Very simple, but you'd be surprised at how many men detest working. They don't want to provide, they resent providing, and these kinds of men are usually the type to hitch themselves onto low maintenance women. They often encourage women to go without makeup. They often try to hook themselves to homely looking women. These kinds of men are looking for women who are hard workers and women who are overly self-reliant, or women who love bragging about making their own money. These are the kinds of broke guys who are looking for women with a large bank account that they can exploit. These are your scam artists, your con men, and they don't mind being.
All right, so we'll stop it there. Did you say you want to say something?
No, I shouldn't laugh, but I think she was a little bit
harsh.
a little bit over the top. Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
Well, we can tackle that. But what I'm gonna do, let me press the thing to open the panel. Excellent. There we go. So basically, Sister Tash, you are in charge of leading the conversation. Last week
Oh,
you got to a very good point, and I think you wanted to continue, but unfortunately time did not allow. But now time is on your side, so you may start. And then Brother Peyton was the person you talked to directly. What we're gonna try to do, I'm not going to try to interrupt too much, but if I feel that passions are getting a bit high, I'm going to maybe mute or stop, and it's just so we can observe where we are and where we want to go, because we do want to find solution-based ways of talking about very challenging topics. And I tried to show 1 or 2 videos to help, but I don't know how much they will help to talk to us. But all right, let's Sister Tash, take it away.
yeah. No, before I go into last week, I wanted to know what the brothers thought about what the lady said, what Kushti thinks about what the lady just said, because I don't want us to lose what you've just shown us. Like, I want to know what they think in regards to the that sister who went on a bit of a tirade. I don't know if you don't mind. I don't mind going back. Yeah, sorry, go on.
To be honest, right, I think it returns back to what I was saying last week, is that the man should have knowledge on female psychology. And I know the brother before, he was talking about men are from Mars and women are from Venus. It doesn't really bring a good detail on the logic of the woman. It just says that they're emotional. Rather, that men need to understand that the Creator has built in every single woman a device to test you to see if you are a real man. And I think we lack that as men, because when we see women behave with the with the mannerism and the behavior in a very strange way, we don't seem to realize is that there is like an innated chip inside of them that the Creator has put in them to help them to see if this is a real man. For example, there's no money, so she's going to test you to see what are you going to do about that money or the children or whatever it may be. And we forget that as men, that they have to have that device, because one, we are more physically when it comes to hunting, more engaging than they are. So they need something to combat us, and that device of testing to see if we're a real man, we do need to understand why they do that, and it's a blessing that they do it.
Yeah, I think I get what you're saying, but I don't know. I think sometimes I feel having the woman having to even just nudge the man into that kind of space where he feels like he needs to be a provider. I feel that should be like a natural instinct. So I don't know. It's that reliance on the other gender to kind of know what you should be doing that I think is an issue. I don't know if Kel feels the same way. Is Kel there?
What I was saying is that just a little bit you missed the quote. What I was saying is that the man should have knowledge on female psychology. That's what I said in the beginning, right? So he understands what he needs to do and what the woman will test to see if he is really who he is, right? Because a lot of the time, us men, as it pertains as a man, is that we'll get sidetracked by what the media says, which the media lies about what men and women are. Men lie and women lie. So we're going by a caricature of what the media and stereotypical what people say. So when you go into a relationship or you encounter a woman, you expect them to be a certain particular type, i.e. the Cinderella type, which Hollywood, projects, or sometimes the tomboy type. So what I was referring to is that there's nothing that men can do about the logical of the mind of the woman, but what he should have is a set of skills and principles of understanding female psychology, not to manipulate or to abuse or, you know, to dominate, but rather to counteract that, to bring the best out in the woman in order for her to understand a little bit who she is, as well as for the man to understand why she has to keep testing you in this life.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And just before you continue, this Q1, we do have Brother Pate and Sister Empress Krishna. If you wish to jump in, let us know. If you got anything you want to add to it, by the way. Yep.
Yeah, Brother Kale. So I'm not sure. Are you saying there should be a natural understanding? Because in my mind, I'm thinking it's something that's learned. It's a taught skill. Am I getting that right?
In regards to what, brother?
A man's understanding of a woman's psychology.
Oh, he has to learn it, Brother Peyton.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I'm with you on that. Yeah.
So do you guys feel that you're tested even by, I don't know what your predicaments are, but wives? Do you feel that you're constantly tested and there's kind of learning? I don't know, this whole learning the whole psychology of a woman.
Oh, absolutely. Well, it's not, you know, a test in the sense of well, I don't necessarily call it a test, but it's a challenge, I should say, and not in the sense that she's trying to, you know, belittle me in that way, but a challenge in the sense that it's it can be an obstacle that you have to maneuver and you have to finesse and you have to understand and learn. So it's definitely a challenge to communicate and like kind of pull yourself back, kind of minimize your paradigm and take on her viewpoint and try to understand and navigate, you know, what she's saying to you, how she's feeling, what she needs in that moment, as opposed to just coming at it from your point of view. It's very difficult to minimize your point of view to understand someone else's.
Okay. Well, that kind of brings me on, because I don't know if Kushti wants to say anything. Sorry.
Empress Kushti, do you have something to add to there at all?
No, I agree with the points that both Brother Cal and Peyton answered to that question. I definitely think it needs to be something that the brothers must learn, and they learn that through their environment. You can't just expect that kind of knowledge to happen. You learn how to sense and interact with women through your relationship with women. That's women within your family, and hopefully a cultural village around you. So it just shows again how important it is for a strong foundation in Black Betterment.
Yeah, I agree with that, actually. I think the only concern I have is, I think the childhood moments that you have with women, for me, I'm kind of, I find it strange that obviously I know it's an adult relationship you're having as men, but I think the videos that Raven had shown us, it shows this kind of swap of gender roles at times, of where kind of men slip into this the gender role of the woman, but then expect her still to be, you know, a woman, and it gets all confusing. So I suppose my question is, what about the teachings you have from your mother, your sister, your aunts, all the women in your family in terms of being men, and also for the women, for us, the teachings that we have from the men in our family, of how we're supposed to be as women, you know, when we're bringing a family together or when we're choosing our spouse. And I think what took place last week, and I did apologise to you, Peyton, about it, I think there is a trigger, I think, for me as a woman, when a man says, you need to look after your body. Because the funny thing is, I said this about a week ago as a woman, that women need to take care of their bodies. They are left with the baby at times and what have you. But I think the trigger is, and this is like about the effective communication, is hearing it from a man saying it. It's like there's an acceptance this. And I didn't even, do you know what? It's not even, I know that because I had to speak to my husband about it, and he kind of said to me, well, he probably has daughters and he needs to advise his daughters. And I said, he does have daughters, because he did say that. And he needs to make sure his daughters know that they need to look after themselves, because the environment can be a toxic one when it comes to looking for a spouse, because the work hasn't been done, when they were children or whatever. So I apologize to you again. But yeah, I just wanted to know about, cementing a foundation and bringing that into your adult life. What does everyone think about that? And where have we gone wrong? Because I think something's gone wrong, in terms of that connection of being brought up around women or being brought up around men.
I'd like to chime in on that.
Yeah.
I think I don't see the absence of those male role models are a huge deal when you're talking about, and specifically when you're talking about boys growing into men and taking on those traditionally women roles where they're let the women work and support them, but then still expect this subservience, quote unquote, or a female role or woman's role, of submission in the worst sense, because he's a man, without the understanding of what a man is. So I think there's a two-pronged thing where they have the pressure of society because they have genitalia of a man to, live up to those expectations of manhood, and but they also haven't been taught, and they've been taught that, from their mothers and aunties and grandmas, that women are supposed to wait on them and that they're supposed to be taken care of by women. Because in a lot of cases, I find that a lot of women, in general, take care of their boys. They baby their boys. They don't raise them to be men. They kind of, want to take care of their sons. They don't make them be responsible. And this is not every woman, but, my observations. Yeah, I could be wrong. I personally was raised by a man. My father raised me. So I have a different understanding. He goes to work every day. You make no excuses. You're responsible. So I have a different perspective. And when I see my friends, who the majority of them weren't raised by men, they didn't have their fathers around. I was one of the rare ones that had a dad around. They, have that mentality. You see it even to this day, where they don't really support themselves. They don't really have that ambition to have their own. So I think the absence of that male figure, that role model, is a huge component. And not just any male figure, obviously a male figure that shows you this is the role of a man. This is where you stand, in this world. And this is how you have to behave. I think that's the key component, and that's one of the things that we've lost.
Do you know? I think you may be right, because a lot of when I was in my teens, and I was around young black teenagers, like young men, they would say, "There's no way I'm ever going to leave my child. I'm not going to allow my son or daughter not to see me." And then years later, those same guys, I know deep down in their heart, they wanted to be in a 2-parent family where they're bringing up their children. It hasn't worked out for them. And I do think what you're saying is correct. I think the teaching of not having, because the guys I'm talking about, have come from single parent homes, and not all, some have done it and they've made it, but some, I think, have found it difficult. But I was going to say, even if the father isn't necessarily there, do we not believe like uncles, brothers? I don't know what you guys think, that maybe they should play a more pivotal role.
I mean, it'd be nice if they did, but to a degree, I mean, how much can you do? Especially if you don't live in the same city. Because I have nephews that, I would wish I could have been there more. But at the end of the day, I move on and do my own life. I live in different cities, and I can't raise them. I can set an example, but I also can't raise them. I can't be there every day. I'm not in the house every day, because fatherhood is an everyday commitment. Like, it's not something you can do every weekend and say, hey, let me drop some nuggets on you and expect that to raise them. It's the thing where you have to be diligent, to teach responsibility. If they don't take the trash out on Tuesday, or they don't, break the law, and you have to be there and say, you know what, let me show you how to do this, and you're going to do it until you get it right. So it takes kind of a dogged sense of dedication to do that. And kind of, if you're an uncle or a grandfather that's willing to put that time in, yeah, right on. But that's rare. That's rare.
I believe that the reason why and this is no disrespect to anyone on the panel, why I disagree with that, because you can have your both parents in the house, right, and still not understand the psychology of the female, and the reason why that is that a lot of men and women, right, and I'm going to be very candid, there is a legendary war in regards to women have their code of conduct, and they will never ever tell a man how they would like to be seduced or how they like to be pleased in the bedroom, and vice versa with the man. There is a literal war. So why I said that the man is going to have to learn set of principles and set of knowledge and how to communicate with women, because of that code of conduct what both men and women have. Neither one of them are willing to reveal certain things. I'll give you an example. You'll get a man, he's got daughters, right? I have daughters myself, teenagers and stuff, right? And you'll get a guy, he won't tell his daughter how to understand the types of men. What he will say is, you're not going to get married until you're 40. You're not having no sex until you're 70 years old. Do you understand? When it comes to the mothers will tell the daughters, oh, the men are the devil and they just want one thing. Whereas if you look at it carefully, right, is that, and research and from my experiences, and I've, made it clear before that women, right, they view time, sex and relationship differently. And they do it in a way where, like, if you don't understand the code of how they view the time, right, whether they invest or test in that time, or whether they view sex, whether they deny it or justify it, or whether they in a relationship where they have an idealistic approach or a realistic approach, you're still going to be facing a lot of barbed wire, and until we as African men and women be truthful and teach the boys how to understand women, that there's they're in different types and the men, then there's always going to be a language barrier.
I just want to clarify so I understand what you're saying. On one end, you're saying that women and men will never explain to each other how to communicate with each other, correct?
The genuine way, yes, most definitely.
And but we have to learn how to speak to each other.
Yeah, that's
okay. So I'm that's see that this, and this is, I think maybe there's an evolution going on where people are becoming more conscious. Um, I don't think it's hardwired. I think it's difficult to speak in absolutes when you're talking about humans. I don't think it's hardwired for us to behave in one way or another, because I've had women, like in my past, that, I mean, like straight up taught me about sex and were literally my teachers. I've had women teach me about seduction, was literally a teacher. Like I could might as well have been taking notes. And they communicated with me about what they liked, what they enjoyed. And I've had that several times where, women have communicated to me the things that they enjoy. So I think there's a change, maybe a shift going on. But I think we are more open now, as people in general and African people, to have these conversations, because we're redefining the idea of what makes a man and what makes a woman. And a woman isn't just expected to accept what a man is giving her. She's allowed to make demands. or have expectations. And the same thing with men. We're expected to listen now, and we're expected to say, this is how I'm feeling, as opposed to just holding it in. So I think there's a deeper level of communication going on now. I don't think it's something that's hardwired into us that we won't speak. Because honestly, personally, when I speak about my daughters, when I talk to them, I'm very candid about things that go on between men and women, whether it's sexual, whether it's communicative. Just had a conversation with my 11-year-old about me and her mom had an argument, and I was like, this is how things need to be handled, and this is how men think. So she understands when it comes her time, that this is how men think when you say certain things. So. Sorry.
Empress Kushti, did you want to say something? Empress Kushti, I think you
sorry.
Three hands up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was trying to get in. I think it was quite interesting hearing what Brother Cal and Brother Peyton said, both as fathers of daughters. And I do agree with both. So, for example, I don't think we are, from what Brother Cal said, I don't feel that we are talking to our children when they're at a reasonable age, of course, about what to genuinely look for in regards to relationships, because they are so hell-bent in making sure that the best thing for me to say to you is just don't engage in it. And that's not realistic, especially as they get older. And by the time you might want to step in to have that kind of conversation with your child, you've not gained that kind of, again, back to the topic, communication skills with that child, for that child to probably feel comfortable to talk to you about it. Or you might not be able to speak that your child's language by then. You don't know what experiences they've had in relationships and things like that. So I do agree that is a problem there. What I do like to hear with Brother Peyton is that he openly just said about if he had a disagreement with his partner, and then he sat down and spoke to his daughter. I think sometimes we need to be realistic with relationships when it comes to the generation below us, that some men and some women really do have a fairy tale view of how a relationship should be. And that's either because and there could be loads of reasons, right? So too many for me to try and figure out. But not having dialogue in front of a child can be damaging if they do not know how to deal with dialogues that need to be dealt with in a relationship in the future. The guy who just spoke, the first video that Brother Raven played, he was saying about men actually listening, right? So that the innate nature in a man is, let me fix this or you're attacking me. And that's very key to what the problem is that we're discussing here, the underlying communication and the spin-off from last week. So if that's the case, we need to, like what Brother Cal said, is learn the nature of each other, the different sexes. And I think that's going to be difficult to expect you to educate a child about all women, because we're not all the same. So my love language could be different to Sister Tash's love language and a million other women. So it's about teaching that child how to identify what that love language is in that woman that he has chosen. That makes his life a lot more easier in order to communicate. So that's just my input on that so far. Thanks for that, Brother Raven.
You're welcome. Sister Tash, I think you said you wanted to add something. Am I correct?
Yeah, actually, I want to echo that, actually, because it's interesting. I'm going to share something that's a little bit personal, but I have a son, and he was going through moments where we were talking at each other rather than with each other. And I tend to have a lot of time and patience, believe it or not, when it comes to my family. But it just wasn't happening. And my husband had to step in and say, he's going through the change. And me being a woman, I would never have known that. I'm a woman. I've always, that's all I've looked into. That's all I know. So I then had to take a step back, and he had to show me how to communicate with him effectively. And I can see where things can go horribly wrong when you are bringing up a boy child and you don't have that advice or that guidance to say, okay, he's going through the change, hormonal changes and all that kind of stuff, and you're not taking that on when you speak to him. You're not being mindful of that before you talk to him. So I think respect to those that are talking to their children at the opposite sex to them and getting through, because that was not the easiest experience for me, to be honest with you. That also I wanted to say in regards to our community, I just want to hone in on the Black community. I feel like, and I don't know if it's the media's responsibility, I'm not sure, it could be a lot of nuances to this, but I believe there's an attack on Black love, or on love that Black people are supposed to give to one another as adults. Like there's this issue of trust. Like I feel like it's there before you even start friendships, relationships. At times there's this trust issue that people have. I don't know what people think in regards to that. I don't know if it's cycles that haven't been broken from parents or friends that are speaking to us about, oh, she's no good or he's no good. But there's this kind of trust problem that we have. I don't know if anyone else has witnessed it.
I would definitely like that. Well, two things. One, a little with the experience. I have an experience I want to share. I grew up in a house with 6 women, and all going through, like when I was a teenager, starting to go through puberty. And it's funny that you echo that, because I remember one of the crucial things my dad did was, I remember like everything was always my fault. I was getting in trouble all the time. They were always yelling at me because they were all going through different stages of either starting their menstruation or, having been in it. And it was just these raging hormones going on, and everyone not, some of them starting to go through it. And so they're not understanding each other. And one of the key things my dad did, I was like having this conversation, and I was like frustrated and angry, and like, why are they always picking on me? Why do they bother me? And he sat me down and was like, it's not personal. You have to maintain your emotions. You can't let it get to you because it's not personal. And he explained to me what, I knew kind of what periods was, but he explained to me that, at a certain point, you have to just be patient. And it seemed wholly unfair to me. And I was talking about, that's not fair. And he was like, son, but life isn't fair. That's just that. You just have to learn how to cope. You have to learn how to deal with it and not take it personally. So that's one of the things that's funny. I think it's crucial with having kind of a father there to guide you and have you have a conversation with women or understand women to a degree, and the things that you can expect. So it's funny that you brought that up, Taj. And I said the same thing to my wife about my son. But but to the point where I think it's one, at least here in America, I can't speak for necessarily African peoples who have a different, history, depending on what country you're talking about with slavery. But I know with us, it's been a campaign of sowing mistrust between, especially the man and the woman, Black man and the woman, for centuries. If you want to call this, it's been going on, and it's been even heavier now. So I do feel there's an attack, and I think a lot of us are falling for it. The idea that we're enemies, when all the aggression has been heaped on us from outside influences. Like, a lot of say, oh, Black men aren't good fathers. I'm like, well, it's kind of hard to be a father when the system's targeting you and putting you in jail, and unfairly. And that's not to make any excuses at all, but you got to understand the social pressures that are involved. It's like, oh, you have single mothers. I'm like, yeah, because like they have to do what they have to do because the fathers aren't there, because of all these other things that are attacking us from the system that's been brought up to do exactly that, or created to do exactly that. And I think instead of looking at each other, we need to look at outside and say, what is causing these things that cause us to not trust each other? Because we're in this together. We're not going to get out of it alone. We're not making any Black babies without each other. So we gotta look at each other as allies. And I think it's been in the interest of this system, of the imperial system in general worldwide, to keep us at each other. whether it's in Africa because we have all the resources there, in America because we have the brilliance and they don't want us to outshine them. Whatever it is, they have a system, they have a vested interest in keeping us, fighting each other.
Is there anyone wants to add to that? Should we? Oh, is that my machine? Hello.
I wanted to give Kale the opportunity, or even yourself, Raven. I don't even know. What do you think about trust in the Black community with between men and women?
Well,
I feel like Kevin Samuels is like so dangerous. I was listening to him today, and he's just, sorry to say it, everyone. I know there might be a few, but he was saying some really like toxic. I was going to swear, but I'm not going to.
Well, and this is important because one of the, and this is what I say to this is, and this is the hard thing. Like I would say that what I've tried to do in these talks is show you two dynamic oppositions to certain ideas, right? And I've given the most extreme as I can research it, which is the Black men in the manosphere, and then the divestment community from the woman's standpoint, right? And what's happened is they're saying a lot of truths, but a lot of them are saying a lot of truths from a very hard place. So what we tend to focus on is the hard place, and I think there's certain type of people who can actually dissect certain things. So we're able to take the hard sharpness and try to extract from it the best we can to work into offering solutions. But what tends to happen is the delivery and where it's coming from seems to then tends to be the topic we talk about. And so even if the last video I showed with the lady, some people will think, many people might think that's very harsh, and especially when she starts doing name calling, and because there's these new words coming like dusties and all this kind of stuff like this, right? And so what I'm trying to do is try to hear the complaints of people, but try to form it in a way where we can talk about it constructively, if possible. So that's my how I view that kind of massive argument.
Brother Raven, can I put a spanner in the works?
Please do.
Because I've been thinking about this, and the manosphere, some sections of the manosphere, and a lot of the sections that I'm seeing from the divestment community are not technically people that we'd consider Black betterment.
No.
Give me some space with this. Walk with me with this, okay? Right.
I will.
Okay. So, and you know me, I'm gonna ask you. So I'm thinking to myself, they're not necessarily what we'd call Black betterment people, because essentially what they're saying is that they want to date outside of the race, and they're effectively giving you examples to why, right? That's what they're doing each time. So what is worrying for me is if we then, especially on this channel, because you always delve deeper, and I know that you're delving us deeper.
I am.
So what I'm saying is that what is dangerous for me, and I'm going to speak bluntly, taking Kel's words, I think that a lot of people who are on our higher vibrations for Black betterment is seeping into this arena, even though this arena technically is not for them, right? Because the whole one of the fundamentals of Black betterment is Black man and Black woman and family and progression, right? We understand that that's the fundamental, right? So these technically they should not be. What they're saying is irrelevant to us.
Yes.
So we should, when we talk about these people, make that very clear and have a strict line. And the reason why I think there is not, and when a lot of people who are for Black betterment talk into this sector, is because when they're giving their examples, I've just said, of why you should go the way that they're preaching to go, they use examples of everyday irritations or irritations that can happen within a Black betterment couple. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So they use what we can consider an issue within our community, so Black and women communication, right?
Yeah.
For a black man who wants to be with a black woman and a black woman who wants to be with a black man, we've seen several times that there is a problem with communication, even though they don't want that issue. It's not like they're saying, oh, I don't want this. They want this to work, but there is something wrong there with communication. The divestment and the I forgot the other one's name, right? They are giving you that exact example. So we dive in there. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's intersectionality, what you was talking about before a few weeks ago, right? So they're using these different kind of scenarios that happen every day in everyday relationships. And now the divestment and the other one is now our speaking post. Like the divestment are speaking for black women and the manosphere is speaking for the black man. That is what's effectively happening, because although they have a negative narrative, they are talking to everyday issues that we all go through.
Yes.
And that getting muddled in together is very, very dangerous.
Yeah.
There's no distinction. There's no separation. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so a lot of the jargon filters in to over, you know, the Dusties or this, you know, High Value and Kevin Samuels, and now all of a sudden these people are part of our actual like ways and communication, and each time that I'm seeing this, it's like it's delving deeper and deeper within that kind of field.
Good point.
I hope I'm making sense.
You always make sense, and this is the great sense that you make. And so one thing I would say is, one of the things I do that comes because it's very repetitious is I always start the show with certain principles, and I always start with certain consistencies. And what you tend to find is within these spheres, what we have is we have either people who lack a certain discipline, certain people who have a certain marketing voice and distinction that's done for salacious or whatever it might be. But what at the core, there are complaints that are genuine. One thing I never want to do is throw the baby out of the bathwater or wherever the analogy I come here is, right? So if black women in certain areas are complaining that they can't find constructive men who are masculine and provide and don't harm them and this kind of stuff, as a black bearer, I have to go towards this particular issue. And if black men are saying that they're noticing that Instagram and social network is making certain women that they find attractive, what it might be, behaving a certain kind of way that makes them confrontational or masculine, whatever the complaint is, we have to address it. I think where the challenge comes is when we start the show, we say things like discernment, we say things like discipline, dedication, not using derogative terms. We start with trying to fix black issues. So essentially, some of the people we're talking about are far gone from ever being able to, in this at least short term, be a part of any kind of black betterment initiative, because their mindset is, a lot of them, they make sweeping statements that all the men in our community are finished and all the women in our community are finished, and now they're going to find solutions elsewhere, I guess. So already these are concepts that we can't even entertain even remotely. Like black betterment, we understand that there has been a war against black people, and to always take things at face value is never going to be in our best interest, because the best way you fix a community is by fixing the community, and whenever you start going out of the community and start bringing others in and this kind of stuff, it becomes very challenging to manage, very challenging. But at the same token, we never want to look like we're not listening to what's out there. And unfortunately, as we see with trend and these kinds of things, if we don't take acknowledgement of what's actually happening out there, it then will start filtering and we won't be best prepared for it. So that's why one of the main strategies of this particular broadcast is to get the most intellectual, emotionally intelligent, and general people who generally want what's best for black people. And when those people are speaking, make sure that we know how to communicate, because as you know, there'll be guests coming in week to week, and some of these guests, as you hear the tones, especially more so from the men's side, because the men from some of these directions seem to be more willing to jump on and talk whatever because of opinions and stuff. But we definitely want to be able to prepare, engage them, and use intellect and try to and that also goes within ourselves, as Brother Peyton said last week to Sister Tash. There's something he wanted to communicate, but because of the history of certain words being said, it went somewhere else. So what you're saying is correct. and I think we do want to make separations between people who want better for the community and people who's on a kind of wave of a new idea. By the same token, there is a lot of pain out there. So when I see, for example, the divestment sisters, a lot of where they're coming from is actual pain. For the ones I've heard of, so there's been different, whatever, but the ones I've heard, and some of the sisters who are either halfway there or doing there, their concerns are genuine, as in not being able to find a constructive black man, or feeling unsafe. Now, of course, there's plenty of great constructive black men, but we have to go by a person's feelings, and that's where we're starting from.
Well, Brother Raven, that goes into, because I agree with a lot what Sister Kushi was saying in regards to these individuals. Unfortunately, brother, we know what's in their heart, and it manifests the reality, and when it comes to political scientific strategies of understanding non-African people, and as well as the Africans, is that my experience as well as family members, we understand that socialism is in the heart of everything that they say. You see, a wise man once said that there's a piece of muscle in the body, and if that muscle is correct, then the whole body is going to be correct. And if that muscle's incorrect, then the whole body's going to be incorrect. And he said it's the heart. If you are trying to be a black betterer and you have socialism in your heart, you're going to lead your people into socialism. If you are a black betterer and you have religion in your heart with a white supremacist mindset, you're going to lead your people into a white supremacist religion. Same thing with gender equality, same thing with sexual orientation behavior. So when it comes to these things, Brother Raven, it's like the reality of it is like we really should be shutting them down because they can affect a lot of us.
I hear that, and that's why I say when we have these kind of shows, how we communicate with our the brothers and sisters who want what's best for black people, and I'm not just confessing, but through action, speech, and this kind of stuff. How we communicate is important, because if we struggle to communicate with each other, then already there's going to be more challenges. Also, before brother sister Tash jumps in, also what I throw out a link on this page, and we invite all black people to jump on and give their opinion. I don't want to necessarily create a hive mind, but what I do want to create is a code of conduct where someone says something off key or just out of sync, like all black people should not marry black people. Let's just use that as an extreme view, right? Whatever. That we all on code know how to respond to that in unison, as like, sorry, brother, I understand where you're coming from. We want to pick where you're coming from, but this is something we cannot tolerate. Like, constructive black man with constructive black woman makes a constructive black family. It's just a simple process, really. It's like anything else is just benchmark rebranding, and we don't practice benchmark rebranding here because we see where it goes. So there is an important on how we communicate amongst ourselves when we are going to be dealing with some of these people. But once again, once a person confesses certain things, they're not really synchronized with where we're going. So, it's at some point it's just entertainment. But Sister Tash wanted to say something. Go ahead.
Yeah, I need to ask this question because I think last week myself and Stanley, we jumped on, and I think Stanley is obviously, he's been with a woman, married a woman outside of his race, a white woman. Okay. And my husband is black and Asian, right? So I'm just interested to know if Carol, Christy, yourself, if you consider me to be a part of the Black Betterment movement. Obviously, I'm Black Caribbean, and as far as I'm concerned, myself, my husband, our families, we are very much about the betterment of black people globally. It may not be the case if you feel that, like, for example, my children have an Asian mother-in-law. I've got an Asian mother-in-law, so they've got an Asian grandmother. Right. Do you think that that's doable and possible in families like myself?
Well, I'm going to allow everyone to answer personally because everyone has their own opinion.
Yeah. I won't take it. I won't take it personally. I'm just
interested. Me personally. The thing is, from time brothers and sisters were taken from Africa and kidnapped and brought to the Caribbeans, the Americans, and this kind of stuff. Already, a complete reworking and re-engineering of a people has really taken place. And as we struggle to refine ourselves and mobilize and come back, there's certain principles. So we all know, well, I would say we understand that mixing goes on, and a big a percentage of the black people, unfortunately, through the process of rape and this kind of stuff, have mixed ancestry, whatever. I personally, I don't give certain names and titles, but if you have identifiable African ancestry, then I'm cool. I'm like, okay, you have ancestry that connects you to Africa. Identify it. I don't say anything. I would always recommend that people try to find Afro Caribbeans, Afro Americans, Africans, all the Afros you can throw around the world, whatever. I would recommend this definitely. But in your situation, if you're saying that your partner is of African descent and you're of African descent, and you both are working towards betterment of black people and you're constructive, then you would be welcome to the things I'm doing personally. Yeah, I wouldn't say anything.
Okay. Thank you.
It's a very good question.
Let Empress do her very, and then Brother Kel can do his one. Just so we have all. Go ahead.
Okay. No, I just want to check, because what Sister Tash said is that, would you consider her as a person of black betterment? Is that what you said, Sister Tash?
Yeah.
So I feel like, Brother Raven, you asked if you would accept her.
Right. Oh, okay. Oh, stop. So, oh yeah. Well,
I think just quickly, you always say the black betterer and the black. What's the two differences?
They're on the screen at the moment. We have the black betterer and the black betterment builder. So yeah, that's a very good point. So let me jump in, because I know. Let me just jump into this. So basically, because I identify that, unfortunately, because of the history, black people, when it comes to operating, are collectively inadequate. I try to put two models that can really help black people. So we have we have the extreme model. So the extreme model is the black betterer. And that is a black person dedicated to black love, trying to marry black people, dedicated to black economics, teaching black people important skills. It's on the screen as well. Promotes black betterment, promotes high principle behavior for black people. That's the black belt. Excuse the pun, that most people will struggle to get. But obviously, people are born in a world where choices are made for them, and they were unaware, and they might find a situation where certain things is almost impossible. We present a certain building mechanism of the black betterment builder, meaning if you're a black person and you do an activity that enriches black people in one way, you can be considered a black betterment builder in that activity. So it might be you teach women how to pick grapes, or you teach men how to make motherboards, or whatever it might do. That is constructive and helps black people, but it's dedicated to black people. That's the only kind of thing. So I understand you have a forum, and maybe it was indirectly, but the forum is just for black people to build and be constructive. Is that correct?
That's right. Yeah.
So that means in that forum, you are a black betterment builder in that forum, because you're trying to get all black people in one place to do something constructive. Which some people might think it's big or small, but because black people, unfortunately, from my conclusion, are collectively inadequate, that's a very important thing, because even that simple stuff there isn't being practiced. So for me personally, I would view you as a black betterment builder in that field. And in regards to your husband and you and your lineage, if you identify as African and you have African ancestry, I wouldn't say anything. I'll just go, yeah, that's cool. It is what it is. And other people are a bit more extreme. I'm not that way inclined.
All right. Thank you. Okay.
Empress Kushti, did you want to continue? I'm sorry about that.
Yeah.
Is she still there?
Yeah. I think that when it comes to the black betterer, that's why I asked Brother Raven to break that down, because obviously he's coined the phrase, so he understands the meaning. And the reason why I said that is because we had a show a little while ago about what is pro-black, and he made a good point that no one really knows who coined it or created it, so everyone has their own interpretation, right? So obviously he's given you his breakdown to where he sees it, and I think what you did when you asked the question, you did do two extremes. You said one person who was on here before was with a white woman, and you're saying that, and you put yourself in the same category as him. So you're kind of not making it easy. And I think this is what happens when we're talking about the progression of a Black community. We should have a space where we can freely and openly promote Black love, because that is the fundamental of establishing Black unity within a people. That can't be, if we're going to be talking about that seriously, there's no ifs, ahs about it or skating around it, right? Because I think that term alone is already constantly attacked in the wide media, the outer media, within our community sometimes. That if we have a space where we're saying that we promote it, then we say it strong and with unapologetically.
Right. Yeah.
So in order for me to say that and promote that, I can ask on you because of what you've just asked, but to put yourself in the same bracket as somebody who is dating outside of the race, I don't know, sis. I don't know if you even put yourself in that bracket.
Yeah, it's a difficult one because I mean, I think a few people see my husband. To see him, he would be seen as a Black man, right? But I suppose for me, it is complicated. I suppose when the partner is a full white person, it's going to be different.
Yes.
Because I don't really want to talk for Stanley, but I think for me, my in-laws are Caribbean and Asian, so.
Well, yeah. Well, let me ask you this: do you see Barack Obama and Michelle as Black love? I mean, because you're essentially talking of a similar dynamic,
right?
Right. Well, not really, because one of us is European, which might change the dynamic. But either way, you know, if you're saying your partner is of like African ancestry, he has Black phenotypes. You are from Caribbean Black phenotype.
Caribbean, but I'm lighter than he is. It's a similar kind of look to the whole, but we're just opposites to Michelle and Barack. So
yeah,
I mean,
okay.
Look at
Well,
us. We look like a Black couple.
The thing is, the sister, if you were to come and you were to practice Black Betterment as you're doing in your forum, no one's going to say anything. That would be pointless to start pointing fingers when we understand. You know, I'm ready from my history because we've been removed and stuff. And this, and I'm not going to say this is a form of tribalism because I don't want to use those words, but when it's like this, the concept of Black love is important. Yeah, it just is, and I think we broke down two fundamental elements: Black love and Black economics, and without those fundamental elements, everything falls flat on their face. Now, because the way I operate, I start the conversation by acknowledging that because of our history, Black people are collectively inadequate. So, in order for me to be merciful and allow every person who is born Black or part Black or whatever the Black you want to say, I give a platform and a place for them to do something constructive, and that is, they might not be able to be a Black belt or a Black bearer, but they can be a Black betterment builder. I mean, they can marry their one wife, work in a white establishment, do everything that is, whatever, but they have one activity that is dedicated to Black people. And unfortunately for our people, because of the collective inadequacy that goes on, you find that Black people can't even do that. So, this is why, I mean, most of the naysays, well, this is part of the internal war category, and I'm stoked for many anti-Black Black people who are part narcissists or part haters or whatever it's because of their own upbringing, and they will come and they will undermine everything I'm ever trying to do, anything the pound trying to do. But when you ask them, do you do any form of building at all for Black people, they'll the first thing they'll say is life has no color, and I love everybody. So they will undermine Black progress and then preach kumbayaism and
that's a direct and yes. Okay, I see what you're saying.
And the history of this is why Black people are struggling. So I think Sister Empress is correct in saying that we have certain fundamentals. And
it can bring in confusion, and
I
am in support of Black love. Strange thing to say, but I'm in support of it because my family and friends are practically all involved in these kind of these relationships, and so I'm definitely in support of it.
Well, this is a good conversation because we were going to talk about.
Can I just say quickly, Brother Raven? So sorry to interrupt you. Sorry.
Never.
I think that, Sister Tash, that's a beautiful thing for you to say, and that doesn't sound odd to me at all. Like, you know what I mean? Because I wanna make a point as well. Is that a lot of these high-profile divestment women were originally very pro-black, quote unquote pro-black.
Yes. Yes.
So
Yes.
you've got to think to yourself, how did it get to a point where a black woman goes onto an open forum like YouTube promoting, and when I say promoting, when I say pro-black, I mean in the sense of how we all kind of see black betterment.
Yes.
Okay. And they're promoting on behalf of the black men who have been shot in where they're in the country that they reside, mainly in America. They're talking about the injustice very hard, constantly making constant content, hours after hours, going against trolls who disagreed with them. The type of people now that they would diss, they were getting those kinds of slurs against them, and they were fighting hard, to now being the total 180 and 360, and then becoming a divestment promoter, leader. And that's something no one ever talks about. So this is
what I and this is I thought it might be too, and sorry for jumping in, but because you said a point that we have to address. This is the angle I would like to approach these extremes. Like and I can't start with certain kind of extremes because sometimes it loses people. Because you brought it up, I will go with it and say, especially from a history of well, we know that black women historically from all over the diaspora have always tend to show a dedicated loyalty towards the black men. So if we're seeing that not only this is changing in certain aspects, but also women who were once pro-black in whatever they render it is now done 180, then we have to say that when the brother had the video first, where he says sometimes you have to listen to women, right? I'm saying that is there a problem where maybe some black men in certain places are not listening to women? And once again, we're using this platform to listen to women. That's why I know it sounds like I'm repeating myself a lot. I desperately try to get black women to come on to give their opinion so we can talk. But at the same token, I'm trying to prepare the conversation because I'm aware in these other platforms, what happens is men jump on, the women jump on, and if a man is the host or a woman is the host, they just block him and kick him off.
Yeah.
Well, Brother Raven, that's very tricky though. That's very tricky because if you look at it from a political science aspect, right, and no disrespect to the females, is that if you're going to go based upon a feeling, right, that's going to detriment the whole race, right, then in the beginning, in your heart, that you wasn't really for Pan-Africanism. Because when you look at the non-African women, right, the European woman, the Asian woman, and the Middle Eastern woman, right, is that they're very politically strategic.
Yes.
When they go into to marry the African man, right, it's not based upon feeling, it's based upon resources and getting them to help the power structure to basically help the race. So this is what I'm saying is that you know, regardless if that man's doing that, if you in your heart already had that, then you're going to sabotage your race. I just wanted to touch on what Sister Tash was saying, right, in regards to you know, the racial couple. And when I look at it from a Garvey point of view, and Brother Raven's blueprint is beautiful and stuff, right, is that when you go out of your race, unfortunately, from a political scientific way and Garveyism, that automatically you cannot be trusted. If you can let me explain myself. Because when you understand what happened in Africa and the Caribbean, people think that it was the European that conquered Africa and the Caribbean by his own. No, what he did was he used the biracial Africans who was their, you know, he was their sons or their fathers, sorry, right? And used them to fight against the non-biracial Africans. So when you, for example, if you're with an African who is biracial, and I consider him as a full 100% African due to the genetic DNA, you still won't be trusted because his mother or her father is part of the people who practice unethical code of conduct, which is oppressing black people. You see? So that's why the Honorable Marcus Garvey advised that you should not be mixing, because the biracial African sister, right? If you look at Manchester United compared to a team that's not that good, and you're a little child, you're gonna always want to be on the winning side, right? You abandon the losing side and go on the winning side. And that's what the biracial Africans do. They always lean towards the oppressors, even though that the oppressed need the help. So you would be classed as, unfortunately, not to be trusted.
All right. Can I
get in on that?
All right. No, sorry. Go on. But I definitely need to respond to that.
Yeah. Well, just so I'm clear, are you saying that biracial peoples between blacks and Europeans automatically can't be trusted because they'll go to the winning side? Just so I'm clear. Like, meaning the European side.
What I said, brother, is that they're 100% African, right? And sister, right? I agree with that they are 100% African, right? But what I said was that their parents is part of a collective, right? Who practices unethical code of conduct, and at any time will use their children against us. It always happens, and it's happening now. So that's what I'm saying is that it's not so much that you're not classed as African, we know that, but the mindset, the fact that you are connected to the oppressor, right, and you're also connected to the oppressed, it's very confusing. And 9 out of 10 times that they always lean towards the oppressor, right, and help them to destroy the rest of us. So that's why I'm saying is that you won't be trusted, and this is the blueprints of Darwinism as well as Pan-Africanism.
Okay, so well, I'm gonna have to, if that's what Garvey's saying, I'm gonna have to disagree with that. One, Africans were said, it wasn't just biracial Africans that were selling Africans, it was Africans, 100% Africans, both parents Africans for generations, centuries, that were selling other Africans into slavery and selling us out. It's not a blood thing, it's a mentality thing. And biracial or not, I've seen whether a biracial person, with a white mother or white father, do more for black people than this person whose both parents are black. You got some of these dudes who are gangbangers that are killing their own, that are killing our own, destroying us as a people, doing the work of the white man for him, and still classified, still to be trusted, versus this biracial person who's in the fight every day, mentoring, tutoring, being examples, dedicating their time. You're telling me that they're to be trusted more than this person that's actually, because they're biracial, but putting the work in to help actually better black people, they're not to be trusted as much as this other person, because they're full black, because of their genetic makeup. I'd have to disagree with that. I have daughters who are biracial who identify as black, and my daughter, my one's in college. She started, a black student union in a predominantly white school where there aren't any. She reps for black people wherever she goes, and it's all about being black and making sure black people have the things that they need. There's no confusion there at all.
May I just jump in for 1 second, and this, you may continue, both brother Cameron, because it's very important. And the reason I've skipped the screens, as you can see, is because I've been very aware that because of the lifestyles we choose and where we're from and our experiences, it can be very hard to trust certain things that might be true or might be too true or not true enough. But what I say is, there is a framework that allows all people to either become the most extreme black belt, known as black bearer, or to participate in a black Betterment building capacity. So, Brother Peyton, I think what Brother Kel was saying is your sisters in the eyes of him will always be seen as a full African and Africanity and this kind of good stuff. I think, and he can speak for himself better than me, but I think what he's saying is once you start a process, sometimes it's hard to reverse that process. And the reason I say this is what your daughter is doing is very correct in the sense of starting a union to make sure Black people have betterment in this area. And I would always give her a Black Betterment Builder medal for that, and that's good. But I think you did say a few weeks ago, and I could be wrong, could be a different daughter. If I'm wrong, share with me twice. That one of the challenges you might face is when it comes to your daughter actually picking a partner, you do suspect that she might actually be more inclined to go for the European rather than the African or the white or the Black, and that's something that you might struggle to.
Oh, I need to come in.
This is a different daughter.
In that case, share with me twice, but Sister Tash was jump in. Go ahead.
Just a quick one, just to say, yeah, what you just said there, Raven, is interesting because obviously my husband, his mother is Asian and his father is Montserrat Caribbean.
Right.
He didn't choose an Asian woman, and the mother is Asian. He chose a Caribbean woman because what took place, without going into too much detail, we know when Asians get with Black people, the Asian family, we're a very hospitable community, sometimes too hospitable, right? And
I'm gonna have to stop you there, Sister Dash. It's only because when you say certain trigger points, I have to stop you. And one thing is, and this is good. What you're doing is fantastic, and you're helping the show at tenfold. You're identifying that the Asian side wasn't best pleased with the choice, but the Black side was best pleased. Is that right?
No. I would say they weren't. It wasn't. Oh, hip hip hooray! We've got an heir.
Or better pleased. I would say better
it was
pleased.
a case of there was acceptance, which is what I think we have within our culture. There's an acceptance kind of culture that we tend to have, right? Where the Asians were a little bit more. We're not having this. So he was brought up in the Caribbean community, and he didn't pick an Asian wife. He picked a Black wife.
Yes.
I just want us to remember that sometimes it doesn't sway to the oppressor's way. It can sway back.
I would say this though. Did you
all due respect?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I definitely want to respond to what you said actually as well, because I actually have friends that are in relationships that they have they're older than me, they're Black couples, and their children have married white, and they haven't been interested in supporting the Black community in the way that myself and my husband have been. We've got our place in Gambia. We've had it for a number of years. We want to support areas, Black spaces. We want to better Black people, because we are not only seen as Black people, but culturally we are from the Caribbean, and that is kind of seen through us as well. So we've got lots of investment when it comes to like Black people.
Just before,
go on.
Sister Tash, sorry to interrupt you. I'm sorry. I know Brother Cal is supposed to reply. Sorry, Brother Cal, please go in after me. Yeah, my bad. But what I want to say is that don't you think that you're using yourself and Brother Peyton, both are using yourselves as an example and making that the standard?
Well,
you're using your Wait, let me finish. You're using your personal experience and acting like that is the standard. Now, there is something in you use the example of your friends and their sons married out, and how you and yourself and your partner are into Black betterment way more. But we need to be realistic, and this might not be the case generally
for everyone.
When there's something different in yourselves, and obviously you're going to manifest that in your children, like what Brother Peyton said, what his daughter is doing, because you can see that this is his interest. We can hear him articulate his interests and things like that, but we can't say that this is the set precedent when we look around, especially in the UK, sis. A lot of Black issues in regards to Black women, you would be hard pressed to find a Black woman able to speak on it. There's been constant controversial things that have happened throughout the year where Black women have been looked over or used for resource, promised to get the job, and looked over by someone who is quote unquote biracial. So when we look around in our society and the harsh reality is what he's saying is probably what people are going to be feeling like in a group of people where Brother Raven says are inadequate. And in order to lead people, you need to see yourself. If you're promoting Black love, love must be the first focus.
Right.
And if you're going to be in support of that, we can't keep getting emotional or finding it personal and look at the bigger picture of what we're talking about, because we're not talking about individuals, we're talking about the community.
No, I was saying in response to a point in terms of when you go down that road, you tend to go, it gets more Asian or more white, and you know, it doesn't come back to marrying a Black person. But I do also want to say that there is this space where there are a lot of people dating outside of their race from our community. I mean, we went to the cinema the other day, and this woman said to us, who was giving us, oh, it's so nice to see a Black couple. And I'm thinking, little does she know my husband's mixed. And this is something that we should be discussing. And
oh yeah, definitely.
Can I
Just to Tash, right? You remember last week when I was explaining to you that the Most High, right, says in.
Sorry.
Do you remember when I was saying, Sister Tash, that the Most High, in the Quran, he says that we're in different tribes and nations, right? And I didn't get to really finish it. I know you were, there was some, you wanted to get what you needed to say, but the point is that the creator of the universe has made it clear, right, in his words, that we are all in different natures. When you understand the natures of the Asian people, they are from the continent where there's loads of mountains and there's less resources, right? So you got to understand that type of environment is that you have to keep walking all the way down to collect a little bit of resources and to go all the way back up to the mountain, right? You understand the ice people, right? Is that they were in an environment where there was no resources. So because there was no resources, right, that they had to use a type of mindset to keep the resources stored, so the rest of the tribe didn't have it, meaning that deception. When you look at the Middle Eastern people, that they are from the sand. Now, when you walk on the sand, hold on, sister, hold on. If you can give me you understand? Hold on, sister. All due respect to you, right? We understand.
Hold on, I have got an Asian in-law, and I don't want it to go down the road of where
right,
we're kind of characterizing them and putting them in a predicament. I do have to have respect to a certain extent. So I hear because I've heard you before speaking about this. So I just want us to just have respect for one another in terms of, I've been married for a number of years, and this is somebody that I've respected, and I don't want to go down the road of completely annihilating a group. That's not really my thing. I'm here just to better.
But sister, if you listen to what I was saying, I accept that your husband's full African. I'm talking about all due respect, right? It's not just him I'm talking about, right? Is that what you got to understand, sister? Is that when it comes to non-African people, whether you like it or not, it's difficult for them to start practicing unethical code of conduct. It's difficult. It's got to a level where, like, the only people that's going to help them to start practicing it is going to have to be people from their community. But because they benefit of African oppression, in order for them to strive with their resources, they're never going to do it. So when we're talking about these rules, sister, with respect to and these type of principles, it's a cure for the African to not fall into situation that's going to make him go back into slavery, into having nothing. So it's not that I'm being disrespectful, sister. It's just that I love my people and what my people
but I think we can. I get we need to know the historical elements of what's taken place amongst our people. That goes without saying. But I think the most important element for me is to not look at other groups. That's why I made the server the way it is at the moment, of where other groups are not. Let me just finish, please. Where other groups are not able to be involved in those discussions. So I think I get what you're saying, but you need to look at people from case to case kind of scenarios and to see people for who they are, because the code.
Can I get in, because I really had something to say a while back.
Yeah,
and this is going in, but one what Sister Christy was saying, it's not just, I'm using personal examples, a historical fact that, because he used history and I used personal anecdotes. It's a historical fact that we were selling each other. Full blood Africans were selling each other down the river. My whole point was to juxtapose and kind of look at what Tasha's saying. It's not about a group of people and making sweeping indictments about any group of people and how they're going to behave or their nature or who they are, and sweeping them all in this one group and mindset and a monolith. No one's like that. That doesn't exist, in my opinion. And that's where I'm coming from. Like, I'm looking at examples is not just saying my daughter. I'm just giving one example of the number of people, because growing up around all Black people, I've seen Black people who weren't doing anything good for Black people at all. And so I bring those two up to say it's been my experience the same way everyone else is using their experience. And I don't think it's the greater experiences of everyone that says, mostly biracial people aren't for Black people, or they're not going to be trusted, or they're going to sway towards more the Caucasian side of, their ancestry. So I'm not using just, my personal, opinions. It's also historical fact that it wasn't just biracial, the way the brother was saying, that it was the biracial Africans that were warring with other Africans and selling other Africans, to, slavery. That's just historically incorrect. And that's why I was pointing that out. But I do agree with Sister Tosh when she was saying you just can't put everyone in the same box.
Hold on, guys. So everything here is fantastic, and not only is it fantastic, it's something that we were going to do a show there. And it looks like we really should, and we're going to continue. Just because obviously we're hitting the 12, and I know some people celebrate the New Year and the winter solstice and stuff. So I just want to give people permission to carry on past 12 if they feel. I don't want them to miss any kind of, if they're really, their kind of culture, whatever it is. But what I would say is very good talk. And I've always said, when we talk about miscegenation and the mixing and iterations and stuff, this does have a heavy load. And because Black people are the kindest of the collective group, from my observation, we will always consider the collective opinions of other people groups. And this is what it is. What I would say is, if we can focus mainly on patterns and templates. So what I mean is, whoever you end up with, or they don't end up with, whatever, that's one thing. But if you might end up with a woman from Australia, a man from Australia, this kind of stuff. But if we can admit that the template of constructive Black man with constructive Black woman works in the collective best interest of Black people as a template, then it allows conversations to make more sense. And then, if we can look at the picture screen that we've got at the moment, this is England, for those in America, around the world. And these are all the people who represent, they're Black politicians who are men. I've only got the men. These are the ones I can find. I think one of them got fired the other day, unfortunately, for him. But what we find in England at the moment, in a certain position, every single Black man has a white wife. Every single one. So this is a pattern perception. We have to answer, is that normal? Or is some kind of engineering on some psychological mind frame going on? And maybe there's a simple solution, and maybe it's not a problem at all. But I would say that the best strategy is, how can we talk in a way that works in Black people's collective best interest? And is in Black people's collective best interest that when we get politicians, they all marry white women and all their children date white people? Does that work? Does that concept work as a pattern perception in Black or not? If it doesn't, they understand that the goal is constructive Black man with constructive Black woman where we find it. And if you do identify as a biracial person, if you are then dating a Black person, a biracial person, then I will include you in that Black family, as Kel has said African family, and we're not necessarily considering you. We're seeing you as a part of the family, and it's not, we're not including you in that kind of other for a certain degree. Definitely not. Right? Carry on. Let me not. I'm just trying to add something just so we can get somewhere. Go ahead, jump in. Let me not stop you. You're doing good. 2 minutes to the solstice, by the way.
What I was saying, brother Peyton, right, is that you got to remember, all due respect to you, that he, at that time everyone was trading servants, right? That's what the norm was. It was, everyone was doing the slavery, and we have loads of proof. For example, Iquano Emmanuel, where he was traded from the West Africa, right, and into enslavement. And he speaks very candid that when he was enslaved in West Africa, is that he had to pay off a debt, and he was treated like a king, in the sense that he would work for what he earned, and he slept in a good bed, and he had loads of privileges. Whereas when he was into the European cattle slavery, that he was subjugated as an animal. We was all doing those things, right? So the thing is like, I'm not attacking the Africans who have a European or an Asian or Middle Eastern parent. What I'm saying is that there is an experience that we've all faced, right? And if we're going to get out of our situation, we need principles and a cure so that we can defend ourselves. And there is, unfortunately, Brother Peyton and Sister Tash, is that, I said this before, Asians, Middle Easterns and Europeans, they've never been friends of African people. We have helped them. We have allowed them into Africa for them to get a little bit resources. Hold on, Sister Tash, all due respect to you.
You've done it again, though, and you've done it again. I really asked you in regards to Asians, like,
right?
I've got that's a family member, and
hold on, family, because I did want to reply.
Hold on, let me finish. I know this is a Black Betterment group, and I'm here because Raven has like this policy of dealing with Black issues, not really discussing outside groups and what have you. But I feel like there has to be, I understand, I've heard what you said, that they're not friends to us, but the reality is I've got an in-law who's married to one, so it's difficult for me at this stage.
Well, hold on. In order to make this make more sense, because Black people are collectively adequate, what I would say is, rather than thinking about the individual experience and your direct connection with this one or two people, think of how collectives operate as a unit. And an example that might make this make more sense is, many people probably don't watch the European song contest because they're not best familiar with the music or they like it at all. But what you realize is, certain nations, rather than picking for the music they feel is for superior or better for the ears of the listener, they vote for certain nations that they have a closer kin with. So, for example, the Nordic countries, they always vote for Sweden, Norway, and these kinds of things. I think maybe Ireland always votes for Scotland or something. I can't remember. There was a data where it's like, it became to the point where it is strategic voting based upon close cultural connections. But even though there will be Irish people or Nordic people in there who might vote for the English song or the Welsh song, or whatever it might be, but as a collective group working in harmony for a better collective forward, they don't feel. And a perfect example you can see of that is, like, if you see a consistency of when Black people try to marry into Asian families, this consistency of don't marry the Black person, marry the Asian person. Well, that's like a collective template that seems to be culturalized. However, we understand that not everyone follows it, but it's best to look at how people operate as a collective rather than the good one or two. Because as we know, John Brown, is it John Brown? John Brown was a European guy who died allegedly trying to make Black people not slaves. Even though he didn't think they were equal, he didn't think that it was correct for them to be enslaved, and that's more dying than most Black people do for Black people. So we understand there's always going to be people who can do good things, but as a collective template, this might help more. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the way I think doesn't work. But it's just how I get through the static of Black people.
I hear what you're saying, Raven, and I want Kushi to follow me, but I'm not here promoting Black and Asian love. This is why I like the response. I'm struggling with, because I haven't. That's not what I'm trying. I'm not trying to promote what people do in terms of like that side of their life. I'm more. I think I'm more just trying to deal with like the whole economic. Yes, the love side of things, respecting one another as a people and supporting one another to a certain extent. But I just want Kale, and I want others to understand. I haven't come in here to promote the black and the black, woman and the mixed race, whatever it is, right? So I don't feel like I necessarily need to hear this constant response of they've never been our friends. That's kind of where
that's all due respect to you, and you are beloved.
Sorry, Kushti. Yeah, sorry, one moment, Cal, because Kushti also wanted to speak, and I kind of cut. I was talking.
Okay, fair enough. Go on, Sister Kushti.
Yeah, there's a lot that just I want to kind of unpack, because I want to speak to what Brother Peyton said, and then I do want to speak to Sister Tash for what she said as well. But I want to say that when I was speaking, I did say that when Brother Cal was talking about the way that the people might perceive, I did say perception. I didn't say that this is the facts or the reality. And I think this is very good right now. I think without even knowing it, we are demonstrating communication skill on a very touchy subject, but a touchy subject that reoccurs and needs to be able to be addressed without offense or taking personal or taking feelings, because we understand that when we're talking about other topics that it doesn't work. Because as soon as this was mentioned, the instant reaction was an attack. It was, well, black people are gangbangers. They sold us on slaves. I don't know. I'm the only one that does this. I don't know. And there's a lot of black people that ain't do this on a black promotional channel. Because I'm not trying to attack. We're trying to talk of the reality.
Sister, that wasn't an attack. That was kind of stating the juxtaposition. Like, it wasn't like, if we were using examples, I was saying, it wasn't saying, oh, black people are bad. This just is reality.
But Brother Peyton, your examples were gangbangers.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like, this is, I'm saying, all I was saying was
down to black people.
Is it an insult if it's true?
I hadn't actually finished, anyways, Brother Peyton.
One time, family.
So, what I'm saying is that it went to a lot of levels, even down to slavery and selling each other for slaves. And we need to be very mindful of how we speak on that, because that's why I just went on mute when Brother Cal took over that, and he had to explain the history on that. And we can't just carry on with a narrative that is very suited for a particular side. There has been a lot of we've found out through history that there's been a lot of rebellions, that our form was indentured servitude. We would never understand being able to inflict that kind of wrath on another person. So, and I'm not saying that there weren't people that, that turned and bad. They do that in every culture. In the West, why do you think they've had histories of treason and beheadings and all sorts? So we are human, and we do have people that don't do right. But to put a narrative without going delving in deeper was dangerous to me. And I feel that let me finish, Brother Peyton, because I will not interrupt you. So I feel that was very dangerous, and the response to what Brother Kel said was a perception was very much, I felt, something that we need to look into in regards to talking on touchy subjects and the communications. That's what I'm just saying, because there was no way in an attack, but we do need to remember the fundamental is of the promotion of what we need to do. Now, Sister Tash, I feel that you're maybe internalizing it a bit more than to seeing it as what it is, and maybe your response is to say that because you have relationships that are close to you and that you respect, and that more importantly you love, and we understand that. But if Brother Peyton starts off a sentence saying that, or he feels that he wants to say that, in history these other races have not supported us, it shouldn't automatically you feel like you have to jump in to protect or to justify or to state that you do not understand that, or to feel that that's directly to you, and perhaps he's talking about a fact. So that's my points on that.
Okay, I think I get you when you say perceptions. I didn't get that you said perceptions. I missed that part. Um, when it was the conversation with Brother Kill, I didn't hear him say perceptions either, so I could be wrong there. What I did get was the idea or the concepts of these people being monoliths, perceptions or not. Like he was saying, this is the nature. He wasn't saying this is the perception of their nature. He was saying this is the nature of this. This is what they their region is this. Therefore, this is who they are, and that's what I was getting on. And for me I wasn't insulting Black people. I was stating things that are actually true, juxtapositions, because we have those of us who are brilliant who further our people, and those who don't. There are people who still perform clitorectomies in Africa. That's fact. That's real. And that's part of our culture that we have to deal with. We're not talking out. It's not like we're having this conversation with white people. We keep our dirty laundry within us, but we have to face our dirty laundry as well within our community. And that's part of our dirty laundry. And me saying that wasn't about putting Black people down, because we all know Black people who do these things. It's a reality. I was using that as a juxtaposition to say a biracial person who is, doing the positive things, while you got this person who's supposed to be full Black, African, doing the negative things. It wasn't putting Black people down. That's not a narrative. It is what it is. And yes, I am very well aware that the concepts of slavery between Africans and Europeans were vastly different, but it doesn't take away from the facts, right? So I'm not looking to insult us as a people. It was merely an address to the ideas that Brother Gail was talking about, and I disagreed with it, and that's okay. I'm not going to hold any grudges towards that, and that's all I was getting at. Like it wasn't, but I did miss you saying it was a perception, and that's my bad.
But the thing is with the facts.
Give thanks for that, Brother Peyton. That's cool. Sorry, Brother Cal, go ahead. I'm not going to interrupt you at all.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with disagreeing, but at the same time, we have to look at the evidence and the facts, and the proof is that, unfortunately, brother, this is why I appreciate Brother Raven's show, the Betterment, because, when you, try to explain to our people, right, that, we are in a very horrendous warfare. There are those who emotionally you're connected to, but they have a best interest in their collective that don't want you to progress. Very challenging. If you look into America, Brother Peyton, you know very well, that the non-Africans, when they mix with us, all the wealth goes into their community. In the UK, and I know this very well because my relatives were part of the movement, that there were no Asian people helping us in the UK, London, in Handsworth, in Roxton, Manchester. We had to fight these fights, and there was no Asian people helping us. They were backstage, and as soon as the Europeans said to themselves that, the Africans are rising and collectively, and they're coming up with these brilliant ideas and strategies, they decided to come in and take our rights, right? And then the same Asian people will look down on Black people as though that you are nothing, when it was us that gave them and got them rights. So this is why, it's very touchy. But at the same time, we have to be realistically that there is a cure and a remedy. And the remedy and the cure is to separate psychologically, physically, and emotionally from non-African people, to sort ourselves out in order that we can build up the African race. Or do you expect, Brother Peyton?
I can get with it behind that. I understand. I think I understand what you're saying. Like from a even with biracial, to kind of get away from the whole psychological aspect of Europeanism, and kind of building ourselves from the inside out, like removing the outside influence. Is that correct?
That is, brother. That's
Okay,
all.
I get that. I get that part. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, can I respond? I'm not sure how productive discussions are when you discuss other groups, right? I'm not going to take it personal. I'll take on what you said, right? But even what you said there, Kale, like I'm not necessarily saying, and I don't know how much you know about the history of blacks and Asians that came into this country, right? But my knowledge is a little bit different to what you're kind of aligning yourself to, right? I do think there was far right groups, the BNP, the National Front, that go back, that skinheads were beating black, killing black people from the Windrush times, right? But there was also Asian, excuse my language, packy bashing, and at times we did need to align with those groups, right, to support ourselves. This concept of the BAME came from that kind of time. Now, I do believe, and funny enough, this is from having these in-laws, that we do need to separate and do our own things economically, psychologically, in all areas, because other groups have done it. And we are one of those groups that don't do it. We spread ourselves very thin. We go into other groups at times and we don't do it. We don't work together enough. So I really want you to hear what I'm saying. I am saying that I think you have to understand, I agree with a lot of the concepts of Black Betterment, right? And I feel like it's the only way, to be honest with you. Because whilst, for example, I think we discussed on another panel about money circulating, the agents kind of providing us and us being the consumers to agents, especially in Birmingham, places like that, Handsworth, right? Which is where my husband's from. Where the money, we're the consumers to their businesses and we're paying their mortgages, the Asian community, and we're getting nothing in return. Okay. So I have an understanding of this. It's quite deep. And I think we're on the same page in terms of buying and selling with one another, educating ourselves on history. But even the history, I think there's so many people saying different things, like what Brother Peyton has said to what you have said, that all that needs to be discussed as well. But yeah.
May I ask a question?
A bit more clearer. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. And this is just for research purposes, and you don't have to answer. You say you're from Guyana, is that correct?
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
So with Guyana, obviously there's different communities, but would you say at a certain point in the history, the Indo-Guyanese was like the dominant political force when it comes to the people groups in Guyana? Is there any truth to that?
They have had moments, yeah, 100%. 100% they've had moments. They are the ones that are there now. Yeah. But I would say Ali, the Prime Minister at the moment, and I wasn't particularly happy when he came on board, but he is pushing for reparations for Guyanese people, harder than others have done. But yeah, I mean,
is he Indo-Guyanese? Or is he Indian? Is he Afro-Guyanese or mixture?
People may see him as what we call a Dougla, which is black with what you could see an Asian in, and some people may see him as a full Asian. I have to look. I know his wife is Asian. I know that much.
Okay, well, wow, very important, because sometimes we say that the person we pick is the direction we're going. But what I would say is, my thing is, from the history I've studied, the Guyanese people who identify for Indian ancestry had a very economic grasp on the culture, and they were in very many positions of power, as they should be. And they really looked out for people of Indian backgrounds. This was the primary of them moving up, and this was just a natural thing because of the culture they had learned coming from the continent of India.
We definitely have. But I just want to remind you, we're very much an authoritarian country. We are a country where the people are not able to really go against the government. We don't have what Grenada had, where they've done things in the past as a people group. We are racially divided to a certain extent.
Okay. So does that mean, sister, that if the Indian Guyanese are in a form of power and they're very Indian centric in how they're behaving, and you're saying that the people group can't really rebel and change that, then you are having an Indian dominated society in that sense. Would you say that, like, economically and privilege wise, from that standpoint, just in that context?
To be honest with you, I don't see a shift in black populated areas when the Indians do, they are governing us, right? But I think at the same time,
right,
like I said, it's very difficult to make changes in Guyana. We've kind of been stuck in the mud for a very long time. This Prime Minister has actually looked at African reparations, because there is also Indian reparations that people are going for over there. So it's very complex. But he's really pushing for African reparations. So it is interesting that we're going down that road. But
yeah, and what I'm trying to say is, I think where we're trying to go sometimes with this panel is, even though our nature is to always be inclusive in the way we think of certain things, other cultures' code of conducts don't necessarily allow that. And the way we can show that, I guess, in America, for those who live there, you can look, and I use it as an example, but it's quite a good one. If we look at the black hair industry in America, it's been reported that the Koreans dominating that, and they're not very forthcoming with allowing black women to be a part of that economic structure. But they're happy to take the money. And when we look into the UK, it's a bit different. We don't have much Koreans here, but what we do have is we have Indians who dominate. I lived in Forest Gate most of my life, and I can tell you there's a street called Green Street, which is you're aware? There you go. So if you're aware, you have to be, because this is an amazing an achievement through the Asian community. One day we might have a black street or Afro street, who knows, right? But what I'm saying is the entire street, it takes you a long time to get from one point to the other side, and there is only Asian shops, only. Only. You cannot buy, and I assume most of the houses there are Asian. And you can't get on that street without being Asian, and that's so they should be doing it. So if you want the Indian or Asian experience, you go to Green Street. Voila. So what I'm trying to say is, when they were doing that, they were thinking, you know what? I think we should maybe marry black people. It was no. We've got a thing. We're going to do it, and because black people are collectively inadequate, and we love others more than we love ourselves. Anytime we talk about other people, there is a kind of programming done by people who are not really black people's best friends. A program will jump in and make us always make sure that even though we are getting the least, that we split the least of everyone else. And if you watch any of my, you're probably not aware of me speaking in Speaker's Corner, but if you were to follow me a few times, just type Rap Raven into okay. If you would see that most of my oppositions come from black people wanted what we call kumbayaism, and most of the death threats I get is from black people. So what I'm saying is, this is oh yes. And what I'm saying is, this is the history. You got to understand that if you look at brothers like Malcolm X, look at brothers like Marcus Garvey, Martin Luther King.
Revolution never came easy, Brother Raven, and I appreciate what you're doing for our people. Revolution never came.
Of course, and before I even went forward, I was well aware of this, and you should not help black people if you're unaware of the dangers. But what I'm saying is, all of them are dead, or they were locked up, and I'm saying that this is the cost. But what I'm trying to do is, every time a new movement starts, we must learn from the past, and just like software updates. And what I'm trying to do is take the genius that came from before us, but pull it in an updated version that we can digest. But we have to recognize some of the challenges that people go through. And one of them is we are unsynchronized with black people, and we are always thinking of other people. And sometimes what heightens that is the practice of miscegenation, where we marry into other families. And what I try to do when this happens is never to make you not love your family. I would never say that everyone will hear me repeat this, but what I would say is analyze the collective behavioral patterns of the people group you're marrying into. And if I've just demonstrated that I was raised in Forest Gate and I saw Green Street, I saw the majesty of what they did, and I saw the dedication to it, and I also saw that most of all the black women I know all buy all their hair products, all of them, from Asians, and there is no collective effort to allow black women to own anything in the industry, because they say, no, we are the owners, you are the buyers. There is no conversation from the mixed biracial miscegenation practicing people talking to Indians, saying, why don't you actually allow black women to hold an economic pie in this kind of industry? Most of the emphasis will go to black people who own the lease, and say, with your lease, spread it across. Now, I say this because we have to learn how to step out of this and we have to analyze data, and we have to be calm and collective. And that's why I say nothing I say is ever hateful towards anyone else. It's just what can we do so we can start being adequate. Go ahead, John. Sorry.
Let me just respond to that. It's an interesting one because, like, obviously, I'm Muslim, right? And Kale, being in Birmingham, there's a area called Somali Town. Now, even though we're all Muslim, we're culturally very different, right? So when Pakistanis were the first ones to build everything. So Somalis came as a force to be reckoned with to a certain extent because they came in numbers.
Yes.
And what I noticed with them from the sisters that I knew, they all came together and said, we're not buying from the Pakistanis anymore. They're our brothers and sisters, but we have a different cultural taste and a different cultural kind of experience that we want.
Yes.
And we're going to have our own things. They've done it in Streatham, they've done it in certain areas. And there's about 10, maybe 12 of them that come together and they just buy up and slowly buy up the road. And I think this is where we've gone wrong. Because sometimes we go as individuals into the, and I know, Kushti, you're going to probably come back at me. We go as individuals, so at times, rather than in these kind of big groups. Like you go to the masjid and they'll have a advertisement of, okay, we're going to try and get this shop. How many, that's what we don't have. And we need that. We need that.
Just so you know, within the Muslim collective, more so when the Muslim collective has different faith groups, different practice groups, many Black Muslims talk to me after certain incidents happen, and a consistent theme I was seeing was there would be some Black Muslims who would want to put some kind of program in the masjid or the mosque or whatever to maybe do outreach for people who have lost their way, Black communities, and a lot of that was stopped. But other initiatives to that approach in Asian communities was like easily executed and these kinds of stuff. I don't. Oh, so you don't have to say there.
The thing is, like, if for the reverts for us, we'll like get the WhatsApp group going, or we know if there's an area in our community that is struggling, or there's been problems in a school, whatever. We'll go as a collective group. This is what I really like about this community, right? But where the Somalis are very high in numbers, they can afford to put it in. But what I'm saying for us as Black people, yes, we do get a throwback if it's if we're in. To be honest with you, as reverts, we don't. I suppose it depends where you are in London. They don't really mess with us when it comes to what we want to do. The agents, if we want to do it, we'll do it, and we don't really need to discuss it. It's a similar kind of concept you have here to a certain extent. We'll discuss it privately. When we all decided to go to Gambia, we all bought. It's a Caribbean revert kind of section. We all kind of bought our plots of land together, and we didn't discuss it with other groups. And I think, let me
jump in because before Brother Cal comes, it's very important that I say this, and people don't understand the strategy. And with Black people, you're going to find so many Black people having different ideas, different religions, different cultures, different ways of eating. And the best way to defend yourself is when you do have different splinter groups of a similar culture, create Black collectives in that new culture. So if you have this new wave of vegans, have a Black vegan group. If you have a new wave of Buddhists, have a Black Buddhist group. If you have a new wave of going natural women, have a Black, whatever it might be, right? Because even though the ultimate goal is to have everyone collectively work towards one benefit, there is still a value in Black people helping Black people with a similar nature and understanding the plight of all the guys. Whoever come with to speak, go ahead.
But just one thing, but I want to say, I think the big push for us was when white reverts came, because they said, well, look, we're not going with your thing. This is the UK, we can do our thing. And that's another thing that, when that started, that was it. Everyone could go and do their thing even more so.
Brother Kel's going to jump in after I say this, but I hope, maybe not on the panel, but maybe the views in the future, I hope we are recognizing that in our own little way, what we're demonstrating is unfortunately Black people are collectively inadequate in comparison to other groups and how they operate, and why we should always have a universal kindness for humanity. But before you can be kind, you have to put yourself in a kind position, meaning you fix yourselves so you can spread that kindness. And unfortunately, as a collective group, we haven't done that. We are separating small crumbs for everyone, and that is very good. But Brother Kel, you got something to say? Go ahead.
It's very especially you said that, Brother Raven, because growing up as a Pan-African is we have to study all types of the religions that came out of Africa, and when you look a very interesting individual, Muhammad, the son of Abdullah, peace be upon him, that even in his own words, Brother Raven,
yes,
he mentioned that in his words, he says, learn from your lineage and your nation and connect the kinship of your nation. It will bring the love of your people. It will increase your wealth and increase your lifespan, right? This is in the religion which the Abrahamic, as it pertains to the black Muslims, they have that there. There is another book called The Captured Thoughts by Imam Ibn Jawzi, and he mentions in that book, Brother Raven, that a person who relies on oppressive people and wicked people for institution is a person that will be constantly enslaved. And what I've noticed with the black people, whether they're in religion or not, is that they seem to have excuses to get out of taking the responsibility to build for the community. Even in the religions tells them you must build for your people, they will always have an excuse. Whereas the non-African people, they understand like that you don't look like me, so I must build for people who look like me.
Hold on, Kale, you're saying the religious people are making excuses not to build?
It's just that the black Muslims, unfortunately, and the black
Are you
Christians,
talking about the Somali community, for example? They've got Somaliland in your space. The Caribbeans have been there for a very long time.
I'm talking about the black people are religious. They always try to explain to black people, for example, when you get a black collective that are saying that let's work on our issues, right? And let's build, and let's build up our communities and police our communities, and let's build up for African suffragette. You will get these black Muslims and black Christians, etc., that will say this is nationalism, this is wrong.
Oh, okay.
About
All right. I don't really care about.
even Sister Tash,
even in the
religion, Sister Tash,
against that.
Even in the religion, that the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, makes it clear to build for your people.
Well,
and that's why
exactly. When I took my Shahada, that was one of the things that the Imam, he quoted to me. So, and he directed me straight to the Caribbean community. There are certain masjids that you may not go to often, where Caribbean reverts usually come out of those masjids, and they direct you on how to do community projects and so forth. And they don't use it or weaponize it against you not to support. We are to support those that are oppressed.
I've seen it. I've got relatives that are Muslim, right? And as I said, we've been raised on Pan-Africanism, and the Abrahamic black followers, right? That they quick to shut you down when you try to build for your people and say that it's racism, it's nationalism. But
I do know that they are out there. Yeah,
you understand?
And they're out there, but there's a lot of us that are not.
But I'm always saying here, just if you can, once again, if you were to Google me, you realize that most of the challenges, well, not most, but many of the challenges I face will be from the Abrahamic faith. But like you said, even though
I watched you, Issa, and a Somali guy. It was a really good conversation you had, and I thought you were all three of you were aligned to a certain extent, or
and once again, I never try to brush everyone with one particular brush. I talk about templates and collective directions. So there's a statement. It's like I can't say that Afghanistan men love black people. I can't make that statement because there's no evidence to the opposite. Might be more collectively true. That's when I spoke to Afghani people. Not that Afghani people are going around trying to kill black people, but that's not a statement I can make. Yeah. But I can make a statement that black people tend to be very forgiving to non-black people. Would you agree with this, Sister Dash?
That's right.
Would you agree with the statement there?
Yeah.
And when it comes to matters of race, Black people seem to be very forgiving towards others from a historical standpoint.
I prefer the word acceptance. I think forgiving, I think there is still that little bit of thing, but I think we've accepted a lot throughout the years that we shouldn't have.
I think this panel might demonstrate certain mindsets in the sense of like the first reaction to certain things, the need to defend others, the need that others might even need a defense from certain strong conversations about historical truth or non-truths, whatever it might be.
I think we've accepted and we haven't allowed the process of maybe the apology or what's supposed to take place to support or reparations or whatever. We haven't allowed that to take place. So,
but not even that, Sister Tash. There is nothing that non-African people do to African people that will tell African people, you know what? I've been attacked. I've been psychologically damaged. I need to keep away from these people. There is nothing that they do, Sister Tash. If you marry into them and they get abused and they call, the African kids derogatory terms of that, nothing keeps us away to tell us that we need to keep away from these people. It's almost as if we are in a battered relationship that we're getting beaten, but they must love us. Really,
Brother Cal, are you from the Caribbean or are you from Africa?
I'm an African descendant, sister.
But is your parentage, your grandparents?
One of my parents is from the Caribbean background. The other one is not.
Okay. So with the Caribbean, with our line, there has been that indoctrination of accepting what you're not supposed to accept as a human being. So that takes a long time to kind of undo, so to speak.
But it's in the Somali community as well. They have the Arabs treat them. They're very forgiving.
I'm talking, but I'm talking about living in the UK under a system that's colonized the Caribbean. I'm trying to go one step at a time, and I'm saying to you that there still is like proof. Like you go to Montserrat, there's still statues there. The Irish are still running a lot of the businesses over there. In Guyana, a lot of the roads are Scottish named roads from slave masters, and there's still little signs. You have to go there and really look and be mindful when you go into this space we call the Caribbean. And I'm for Pan-Africanism to a certain extent, but I'm very much into protecting and supporting my people from the Caribbean, because I believe we need to clean up our house first to a certain extent before we can.
In order for you to protect the Caribbean people, all due respect to you, and I'm only going to be honest with you, in order for you to protect the Caribbean people, our people, you're going to have a very nationalistic mindset in order to do that. You've got socialism.
Oh my gosh! No, I wasn't laughing at you. Sorry.
Oh, it's okay, sister. It's I'm sure we can have a little.
You're very passionate on the nationalism side of things.
It's not that I'm passionate about it, sister. I look at it as a realistic nature. If you look at the non-African sister, right, they all practice nationalism. Right. In the media, Asian people, due respect, they just want to see the Asian woman on the magazines and the Asian man on the magazine. They don't want to see nobody else. The Europeans, they just want to see the European woman, and the European man. Same thing with the Middle Eastern. They just want to see their own people. They want to see their own people have economics. They want to see their own people own housing, streets, real estate. They just want to see their own people.
But when you go to the Congo or Cameroon, right. When you go to Central Africa,
when it comes to us, when it comes to us, sister, right? That we want to see everybody else except ourselves. It's amazing stuff, right?
I want to give some heavyweight to the Cameroons, Congo, areas that I've kind of touched on in my life, and they're very much you don't see the white face there. In fact, I think that it's so rare. I think there's loads of videos out there to say how frightened young children are because they're not used to seeing the faces of white people, in their day-to-day life. So we do have spots of the world where we have that same concept, but it is lost in many other areas. And if we are in multicultural spaces like the UK, it's definitely lost self-love and seeing us in a positive narrative, and it's an uphill climb. It's something that we all kind of need to come together on and support one another.
Isn't going to do that, sister, because although our brothers and sisters in the Congo, they probably haven't seen a white person in a long time, they still have that mindset that we need to rely on the Europeans, the Asian, and
No,
the
the Congolese have
them.
got very, like, if you look at their legislation and law and what they do, they're actually they're an issue for the British and for many others because they have natural resources. I think I've got a book I'm gonna put it in the back.
What do you expect to sister? They have natural resources, but do they control those natural resources, sister?
That's what I was saying. They are in control of a lot of stuff. There's spaces where people aren't even allowed to go into.
Wow, sister, I don't believe that they're in control of the resources, because if they were, then Congo wouldn't be in the situation that it's in. You see, sister,
there's other issues like climate change. If you listen to the AU and CARICOM come together, you hear them all saying the same thing about other issues like, you know, malaria with the mosquitoes when there's a lot of rainfall in the Caribbean, a lot of the natural disasters. So there's other issues that are not just based on.
Sister, are you saying that the Congolese own the coltan mines and this kind of stuff? Like they're because this only few places, all the farms use coltan and it all comes from Congo, literally. Are you saying and every place
I wasn't
has
necessarily talking about that particular, but I think
well hold on.
Contracts that they put together.
The reason why I say that is because we want everyone to do better, but if we understand that the world is booming at the moment for coltan because of the smartphones.
Right.
And that only grows in one country. Yeah. Surely that country should be booming for only having that resource. Am I wrong? Or maybe I'm. You see how the Arabs own oil?
Sorry, go on.
And because the Arabs own oil, they are booming and they can really hold the world at ransom by the oil. Hence why there's somebody saying we should now rely on solar power because you're giving too much power to the Arab communities. Yeah. Do you think that everyone needs coltan? And the Congolese are not controlling if the Congolese actually controlled it, then you will see a massive boom in their country because they control the coltan that's in their land.
And it's so difficult. The Congo, it's so difficult. They still have that massive rich and poor divide over there, right? But I think the contracts. I think this is a really good topic actually that I want to probably discuss in more detail. But the book that I read, and just when I visited there, it wasn't what I expected. Let's just put it that way.
Is it coltan or cobalt? I can't remember. It's either coltan or cobalt. One of the words, whatever it is.
I'm not sure. You know, people like Asketi, though.
Yeah.
Asketi, the ghost of he knows more about this.
Yeah, but, we'll bring that up. Yeah, we'll bring that up next week.
Yeah, that'd be good actually. I'll have to look more into it. I don't want to say anything that's not the case.
Yeah.
I know the Congolese, they're very proud people actually, and I think that they have done something different to the West Africans.
Now, sister, all due respect to you now, right? You know the African people are very proud, and they should be. We are, but you see, when we start to say what they've done better than the other African thing, it leads to the speculation of if they've done better, then why haven't they destroyed white supremacy yet? You understand what I mean?
Okay, but you know, the West Africa, it's that space, Nigeria, Ghana, that area that was really dealt with poorly. So I'm not comparing or contrasting. I'm just saying that other areas of Africa haven't, felt that colonial kind of stamp, or they haven't been, bombarded by the British to a certain extent.
But they were bombarded French, though, sister, by
I'm French, Spanish. I'm not. I'm just saying that I think in Congo there's a lot of untouched spaces that haven't been, dealt with. So I think it's a discussion I want to have in more detail. I need to do more research on it, Cal. I can't. I wouldn't be able to I could see you want to dive in.
Hold on. Just so you know, I'm just researching it just because I'm a bit rusty. But the biggest cobalt mining is from they're known as an Anglo-Swiss multinational conglomerate. So Anglo-Swiss must mean that they're not Negroid or Africoid or Congoloid at all. Would you say? If they're
I
seen
mean,
as
that definitely
Anglo-Swiss
that's definitely not African
multinational conglomerate, and this is just
Where did
one.
you
I'm also seeing
where
Chinese
did you
here as
get
well.
that from, though? Where did you get that information from?
Well, I got it from the world's biggest coal-based producers and where they mine, and that one came up, and then there was others talking about Swiss.
So yeah,
So
okay, because we need to be careful where we're getting this information from as well. But
and what I love the fact that whenever information comes in, we and it isn't maybe towards the best interest of Black people, we research it. But what I'm saying is, unfortunately, there is a history of Black people not owning anything throughout the diaspora and Africa. And what I know, it sounds like we're pulling teeth here, but the reason why Sister Empress Rushdie starts with the basic of Black love is sometimes by having certain basics, it's a domino effect. So you have Black love, Black family, Black economics, Black business, Black nationalism, and doing what every other people group do so much more superior to the Black people. And if we understand that, and that's why this is why there is a hope at the end of the rainbow. This is why when I start anything I'm doing on this new age, I have two divisions, and I say there's the black belt and there's the white belt. Excuse the metaphor. So the black belt is the black bearer, and not everyone can do that because it's quite intensive. Like, what, you want me to marry a Black person? You want me to hire a Black person? You want me to speak positive about Black people? This is mad talk. But then there's, for those who think that is way too much, you can do one activity: sell apples, teach how to swim, make a sandwich, whatever it might be, that is dedicated to Black people. And it is. But what I'll do is I'll also post the information in the group for those who want to check out, because I could be wrong. But as far as I'm aware, Congo, I'm very familiar with Congo because I have many friends from Congo. And when I was, I was meant to go to Congo, funny enough, but I couldn't end up going, which is very sad. But from the stuff they tell me consistently, this is not true. And obviously, sadly some issues with the legacy of the war that happened, these kinds of things. And all very bad. Stuff that I think that is something we have to, that kind of inward fight and stuff.
What are they saying? Sorry, they're saying that they're not independent of their own natural resources. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I think they're saying that many of the things that generate the most economic wealth for the country isn't in sole control of the Congolese people. It doesn't at least benefit the Congolese people. This kind of stuff, right? And but once again, if there's a person out there from Congo who's doing, because remember how it works in this broadcast is we talk about templates and patterns. So if one person is doing something correctly, we must observe them and we must do them. So if there's a person where every person loves Black people, they promote Black models, they promote Black images, they have Black business, we must observe them to see how they did it. Because unfortunately, in the past, we have certain kind of demographics and certain kinds, like for example, Black Wall Street. And unfortunately, when we see people who get on code and this kind of stuff, they get bombed. So
So Raven, let me ask you something.
Go ahead.
Like, for example, we look at Trinidad, who have tripled their economy, right? But they've had to work with the Chinese.
Yes.
Would you look at that model as a model that should replicate through the Caribbean in terms of working with the Chinese? Or
I'll need to study it. But what I'll say is no nation does. But obviously, in order for you to progress, you have to trade, right? And I'm saying as long as someone is doing the reason why, just to break a start again, the reason why I promote Black economics and about focusing on Black people, because I know that the more power you have, the more power you have. So rather than being in the bin, they're going, why don't they apologize? They're more likely to apologize when you turn up in a Ferrari and a massive mansion than in the bin, right? That's just, if you want to see the example, if you look up the history of the Japanese who were in concentration camps in America,
right?
It was the pressure from the Japanese government after the war, when they became one of the number one electronic houses in the world, trading with America, saying we will only trade with you if you do right by the Japanese you enslaved, you put in concentration camps, and they all got reparations.
Yeah, now, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours, type of thing.
Well, it's more than that. It's like, you've mistreated our people. We're not going to trade with you until you do right what you did wrong by them. But they could have made a decision if they hadn't built up their economic base, their structure.
Yeah, I'm not 100% confident that Trinidad have set such deals, to be honest with you.
Yeah, Well, yeah, but if someone can demonstrate deals that's been done that works with the collective best interests of Black people in that place, and we can look at that template, so be it. But once again, like I said, look, this is something that hurts people. It hurts people, but it's something that is a very important tool, and it's the words collectively. Black people have no friends. It's a beautiful word.
Right.
It's a
That's
beautiful
right.
it's poetry, and let's see if I can find it because it's important because you need to know.
It's the shame, sister, but it's the truth, man. It's
collectively, I'm okay with to a certain extent. I'm good with collectively.
It's gone now. I can't even find it. Open. There we go. Voila. Let's see if we can find it. Very beautiful. And it's one thing if you want to write on your walls, family, do it. I've got it here somewhere. It's nice. It's a very important word. And the reason I had to write collectively is because sometimes Black people get really confused and this kind of stuff. So I've just understand that when it comes to people operating as a collective hub, Black people, there is no one in the world, no people group that love Black people. There's none. There hasn't been demonstrated. You got to understand. This is something that we have to recognize as well. Some of the crimes that Black people are being charged with is the crimes of being enslaved. You understand? So when you ask a certain non-Black people collectively what is why they dislike and distrust Black people, it's because Black people were the victims of enslavement. Now, a correct, righteous thing would be when you look at Abrahamic faiths, they say we love Jesus because he was mistreated and but yet he rose up and he was this kind of stuff. If that was the case, everyone should love Black people because I haven't seen from a people standpoint any people group who has been so consistently mistreated. So this is why, in order for you to try to break the shackles of mental slavery and this kind of stuff, these are some of the mantras that can help. Know that collectively, Black people have no friends. And once you accept that truth, then it allows you to help Black people easier because you know what? You're going to think, you know what? If I don't help Black people, who will? And then you start thinking, why is it that no one else is doing this? Because of the dedicated back-to-back training of Black people being subservient to non-Black people, which goes on, and Brother Carl puts in his own way, which goes on in so many communities where, unfortunately, many of these racial groups have words to describe Black people, like prejudiced words, and usually the word is inclusive of a servant or a slave or some, this kind of thing, right? While Black people, we don't tend to make words to talk about. If we talk about certain words, you have words like cracker, and these words are talking about being whipped by someone who's trying to enslave you. Can you see the difference of the dynamics from the history standpoint, right? So I'm saying it makes sense to collectively come together, form some kind of economic base, form some lifestyle and culture that is dedicated to Black people and Black people. And then when we have that kind of collective power, then you can practice niceties. Then you can be inclusive. You can practice the same type of inclusivity that China is doing to Trinidad and Tobago. You see?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
And that's what we're trying. But it's hard because obviously we're still level 1, and sometimes when you're level 1, making sure that we don't offend non-Black people seems to be priority. Hence why in the things I do, I try to minimize talk about non-Black people because Black people are under a trance with making sure that non-Black people are doing fine. But we forget that actually we are actually in the US position. But this is the training. This is what we have to do. And even though we repeat ourselves many times, the more we do it, the more we won't have to do it. So we're carrying it.
No, I think what you just said about not talking about non-Black people, I think that needs to be. I know you're saying that, but I think we probably have spent a bit of time talking about non-Blacks, and I'm really. I know you guys are kind of trying to turn the mindset of not relying on any other group, not expecting anything from any other group, not wanting anything from any other group.
Very true.
But I think many of us are at a space where we've already kind of started doing things within our group. And it may not even be at a Pan-African level. I mean, it may just be at a London Black base level or wherever you are, or I don't know. I think that is happening.
But Sister Tash, right? if you analyze Mao Sing-hoi, who was the Vietnamese president, who used to sit in the class of the Honorable Marcus Garvey, right? And he used the Honorable Marcus Garvey's blueprint to help Vietnam against the Europeans. If you look at Mussolini, who tried to invade the cradle of civilization, he also used the blueprint of the Honorable Marcus Garvey. Hitler, to get Germany on the map, did the same thing, right? Winston Churchill.
boy. Okay. Yeah, that's they're probably not great examples to connect to Marcus Garvey.
If they're using our ancestors' blueprints and, you know, they've integrated in that way, they seem to still say to themselves, well, I've learned that, I'm going to sort out my community. Whereas with us, as what you were saying, we're all together in one way, but then we still want to stay in the community multiculturalism. Can you see the difference?
I'm just not sure aligning Hitler to Marcus Garvey is the best promotion tool for.
It's not promotions, it's to let you know that the best races imitate African culture. That's what the lesson is. What due respect to you, sister, is that they will from us, take from us, and nationalize it to their nature to build up their community. And that's what we have to understand.
I definitely see it when I look at like Black America, when they did Black Wall Street, and they really had like a separative kind of move around that time. I think I do more look at pockets of history that have taken place. Sorry,
can I just say as well, though,
definitely go ahead.
Quickly, is that it's interesting that Sis Tash said that, like, how we got here, and we've been talking a lot about the outside race, but initially I was putting a spanner in the works and addressing Brother Raven about talking, making a distinguish between Black Betterment people and people of the Manosphere and the divestment group. And as soon as I mentioned Black love, it spun out to that.
Yes.
Yeah, I needed to be clear, like, if this is the space that you would want me in, because you were kind of saying, well, people that are kind of dating outside maybe shouldn't have a space in these kind of conversations. So I just
that's where we should have got to, because would you classify yourself, Sister Tash, as a member of the divestment?
No.
So why would I be talking about you?
Because you mentioned about people dating outside of their race initially. If you listen back to it, that was the first thing you mentioned. So I thought, okay.
I mentioned that's the core of the that's one of the core fundamentals of the divestment community, right? We know that.
Right,
but the factor of, basically, the women are saying that, you know, it's two factors: date out because it's better, and Black men are no good.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm saying.
Pardon?
Yeah, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying because
but this is what I'm saying, Sister Tash. I'm not saying you're saying that. I just said that those are the two fundamentals of the divestment movement. And this is what I'm saying about sometimes when we started at a point of the spanner in the works in regards to divestment, I was making it clear to Brother Raven that to me, these people do not speak for the mass Black people, but more importantly, definitely should not be the voice of Black betterment.
Okay.
And there shouldn't be.
Yeah, go on.
So, but it spiraled into you feeling like I was addressing you, or you felt that you wanted to confirm if you are okay to be a part of this in my eyes. Do you see what I'm saying?
And it wasn't just you. I heard you mention it. I heard Raven kind of agree on it, and I just wanted to, because I'm not here to pretend I'm something that I'm not. That's my situation. So when I heard, I wasn't really looking at that part of it. I just remember you mentioning something about dating outside of race. I thought, okay, Stanley and I were here last week discussing it. I probably need to bring that up so that, you know, I wanted to know, because obviously this is something I've only just jumped into this of late. I'm doing a server for Black Conversations, but this is Raven's thing, and if he's going by if he's got a certain code or policy that he goes by, I don't want to be somebody that, you know, he wouldn't be happy having, you know, around in that respect.
No, and I understand that. Like, let me just say something, and I'm sure that Brother Raven can come in and clean up what I might not be saying. But what I'm trying to say is that I understand what you mean there. You're saying to yourself that perhaps you're on a show and you're hearing about positive imagery and pushing the Black love, and because of your relationship, you feel that maybe you weren't welcome or something like that. So you wanted that clarified. Am I correct in hearing that?
That's right. 100%.
Okay. And I understand you saying that, and I actually respect you for saying that, putting that in the forefront and saying, look, this is my current standing. But you also said, which I respected you for, is that you liked and you want and you love to see Black love in the same breath. And I mentioned that as well, sis.
100%.
But to me, it kind of did spiral out with, you know, it got a bit messy, because I did say that now the brother that you mentioned before, he's with someone who is in a white relationship. Then Brother Peyton came in regards to, you know, giving you know, his side of things, and then it started spiraling now, and this is how we got here, right? Because of that part, and this is what I'm saying in regards to the feelings, and sometimes and I just want to say that I'm not saying you're not welcome on here. You're very welcome on here. I welcome you on here, sis. And I think that Brother Raven has made that clear, and I think that's the case. So, but we need to understand the forefront of the message that we must say when we move forward and when we talk accordingly. And I think saying something as we support a Black relationship and Black love, and saying that we are not the same as divestment doesn't mean that your relationship is particularly divestment either. And
no, I don't consider it to be that.
Brother Raven, because I think you should take over, is that the conflation. Do you understand what I was saying before about the conflation? It's like the intersectionality thing. It's like it now I don't want what I'm trying to explain to Sister Tash is that you're not from the divestment either, because the whole point of divestment is promotion of stepping out of the race, and Black men are crap. But somehow we need to understand different. This is why Brother Cal and Brother Raven are always saying about clear labels and addressing things, because we don't want to get things muddled up.
I think it was also because of the conversation last week. I think we were having that discussion last week, so that's why I kind of brought it up as well. But you kind of reminded me, because Stanley, who is married to a white woman, he messaged me to ask if he should jump on. Right, this was, I think, just before you. And I kind of said, I don't know if that would be the right thing to do at this stage, right? Because we had Stanley on last week talking about him being with a white woman. And I think it's a very sensitive subject. So, I'm not sure.
And let me jump, because obviously this is the intricate uniqueness of people's lives. I can't measure. I don't know how a person gets to where they are. But what I would say is there's universal templates that either make sense or they don't. And the universal template is when we're talking about a people group, there has to be a way of producing that people group. And that is constructive Black men, constructive Black women, constructive Black families. It's just one of those kind of universal, right? Now that's either right or it's wrong. Now, one of the things I noticed is some of these things, because of the condition we're in, it's almost impossible to make people be consistent in certain ways. So how the lifestyle allows is we have two very different principles. One is an extreme dedication to all things Black betterment. Yeah, as in any area, wherever it's constructively possible, help Black people, without question. But then we understand that there's people who can only do one-off things. So the brother you're mentioning, in the area of Black love, he can't practice it. He gets no belt for that, but he can still make a motherboard making class that teaches young girls and young boys how to make motherboards that could be used to boost
Yeah,
the.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean? But what will happen is he won't be able to come in here and promote miscegenation as the solution for black people. And if that was the case, we would have to really tailor the show to have the division that in this show we understand that one of the fundamental first is black love. But
Right.
if you want to talk about how you ended up not being in black love, then we will give you the platform so we can learn and analyze, so we can minimize people not finding black love. Like, like it's just the uniqueness of your story can only be used as how to help a collective template. Like I
Right.
said, brother Cannibal or Gannibal in Russia was kidnapped from Congo allegedly and taken to Russia. And the assumption is there was no black women there. So I'm sure he has a unique story of why he didn't have a black woman. And I'm not going to judge him, not going to judge him.
Right.
But brother Gannibal can't tell black people not to marry black women because he was kidnapped and taken to Russia. He has to understand that in order for black people to survive and to maintain, constructive black man with constructive black woman makes constructive black people.
Okay, I get what Kushti was saying now in terms of you dating outside, but not going against the black love label and saying that you shouldn't be dating black men because they're this, they're that, and all the rest of it. And I get it finally.
Before Brother Coach, I'm saying, one thing I would say about, just to add to what Edward Christian is saying, is one of the things that we try to do is listen to complaints. So even though I cannot agree with the name calling and some of the mantras that some of the angry, displeased sisters are doing in the divestment community, I am willing to listen to complaints about men not building, men being violent, and men not looking after children, and see if we can find better solutions. And we did try in some kind of way last week with Brother Peyton. It was like trying to give some kind of advice of how best to pick while we fix black people, but that kind of went somewhere else. But I think Brother Kel wanted to say something. So Brother Kel.
Yeah, sister, here's why it should not be promoted, because the African woman, right, she birthed African men, and the African civilization was formulated by both the African and African woman. Unfortunately, sister, I know you don't want to hear this. The other nations, when you look at the European,
I get what you're saying. Okay. I think promoting black love doesn't necessarily mean that you have to. I get where you guys, what you guys are trying to do.
Let me just jump in here.
It can be.
Hold on, before you say anything, Brother Carol, let me just say, because everyone has their way of delivering things, and it's all unique and marvelous. But one thing I say is I try to give symbolic shapes and stuff that makes things make a bit more sense on certain kind of different level, right? So the way I see it is
someone saying, "I know you're not going to like this," and he said this twice. I would say probably best not to say it then.
Rather than the like,
Brother Raven, right? Or do
you can, Brother Cal can jump in. Let me just one point, and then Brother Cal will jump in, and since that should return. Very important, because this is something I want to go before.
I don't mind collectively talking about Asians, Kale, but I just feel like there's a push that you're pushing on it, and there's kind of no respect for my family. I've got children.
Well, I don't know why you respect Sister Dash. That I don't think he's ever said anything on that kind of level when it comes to respect.
No, but I know it's like Asian. It's like I know.
Was this that? All due respect,
not Chinese. It's not. Right. It's not white. It's not any other group. But I don't know. It's always pedal towards me.
Do you not see a consistency in what Brother Kel, like, if he's talking about any non-black group? Because remember, the quote was collectively black people have no friends. So any group that Brother Kel's talking about, he will always be quite consistent in saying that ultimately, working as a collective, they don't work in the best interest of black people. So your personal experience with your family is free from that, as in, like, you're going to have a meaningful and a marvelous relationship with all types.
Yeah, but Raven, he's directly talking to me. If he was talking to the panel about
sister.
Let him answer.
All due respect to your sister, right? I don't. You are my sister in the same nation, and whatever I say, right? If I say you're not going to like it, it's the prepare you for something that you may not like to hear, because I have respect for you and stuff. But you have to understand, sister,
Okay.
that right, I am a Pan-Africanist, right?
Right.
Raised,
Yeah.
right? And unfortunately, sister, when I travel, I see my people in a bad state. When I go to the Caribbean, my people are in a bad state. When I go to Africa, when I go to Northeast Africa, the Middle East, like Dubai, I see my people being treated very badly. So you got to understand is that I have a love and appreciation to people that are deep brown, medium brown, light brown, and even chocolate vanilla, because I don't like the mistreatment of African people. So other than me getting all angry and things like, what I'll do is, as I've been grown up, is to have strategies and solutions to try and limit these mistreatment. So although I'm not being disrespecting, attacking you, but what you got to understand is that I have a more love and respect for my people, and I'm very unapologetic in that, because civilization started with African people, and
Yeah, but
Africa
Taylor,
belongs to.
again, your use of
Hold on,
language is
sister.
so
Hold on,
it's
sister. Hold on, sister. Can you allow me, right?
it's
And
so
the
passive.
African woman, hold on, sister. If the African woman has dedicated her political science of helping her race and contribute 50% civilization, and the African unsynchronized man is going to go out of his race and give all that wealth and all that melanin to non-African people, right, as it pertains to women, where they've taken everything from us, I naturally, sister, gonna have to have a protection and be anti that. You understand what I mean, sister?
Yeah, I get what I get what you mean, but I think there's a respect that we have to have for each other in terms of dialoguing with one another, Kale. And I think that I'm not suggesting that you shouldn't love your people above my situation, but I'll be honest with you, bro, my situation has worked for me on an individual kind of premise. So sometimes when you're talking about the collective, it's like you're making it for me. It's like I've got to look at my father-in-law in a certain way, the way that you just said that he sent melanin to somebody else, and I'm not prepared to do that.
No, sister, this is the
I'm just
challenge.
not.
No,
That's why sensitive
I
subjects should be dealt with sensitively.
Yeah. Now, what I say is that the thing is, you might be the byproduct of some of the challenges we're talking about, in the sense of, because of close connections to certain people groups and stuff, it might limit us actually being able to talk about certain truths. But what you have to, one thing that one thing that I say that brings people so much shock, and they go, "Why do you keep saying these kind of words?" But it's almost like a cure, and that is that the when I say black people are collectively inadequate, the longer line of that is black people are in a collectively inferior position, you see.
Right.
And never before have I ever witnessed an inferior people, and I use that word to start debate, of course. I've never seen inferior people have so much concern for people outside the group, whether they're family, friends, whatever, when they come. And the reason I say this, because at the end of me speaking, I can always say this when I'm in debates: they'll be okay. You can go and help this person, give this person some flour, make a boat, fly in the sky, and do all this kind of stuff, and that non-black person will be okay. Yeah,
But the thing is,
not
babe,
stopping
I
you
would
from
get that if I'd spoken about supporting the Asian community as well as the black community, right? But I haven't discussed that with anybody here. I've got a Discord server full of black channel owners. This can't be.
What is it that you
There
feel
can't be.
personally? Just because we're trying to learn, because if we
It's
can
not
learn
a
how to
case of us
communicate,
being any.
do you
I'm
feel anything
very.
to you directly?
I feel like no. I feel like what I've done so far in life is successful. Anyway, it wouldn't matter what any other person says.
No, that's not a question. Hold on, sister Tan, and that's not a question I'm asking. I mean, like, from
I'm
something
saying that he's directly talking about Asian people. There are other people groups that are not Asian now. I have an Asian in-law that I respect.
Well, hold on. Let me. I'm going to give you two
Maybe I
examples.
shouldn't be in the
Hold on.
conversation
No,
if
no,
he
no,
wants
no,
to
no,
discuss
no,
that. No,
no,
hold
no,
on.
no,
No,
no.
hold
I
on.
don't think so. I think, and you can't.
No, because
I'm not
I'm
saying.
going to continue to respect those that come before me,
Yeah.
but
All
I
right.
have to respect the black people that have come before me, because I'm a black woman, and I think,
Yes.
like, I think even just saying, okay, I have to put black people in front of what your individual. I'm a black woman, right?
Right. Yeah.
I am one of those people you're talking about putting in front of you're supposed to. It's, I don't know. It doesn't seem to mesh.
Here's, and this is the hard thing, that it's like it's okay. You see men, yeah. You're a woman, is correct? Yes.
Right.
And as a woman, would you ever at nighttime walk down a dark alley with lots of shadowy figures in that dark alley? Would you ever do that?
Probably
That
not.
all have the height. That all have the height and shape of a man. Would you walk down that alley at night?
Probably
in an
not.
area. Probably not, right?
Right.
Is it because you feel that men might assault you?
Just not a place for a woman to walk
Well,
through
no,
at night.
yes, but there must be a reason why, right? There must be.
Yeah, you could be attacked, possibly.
Okay. So now, does that mean that if you work in the best interest, I'm a woman, and I'm walking into a dark alley full of shadowy men figure, I could be attacked by men. Does that mean that you no longer trust your uncles and fathers?
I'm not sure about whether this analogy is going to connect.
Go with it. Go with it. Because I always say, rather than play a game and trying to where I'm going, go with it and see if it makes any sense.
I'm not trusting the unknown of figures that I don't know.
Thank you. So what I'm saying
men
is,
that I do know. Hold on. Men that I do know, women that I do know, I do trust. So my individual my individual case,
yes,
is of having that particular person in my family, who I do trust and have trusted for many years.
Right. So the analogy I'm
not
trying to
more,
show,
not more than the black.
Well, hold on. The analogy I'm trying to show you is, as a collective concept, you know not to trust men who you don't know in a dark alley. Yeah. As a collective concept, don't trust men. It's something that you might tell your daughters and your nieces.
The unknown.
Yeah, you don't know, right? But you know your uncle, right? So it's a different way you're gonna operate, right? So just see it as people are giving you collective advice, like don't go next to men in a dark alley because you don't know them and you don't know what they're capable of doing or not doing, right? Collective people groups is the similar concept, right? You are not privy to the collective conversation that goes on in collective groups or how they collectively think, but you're gonna know one friend you work in here and there, and you're gonna do friendly stuff and whatever. They are, to an extent, exempt from these collective concepts, to an extent, right? But there's a next level of how to deal with that, but generally, it's more of how people operate as a collective. And I gave you the example of a person known as John Brown, who died trying to free slaves, although it was that he didn't necessarily see African people as equal. He just didn't think it was correct to enslave them, right? And he was willing to die for it. So we understand that there can be non-black people who will die to free, to an extent, black people, right? And we have to show appreciation for this in some kind of way, right? So I'm saying that's how I would view it. And I'm going to end by saying this about the code. And this is something that we can right? And when it comes to okay, can you guys hear me now? Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
There we go. Nice and clean. So because it's very important, and I think I mentioned it a few weeks back, and it's like, because black people are in a very kerfuffle state, and there's certain things that make sense, and one of them is not promoting openly miscegenation, right? And the reason I say that is the way you could make that make sense for you is, imagine you have three beautiful sons, right? And you guys are mothers, so you understand this better than me. Naturally, you should love all your sons the same, but through lived experience, you might favor one more than others. If that's the case, please don't let me know. But what I'm saying is, there are some women who favor one son more than the other. I would say it's codified behavior to never let them know that. You understand? Even though it's true, it probably works in the family's best interest. You know, Jamal, he is my favorite. So okay, what I'm just saying that just through talking to people who go, my mum loves my brother more than me, yeah, these are potential problems, and that might be true. But even though it's true, how does it benefit the children to know, yeah, that their mother loves Jamal more than Abdul or whoever, Kabaka or whatever, right? But what I'm saying is generally when it comes to black people trying to fix black interest, it works in our best interest to always promote black love, even if we hate black people, even if we think black men and women are grotesque. Their heads are too big, their legs are too big, their brains are the size of marbles. Even if you honestly believe this, in order to fix black people, we should never promote anything else but constructive black man with constructive black woman, and everything else is just off code behavior. And that's why I use the analogy of your 3 sons. But you might be a person who tells your son, "No, I love Jamal more than you." I don't. So once again, I don't know. But this is the exact analogy I was trying to give.
Yeah, but I get what you're saying. But to promote black love, do you feel that you need to? I suppose you're putting down other groups, because I feel with
never.
So one moment, hold on, because I feel there needs to be more of a promotion of self-love within the black community.
Hold on, sis. You're taking it somewhere else. Yeah, hold on, sis. You're taking it somewhere else, and you might be a product of this, of the collective black history when it comes to having basic templates of basic necessities. And it's like I tried to give you an example now, sis, of the value of having 3 sons and never telling them I love one more than the other, even though it's true. I'm saying because black people are damaged and inadequate, yeah, and in a very, very low operating state, we generate a code, and the code is only talk about constructive black man with constructive black woman. Only promote that, because if you practice something else, okay, but let's not promote that as the template or the norm. Or it's okay because black people are inadequate. Do you understand? So also, how a person becomes inadequate is never on the table. For example, if a black man stands up and says, "I know the non-black woman is beautiful. I know the non-black woman is superior. I know the non-black woman is everything I ever want to be with." How do we know that this individual hasn't been traumatized day in, day out for hundreds of years, the decades, whatever, with imagery that dictates that behavior? Meaning, when he grows up, the TV tells him one thing. Arguing. How do we know? So I'm saying until we work out what's happening, because it is not normal for people in a community to love people outside that community with a greater capacity than inside. It isn't a normal behavior. Do you
think that's what I've displayed? Okay, Raven, do you think that's what I've displayed? That I love
me personally, people call me the human robot, and I understand why. I never try to actually break down the individual practices. I try to talk about templates and see if things correlate with it. So you individually, I couldn't say. I don't know.
Oh, wow. Okay.
But I don't know.
Okay.
But do you feel you have? Because I don't. But what I'm trying to say is, we're trying to go on a certain path, and the path is, I make a statement. The statement is, we promote constructive black love, black women, and then you have something to say about that. And it doesn't correlate with, you know what? Get that,
That's not how. Okay, Raven, but we have to have some sort of sincerity here and integrity, because the reality is, if you had said to me that I'm promoting black love, it's a beautiful thing. We talk about the areas of black love that needs work, or individuals like the women, the men, and whatever have you, and there was no discussion of this other group, then you would have me on that. And if I was to say, okay, no, but what about Asian and black love, or what about? That's not what I was doing.
No, I never said you were. I never said you were.
I want us to be clear that I'm in support of black love. I think it's not, it's a necessity. It's not even an option or a choice, right? But I'm not going to do it hold on one moment. I'm not going to do it by pushing this whole I have to hate or
No
not
one
even
said
hate.
that.
I don't even,
No one
hold
said
on,
that.
hold on, guys. I've let everyone. Okay. I won't use the word hate, but this kind of this feeling of I don't even know what it is. I can't. I don't
Could it be
have
a
that.
self-creating feeling, sister?
Let her. Give her some time to get it out, brothers. Go ahead.
I don't have that kind of barrier up. My focus is on Black people. It's not focused on what and who and how and whatever. It's focused specifically on Black people bettering themselves for themselves. I don't think about what this group has done or what this group is doing. It's specifically on that. I stood very firm on that. I don't know where I'm going wrong here, but I'm going wrong somewhere. I don't know.
Okay, sis. Let me just jump in there, because I know the brothers want to go in after. But let's just look at, you asked, is that what Brother Raven thinks of you? And he's dropped out. I don't know if that's the same for anyone else, but I'll just keep talking. Okay, he's back in now. So he was, and you asked if that's what he thinks of you, right? But maybe let's not take it so personal and then just look at what has happened, yeah? As a family, let's look at why we're probably getting in this back and forth, and there's something's not connecting here. So let's use another example for when we've seen plenty of examples this where someone might be in an interracial relationship, and that particular white person might feel that they have the innate entitled right to come in and talk on Black subjects, correct?
Sorry. Yes, definitely. We see that often.
Okay.
Yeah.
And some of their opinions are based on how they felt, right? You shouldn't talk this way because it might alienate everyone else. You shouldn't talk this way because you might perceive that you're hating white people. You shouldn't do this way because then white people could help, but now you just look like a supremacist or that I hate this or I hate that, right? So can you see where I'm kind of going with this? Is like
the funny thing is, I was called
the
a Black
kind of things that you were, the kind of things that you were saying, sis, yeah, were like, we're not really respecting my relationship here, and
no, it's a case of like,
I don't want to seem like I'm hating anyone just to be a part of Black Betterment, or I don't think that we should constantly be talking down on Asian people, right? And Brother Raven was giving you examples of love, right? Because if you are in this for Black love, it's not just the love of a man and a woman, it's a genuine love for your people, right? And that should move you into just maybe sitting back and not letting those kind of feelings or those kind of things come out, because you've seen how those have come out in other people that you do not agree with, right? And see it through love, right? And see it for what they're saying. And essentially, like you said, that you do agree with Black love. Now, should the way that we say it be determined by how, for this example, the Asian community feels? No. Just like the way that we promote Black love does not do it within the realms that a white race feels comfortable with or Chinese feel comfortable with. It is the way that we do things, and that is across the board. So you feeling like you have to talk on that is something that can stop almost the progression, and also make you have these thoughts that maybe we're saying that you have to hate. No one said hate, or that if you feel welcome and things like that.
No.
So I don't want to go too deep because I know the brothers want to come in, and I know you want to finish up your back and forth. I just want to leave you with this, sis. Yeah, think about the words and how they match when other people outside of the community, you don't agree that they have that, right? They don't have that right.
Yeah.
So when Black people are communicating with Black people, which you are a part of, sis, not one person said you are not, and we are talking about Black love and Black progression, the only feelings that should matter in this space, this rare space that we get, are Black people. especially in our decisions.
That's exactly what I'm kind of trying to say, and I feel like my words are getting lost. I'm saying it should be focused on Black people, but I think where you guys are coming from, we need to underpick other groups trying to infiltrate Black love and all that, and I'm kind of coming from a space of, okay, I think it has to be a bit even more deeper than that. We have to discuss self-love amongst Black people as individuals before we discuss. I don't know. I feel like if you guys listen back, you'll understand where I'm coming from, especially like between myself.
I think it's because is it because when Brother Kel would mention
on 4 occasions he mentioned Asians, and I thought to myself, I'm talking about Black love that doesn't include Asians. We're talking about the fact that at times Black women are not seen in a certain way by Black men.
Okay.
I want to discuss that.
If Brother Cal replaced Asian with white, would you have a problem with that?
Again, I don't think it's a productive. Probably it wouldn't be disrespectful to me personally, but I don't think it's productive because I
respect your honesty, sis, and I think that's what it is. It affected you personally, and that's what I'm saying.
I think it's a disrespect to a certain extent. I've spoken about me having an in-law who's Asian, but at the same time, I still don't feel that talking about other groups is going to support Black love. I think it's something that we need to. I know Peyton made a few comments about the way that Black people treat Black people, but I don't even want to go down there. It's about how we feel inside about ourselves as Black women, and how we feel about how we feel about ourselves as Black men. That's how the
conversation originally started, sis. I was talking about Black love, right? And that we are the same as a group that is totally against Black love, but it got to here.
But I think all I was trying to,
and it got to here because you need to clarify your feelings.
Yeah, and make sure am I supposed to be in this conversation or I'm not. And I'll be honest with you. This is no disrespect to you, Kale. Maybe I'm not supposed to be in this conversation under this kind of premise, because as much as I support Black love, I can't constantly have a back and forth about what Asians are doing with Black people, and because I need
you don't have to have that fight, sis. That's what I'm saying. You don't have to pick up that mantle. Why are you picking up that mantle?
Well, because I'm here. I'm here. I can't. It's not a case of even picking it up. It's a case of I've got ears to listen, and I'm here. I'm hearing this, and maybe I should.
But you're not hearing me with love, because the first format of this, it was about Black love. So why not lead with Black love?
You're connecting yourself with Kale. The conversation I had with you was very different to the conversation I had with Kale. You didn't once mention Asians, and I think we need to clarify. I need to clarify.
No, I hear that, sis. No. Okay,
but don't group yourself, because it's an individual. I'm dealing with it on an individual kind of persuasion of where he's talking about Asians in particular. Can I just say, I agree I agree in terms of what you were saying earlier on about colorism within the Asian community. I'm able to see it like firsthand because I'm in that family, right? So I know what that's about, and I know how detrimental that's been, and I know that some of the things that you've been saying, but I feel like focusing on them stops you from focusing on us. That's all I'm saying, and I feel like
right when it comes to understanding in political sciences, and you know this very well because you are a Muslim, right? Is that if there has to be an intention to go towards good, then one must be able to understand fearing of falling into bad, right? In order to support Black love, sister, all due respect to you, right? In order to support Black love the correct way, you cannot be in defense of non-African people, love. That is the reality of it. And the reason why that is, because the non-African sister, right, they want to survive. This is why, for example, when you've got like a lot of the African men and And they always want to say, well, we should always connect with them and things like that. What you got to understand is that the most fertile woman on the planet is the African woman, right? So if the African woman, right, is having relations with non-African men, right, what happens is you're limiting them. Same thing with the African man. You're limiting the thing. So they
why do you
want
say
you.
you're for? Why do you say you're limiting them?
I'm speaking as a collective, sister.
Okay.
You're limiting.
Sorry?
You're is in the English language. You're
saying you're limiting them, and you're speaking to me. You understand that, right?
I'm speaking to the collective, sister, in regards to you into the realm that you are limiting their survival. They want to survive, sister. This is why they have unethical code of conduct with mannerism. Walk past them, they have that. Non-African people, they have it with the mannerism, the behavior. When you are trying to go business with them, right, it always turns out that they have more than you because they understand.
Okay, you're doing it again, but you're just not saying the name, bro. What do you want to get out? What's the goal here for us in this conversation? What do you want me to agree with you on or understand you? What's the goal, the final goal?
The goal is, sister, right, whether you want to agree with or not, is that we must practice African traditional love, and without feeling that we're offending non-African people. That's what the goal is, sister.
No, I'm not offended by people. Hold on.
No, I'm not.
Black love is not offending me. And this is why Raven and Kushti, you guys really shouldn't align yourself with this, because this is not what you guys are saying. I'm not saying that, Kale. I've never said that.
I never said you are, sister, but you asked me what the goal is, right? And the goal is, sister, right? We're on a Black Betterment podcast, right? So the goal is to get Black people collectively organized, that they rebuild up the Black African race with no other non-African people helping with that. You understand, right? Because as you said in Guyana and stuff, right? Unfortunately, right, the East Indians are controlling all that. Do you understand? And the reason why they're controlling with it is because they are more collectively organized than the Africans in Guyana. So even if you were to connect with them in a relationship, they'll always have the upper hand. It's the same with the Europeans, it's the Middle Easterns.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that East Indians have. I never said that. We do, and Guyanese, we do fairly well when Black Guyanese people all across the world, and in Guyana, we've left Guyana, we've gone to Canada, the UK, and the Asians have kind of stayed there. So there's a lot more to Guyana than that. But
sister, they defeated white supremacy, though.
The majority. Sorry.
As our brothers in Guyana, have they defeated white supremacy and retained back the resources in Africa and the Caribbean? Have they done that?
No, I don't think anywhere in the Caribbean has done that.
That's what I'm saying, sister. One powerful tribe like Guyana, right, is no match for a collective European collaboration. It needs to be all of us, sister, to understand. That's what I'm referring to.
Can I just say the history of it was the Black slaves that were freed before the indentured servants came. They were actually under the Blacks. The Blacks came to the on the Windrush because they were actually above the East Indians. So I just wanted to be clear on that. We weren't equal at one point because the British still wanted to continue the rice farms and the sugar plantations.
Well, hold on, Sister Dash. What I want to say is, and one of the things we try to do, and this is definitely part of the show, is understanding the unique speaking differences and understandings of people when you communicate, and we definitely want to learn. Right. And it seems to be that when Brother Cal's talking, and maybe pushing myself sometimes, what you do is you put yourself within the conversation, and you don't take yourself out of it, and that's what I'm kind of noticing, and I think that might not work in your best interest. I don't think most of the things are a personal. Most of these people, we don't know your life or each other's lives or what we do past this podcast. So
no, but he was talking. Okay, Raven, he was talking about Indian slaves in Guyana. I had to respond to that because that's not the case. What he was saying wasn't the case. wasn't taking it personally. I was saying,
no, I'm not talking about the United States. I'm talking about as a general concept from a certain point in this conversation. A lot of the times you've been speaking is because you feel personally connected to certain kind of things that have been said.
right.
And what I'm trying to say is the personal, this is the hard. So I'm going to tell you, even the greatest mastermind might struggle with. So I don't expect overnight success, whatever. But what I'm saying is, when you start dealing with collective templates and this kind of stuff, it allows you to look at things in a broader way. So on the screen at the moment is a black Aboriginal person and a so-called white Aboriginal person, right?
Right.
And what's happening is the black Aboriginal people are unfortunately living in squalor and have drugs abuse and this kind of stuff, while the miscegenation and the breeding of the new what they call the white Aboriginal person is now owning most of like some of the incomes and the resources, and also being the face of Aboriginal people. And it's what and so just not that I like to, if I was going to personalize this conversation, on the right hand is what they say is the most beautiful Aboriginal black person from the Aboriginal, and she's the first and only black model.
Right.
Last time I checked, she had a white boyfriend, but maybe that's not the same anymore. But what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, can you see that there's a pattern and a template, and you know, so rather than talk about the individual experience, we have to have a template, and that is that, you know, economics, black love, and the promotion, the dedication of this concept, whether we practice it or not, or our families with it or not, as a collective concept, is greater for the people. And that's why I try to use analogies that look like weird. Like, why do you keep saying you have 3 sons and you say you don't tell her that you love Jimmy more than the others? I go, because from a family standpoint, it's going to crumble the family. And I say, is it possible to just not talk about how much you love one son over the others until we fix the family?
Okay.
That's what it's hard. But remember,
no, but I think Raven, in order for me to have a bit of discipline, I'd probably have to come out of this particular black love conversation. I think, to be honest with you, I don't think it makes sense me coming into relationship conversations, and it's not no disrespect to the panel, it's not an issue. But I think in regards to like black economics, all the other areas of black betterment, I'm happy to come into those conversations, because I think we'll all be on the same page. But I think it is a bit personal for me. I'm not going to probably change that.
But how so? Like, as far as I'm concerned,
so one moment.
Did you say you're married to
Hold on, Raven. Let me just finish. I'm not going to change that characteristic, because that drives my passion to support.
But you don't have to. You don't have to.
Yeah, hold on, Raven. Right. I'm not going to change that characteristic, because that's what supported my passion to get a lot of these black channels that are all very different politically, all very different in terms of their belief system, together to talk and to try and work on being a collective group, because there's all different organizations out there that are kind of trying.
May I ask one question? Just the answer truth if you can, because me and you do similar activities, right?
Okay.
And was it not true that you started a collective group that was for all who wanted to come in and participate, right?
No, I'll tell you what it was. It was for the black conversation, and I allowed mixed race people to come in through the door, right? So that when you
say mixed race, you mean non-black, as in like people who are not connected biologically? Okay, well, so you tell me even that caused issues?
It caused an issue because there were sensitive subjects that weren't dealt correctly. I mean, I probably made a few mistakes myself in terms of moderating it, but I'm new to this. But at the same time, I also had to recognize that there is a parent who is white. There was, I think, two men that were mixed race that were becoming. It was constant confrontations, you know. So one left on his own accord, and the other one called me a black supremacist whilst walking out the door. Okay. So that was it, and I decided it would only be 4 minutes. There is one person who's mixed race there. But that person is around this kind of circuit, this black YouTube circuit, and they do a lot of work. So that's
what I'm showing you now, is I'm going to show you, because I've been running for over 5, 6, 7 years now. And one of the things we say not to talk about in this particular network
Yeah,
is
Raven,
homosexuality,
I've seen your work
miscegenation.
before. Yeah,
Oh, there you
sorry,
go. Well, I
get
hope
my glasses.
so. I hope all of you will see it at one point. And religion, and that's because, and we're demonstrating now because of the past trauma and the education, this kind of stuff. We're almost impossible. The average on-site black person will not be able to conduct themselves in a constructive, controllable manner when dealing with these things. So there has to be a code of conduct in this platform. However, when we get to where we are now on at this level, we want to be able to have really, really deep conversations without triggering certain people. And also, we want to be so. For example, I'm a debater, right? You see me debating, yeah?
Yeah,
Even
yeah,
though
yeah.
I'm a debater, I agree not to talk about homosexuality, miscegenation, and religion in the forums I run.
Right.
So, but I'm a debater, and the laws of debate is I can debate anything, right? However, because discipline is important and codes of conduct is important, because by operating this way, collectively, black people can progress in that area. I don't. And what I'm saying to you is, I don't know what you do or don't disagree with Black Love, or I can and can't, or do or don't. But I'm saying you're gonna on this show, you're gonna hear black people say, "We want constructive black man with constructive black woman." I
I'm
mean,
not
that's what you
against that,
hear,
Raven. Raven, I'm not against that.
right?
You understand that? I'm against the process in which it gets to that point with a particular person that's been on the panel, and I feel that Kale may not be alone in his thoughts and the way he thinks, and may his approach may not be something that is going to be foreign on this panel and on this channel, right? And that's fine. But it's probably not for me in terms of when we're discussing Black love.
Well, okay,
I
would
think
say
that's fair. To be,
no, I'll say it because what you're doing, I don't think you understand how helpful you are at the moment. Because what I try to do is we try to analyze how people process information and try to find ways to operate. Because that's typically what show's about, conversations, right? Even though it's between the sexes, but generally it's conversation, right? And what you're saying is there are some things that are being said that if they're going to be said, you don't want to be present. So can you define what that is so we can learn from it?
No, I've said I openly said that I have a husband who I've had for many years with children, who is half Asian and half black. Now, I don't know if I hadn't said it, would it have been something that people would have pinned onto?
Okay,
But
let me just stop you.
I
This
think it. I
this
think
might
that.
work. Well, this might work in your favor.
Sorry, one
Just so
moment,
you know,
Raven. I think So
no,
when
this
it
is
comes to
important.
trust,
This actually is
respectfully,
important.
yeah. But hold
Hold
on, let
on.
me just finish. Let me just try and
Right.
finish so that you
Go ahead.
understand. When it
Right.
comes to that word trust that I mentioned earlier on, when you when you give a part of your life to people and you explain this is where I am, right?
Yes.
I've done that because I'm trusting you to
Yes.
respect my marriage, my family, and what have you, being a black woman. Now I understand what he said to me was your situation is smaller than me protecting black men and black women and promoting black love. So I get it, and I'm not angry with that. I'm not annoyed or upset by it. I accept it and I respect it. So I have to bow out of that conversation because I have to respect my family to a certain extent.
Well, hold on. Hold on, Brother Cal, because I haven't finished my point. And what I'm saying is, let's just break it down, right? I can't speak for every person who jumps on, because one of the things you find is there's so many different opinions of how to perceive Betterment, but we can correlate in the same area. So on the biracial concept, I've already in my examples here. There's a picture of Bob Marley, and Bob Marley allegedly had a European father, right?
Right. Yes, that's right.
And he was one of the biggest Pan-Africanists, and his music is played in all Pan-African shops and stuff. And his images are tattooed on all Pan-African, all this kind of stuff, right? So as Brother Kel said, he is viewed as an African, yeah, right? So what is it about your husband that takes him out of the fold of being viewed as African in the context
No,
of
I don't. It's not a personal thing of you not viewing my husband or whatever. My husband stands tall in who he is and does his thing. He doesn't need. No, this is no disrespect, right? It was more of a case of I felt like not yourself or Kushtia. I'm sorry, Kel. It was you that was constantly pinning on the Asians, the Asians, the Asians. It went 4 times, and I thought, you're not giving me a break here, and I'm feeling like It was a personal thing that you have dated somebody, and you talked about not trusting those people that date outside and things like to that nature. And it was people like Kushti that kind of said, well, no, you are a part of this, and no, you, and I confirm that I don't agree or believe in that. But I think this is what I mean. This is what I think. It goes back to this whole effective communication, like really listening to what people are saying. Because I hear what you're saying, Kel. To me, you're saying to me, you've dated outside. I'm going to tell you how bad it is, right? I'm going to tell you that Asians have been wrong historically, and you're going to know that. And I'm not necessarily accepting that because I've been married for too long, and it's worked for me.
Your husband is a 100% full African. This is what you see, is that you've got to understand. And
okay, I've got to listen to later on today.
What you got to understand, sister, is that if you listen to me and know where I come from, so I talk about all non-African people. You can ask Brother Raven, and you can ask Sister Bushtin Sufra.
I'm not suggesting you don't, but unfortunately with me today, it was Asian, bro.
No, it was non-African people. You'll hear me talk about the Europeans, Middle East, and that's what.
Listen back to it, Kel, and you. Let's have this discussion because you're on my server, and let's discuss this in 2 days' time. Listen back to yourself. I don't even think the self-awareness thing here, where you really need to understand that I'm feeling this way. I'm not making it up. I'm not feeling this way about. I know Raven, you've started to push a little bit, but I'm feeling like it was directed from you.
Okay.
So it's a kind of case of maybe look back, and if you don't see it now, look back at it.
But here's the thing, sister, right? I never said anything to do with your relationship with your husband. What I did say was, right? What I did say was, is that because, right, there's a non-African collective, right, to trust that due to historical history, right, is going to be a problem. Even if it was a European or Middle Eastern, because, sister, right, there is an experience where the non-African sister have used their African kids to abuse and oppress the Africans who don't have a European or an Asian or Middle Eastern parent. This is historical facts. This is why, for example, when you see like that, and I don't use the word mixed race because I don't believe there's not anything such as mixed race, but this is why you see like the African woman, right? And she'll have a problem with the lighter African woman, because the light African woman, although it's not entirely her fault, right? But because she doesn't order the good and forbade the bad with her European or with her Asian or Middle Eastern parent, is that she's compliant into that unethical code of conduct, which the black woman who's not has those type of parents has a right to lick out against that. And that's what I was saying, sister, as the Honorable Marcus Garvey, right, is a genius in the sense that to prevent all these confusion and might affect this and that it's better to not date those or marry those who have those types of parents. But your husband is 100% African in my eyes. I've been raised on Pan-Africanism. I'm not denoting him one bit. What I'm saying,
I did say that I didn't think you were. I don't think he can. I didn't think you were, and I think it's down to him, you know. And there are going to be some that don't necessarily consider themselves. My husband's outlook is different to other mixed race Asian and blacks. You know, it kind of is case by case, and that's what I was wanting you to kind of take on a little bit. But I understand about the collective. I get
you do because I'm just because I'm right now in learn mode, and I think if we can learn, understand where you're coming from.
No, look, I'm still going to be supporting the Black Betterment movement. There's no ifs and buts about it.
Right.
I was doing it before I came on this panel in terms of the black of what I see Black Betterment to be.
Yeah. Just to be clear, because I'm trying to listen to the
YouTube world.
When we first, I don't know if my thing's probably not working. When we first started, we played a brother who was saying that from the men to women, sometimes we have to listen. And I think, brother, me and Cal were trying to listen to you. And what it seems to me is there's a feeling that you got, not necessarily it was the intent, but the feeling, and maybe because if I'm being honest, Brother Cal is quite consistent in how he speaks, and he usually repeats himself quite frequently. And everything he said is quite consistent with what he said, regardless of whether you were here or not. And I've never seen him really individualize any of these kind of broad statements about collective betterment. Just so from my observation, because he's been on quite a lot now, to be honest, right? And so just from what I'm saying is, you might have interpreted it in some way. And what we want to do is make sure we can limit that.
I think Raven, you should listen back at. I've said this to him. It's because what you're hearing. Yeah. I feel sometimes we choose to hear certain things, right?
Probably.
And I think you should possibly listen back to this, because I haven't. Being consistent is one thing, but when you're having a discussion with somebody and somebody is responding in a certain way to you,
right,
you should have the knack to kind of say to yourself, okay, I need to probably either discuss it in a different way, or maybe this is not a conversation for her.
But stop. You're doing something that's very important, and I'm probably 120% wrong. But usually, I like to do what the brother here.
So that book via my website, www.fruitfulseeds, that really did it for me with cable women. I've been done so already. That little subscribe content for today's video about what I've learned about communicating with women effectively. This has been huge. So I got a message from one of my followers sent via my website, www.fruitfulseeds with the Z.
That's promoting stuff, doesn't it?
.com. And the message was an issue that was going on with him and his wife, and quarantine is really wearing on everybody's patience, and it's been pretty thin. But before I get into that email, I want to talk to you guys about the book that I came.
This guy, he's missed the plug. Give me 14 seconds.
The book was spot on because and women operate. Men, we come from a logical standpoint, and the book was spot on because it talked about the way that men operate and women operate. Men, we come from a logical standpoint. Women, more emotional.
Now, I don't know if it's right or wrong. I don't know if it's right or wrong. But because hold on, and this could be wrong. And if I'm wrong, 1,000 shames on.
No, it's respect for my family. It's respect for my family. That's all it is. It's nothing to do with.
No, hold on. The reason I say this, hold on.
Do you recognise the way Peyton responded to Kale's conversation with myself, or do you understand that?
Let me say this
in a certain way that was kind of.
Yeah, no, I accept that.
But
what
I
I'm
didn't
saying,
speak in that way.
No. Let me say this, and you can say that. Brother Kel, I think, was trying to formulate a logical way of thinking from a collective, right? While it seems that with you said a personal attack from him repeating the word Asian 3 times, as in it was directed to you about your particular choice. So what I'm saying is, and if I'm wrong, 1,000 shames on me. Would you say that's more of a logical conclusion or emotional conclusion? And there's nothing wrong with emotional conclusion. Nothing wrong. Yeah, but the brother's trying to say that when men and women lead in certain aspects, and if he's wrong, then we have to get rid of his video. At certain points, at certain times, women might lead with emotional men in certain.
Okay, Raven, I've just spoken to you about Peyton's response in terms of black boys behaving like this towards each other and all the rest of it. Right? He went on a thing right there. I didn't do that, so my emotional response could have been to attack, right? I wasn't attacking. I was asking. I was saying, could you not do that, please? Right? I wasn't.
No, I don't mean that. No, what I'm saying is the reason why you are the reason
you have to have self-awareness. So if you're
of course,
if you're coming from
because
perspective,
so here's
someone who has an Asian in-law, you should be able to understand that conversation may not be for her. If you can't understand that, there's nothing I can do.
No, but what I'm saying is how we discern between information, right? So the idea is, my uncle might marry a European, my uncle might marry a Chinese person,
right?
And I might really get on well with the Chinese and the European. But that doesn't mean if Empress Kushi comes in and says we have to be very careful when operating with Europeans as a collective, because historically they have done these things. So looking to them for salvation solutions might not be the best practice now. I can't go. But hold on, my nephew just married a European woman.
No. Hold on. If you have a European in-law, a mother-in-law who is white, who has 5 sisters, 4 brothers, you speak to at times, from time to time, right? Yeah. They're in their own way, a little collective in their own way, right? Who have married out, by the way. They're married to everybody black, white, everybody. Right? So they've all married, mainly black people, right?
Okay.
I'm not gonna hearing this thing about agents. I'm gonna have to just time out. You know, I think probably I should have done that rather than take it on. To be honest with you, I should have probably.
No. What you're showing is very important. It's very important. And remember, listen.
I thought out of respect to you guys, I want to.
No. And you should. And I don't want to take up the viewers any more time. But what I'm gonna do is I'm going to show that. Let me click this one back here quickly at the stream. Yeah, I want to show that because of the history of black people and the integration and all that good stuff, right? Homosexuality, miscegenation, and religion.
Religion's banned from my server, by the way. Just for
of course, I know that. And what I'm saying is and this is why this and what I'm saying is some people argue. But Raven, how can we have meaningful conversations if you've banned these very important topics? And that's why I then show this. Hold on. I show this one. Give me 17 seconds. We shall be there very soon. I show them this. There you go. You have to have the visions of commitment. And I can assure you the black betterers will be able to, there will be a black betterer whose auntie will be of, a non-black, and they will be able to hear that because of how they formulate their mind. So it's about how you choose to operate because of your experience. But in the things we're doing, there's definitely space for you, sister, as a builder, as someone, and you've been building so far. You've created the forums, and we love you for it. This is great stuff. But what I'm saying is,
thank you, Raven.
Well, it's very important. This is very important because you'd be surprised how many people don't do that, right?
We do a lot of work, and I think once you come on the VC, we can have a chat about it. My husband being there. We have organisations outside. My parents, organisations that we all support that are dedicated to black people. So I'm really interested in that kind of work and really promoting that and making it.
But we have to understand how levels work, and sometimes we meet certain people, and some people are so used to a certain consistency that they go straight to where they last were. And Brother Kel clearly is someone who has been dealing with a certain kind of philosophy for such a long time that it's normalized to him. While maybe to use this way of formulating information might be newish. And what I try to do and fail miserably most of the time is give people a framework to hear other people's opinion and disagree, but still continue in other areas where they can build. So case in point, we might get a person who's very constructive in the black community, but they believe that in order for you to be African black, you have to be born in Africa today.
Yeah, right? We got those on our server. That's right.
Of course. And for me, I need to be able to work with them, even though I disagree with that concept. I think that your lineage should also play a part in that. And they have their, I'm saying I don't want to create a 7-year dialogue where we're not building and we're talking in circles about who is African when both the nations are struggling at this point, right? So what I try to do is do that, and it's hard because people come from different dynamics. But what I don't want to do is have people feel like they can't participate or they feel uncomfortable. So I'm trying to work with you to find a way. How can we have Brother Kel be consistent with his message?
But he's not going to change, and I don't want him to change, to be honest with you. I want him to be who he wants to be.
Right.
I can discuss black love to a certain extent, but I think not at the detriment. I'm more interested in actually doing the work for the actual individuals within the black community. I'm not really interested in the whole European ideal. Obviously colorism and all that kind of stuff is going to have to it's going to have to take precedence in the conversation to a certain extent. Right. But barring that, I'm really, that's really kind of where I kind of stop at. I don't really want to go into because I don't think I'm pushing it towards that space where we need to talk about other groups coming in and infiltrating, what have you.
Yeah. Okay. Empress Kush, you want to say something?
Yeah, I just want to say that this is just a fact. We don't want to mix up the 2 points, because although we're talking about black love, Sister Tasha said that she doesn't have a problem with that. What she had a problem with is when Brother Cal mentioned the Asian population, right? And that can be reoccurring. We could be talking about economics, or building something that you said that you're comfortable in talking about, Tash. And
Yeah.
I love that topic as well.
Yeah.
And he might have to give an examples, or there might be examples of where Asian the Asian population are doing something oppressive to black people, and that might get mentioned again.
Look,
So
in regards to black
what
economics
I'm saying
and
is,
Asian
guys,
economics,
what I'm saying,
they've done us wrong. So I mean, I'm never gonna necessarily we're never gonna disagree on that. You know, if you guys are on that page, then we see it on most of our high streets, you know. So yeah, I'm kind of, that's the side that I'm interested in, right, to a certain extent, because I think it stops our money. But when it comes to people's choices of who they're with, that's a very different, more complex case, and I think it does start with us choosing ourselves, you know, as a people, right? But I think, just to put a little bit more weight on my situation, which I probably should at this stage.
Go ahead.
Right, but the reality was, at the time when I was before I got married to my husband, right, my husband and I had similar morals and standards. We had similar wants for us as people, right? This black betterment thing for you guys is not that it hasn't started long, before you guys are with your partners, but this was before I met my partner. So I knew what I wanted, so we aligned, and we got married, and it's worked. So it's kind of a thing of and at the time, I'm gonna. I don't even know if I want to say this actually, because I said this on my server and everyone blew up. The black guys just.
No, say it, sis.
At the time, my husband was very adamant that he wanted to marry me and then have children, right? Okay. At the time, that was the community that I was in. That wasn't what many, could be me, but what many were kind of advocating. So I wasn't. Oh gosh, I hope no one's taking offense to this, because that's just.
No, sis. Just be blunt with it. Go on. Brother Cal was blunt with his opinion. So what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Just say it. They're not sensitive, believe me.
Yeah, there wasn't this advocacy of black marriage. Yeah, and I think black commitment, black consistency for the woman at the time. Don't get me wrong, there were a few, but my husband was very clear and he led, and I went with that, and it was safe, and it's not. I'm not going to say how many years we've been married, but yeah, it's done the thing, and we've had our family under it. So I wanted to secure myself. I was brought up by a black woman who wanted that for me. So yeah, sorry guys.
So why? I just ask one
question. I know Kel's going to come for me.
Can I ask a quick question? What made the black men? Well, 1 second, bro. What made the black brothers blow up? What was the thing that got to them? And what he said?
No, it was like first of all, it was a case of marriage is not just a piece of paper. I've committed, but then some of them have had children with different women, and they were those kind of things. They had an issue with me about, it was just. Yeah, people got in their feelings, and it wasn't good. I had to apologize. Someone left my server over that, actually. Yeah, he wasn't best pleased to hear that. But that was just what happened during my time,
Okay.
Yeah, they saw it as a personal attack.
So, Sister Tash, right? If we talk about economics, right?
Can you be gentle? Don't be too hard.
Sister, she's blessed, man. Right? Right. So, is deep. This is right. So, you know, when we're talking about. So, how do you feel about the economics, right? Because you do understand that you're an African who is promoting trying to get the African economics right in Guyana, right?
Yeah.
So
Black economics.
How do you feel about the non-Africans, right? Trying to dominate, right? What's your solution to eradicate all that?
But I think we can't wait for them to stop doing it, because they're going to continue to do it, because they know we are heavy consumers. One thing we do is we buy. We like to spend. I was looking at a mental health kind of document the other day of where when people are kind of down, black women are down, the first thing they do is spend. You know, we are a spending culture, right? We've got that in us. So we have to start coming together. We can't think about what they're doing. We have to say, you know what, collectively as a big group, the way that they do it, come together in our droves and have the same vision of making sure that we buy up the whole fleet and get people mortgages out here, whatever it may be. I mean, that's haram for me, but yeah, just doing that and making sure that we kind of support our community and circulate our money. We can't wait for them to stop doing it, Cal.
What was that word? So you said the word. If you said something for you, what was?
Haram.
Okay,
yes,
could you
explain
that to me? What is
paying to, like, you know, the banks and
interest,
interest, that kind of.
Okay, so
yeah.
Haram
I
means
wasn't. When I got married, I wasn't a Muslim. My husband was a Muslim, so I was able to buy.
But if you are building, if you're, for example, collective group of people and everyone puts their money together, you won't really need the bank. If you know what I mean, you won't.
I'm saying no. I was talking about mortgages. Like, what I was saying is, like, spending within our own group, buying within our own group, right? Selling within our own group. That's what I'm talking about, and just circulating the money so it goes back into the black homes. I think that's really important. But I think we've got caught sleeping. The Asians have thought, yeah, you guys want to buy? We're going to sell to you. We're going to support our families and we're going to live nice. And, you know, that's, we need to wake up to that. But I think that the only thing that I've seen them do is they get together in big groups. Like, I see the Caribbean food shop, man. He's one with two people. I don't know if he's had support to get that space together or... but I don't see that. But I've been to things like that.
Two things, Sister Tash. I'll say this way. One, just so you know, we appreciate the energy you bring, and especially the combo of Empress, Kushti, and Sister Tash. It's good to get female energy, and we look forward to it. And even though we don't want to limit people's opinions, we definitely want to create this a space where you feel you can come on and talk. And the fact is, many black people don't do anything for black people generally, right? So the fact that you actually make a considerate effort has to be applauded, and I put it there. So I hope you feel welcome on the show, and we're going to try to form it in a place where people can have their opinions, but doesn't necessarily cause any kind of confusion. What I would say that I noticed is you do talk about Asian people as a collective in the economic standpoint. And you understand that economically Asians move a certain way. So I don't see why it's so far removed from you to, see collective concepts in different areas when you see that collectively. Because even though economically Asians might move a certain way, let me say this one point. You're going to find one Asian man who gives you a bank loan, or gives you money for a shop. So I'm not saying to every single Asian person is going to come for your head, but as a collective, you know that it will be a silly to try to go into an Asian economic community and try to barter and bid, because they're not going to let you in or whatever, right? As you just said.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'll explain why there's a difference. I tend to buy black majority of the time I buy black. Yeah, and if I'm selling or if I'm doing things, it tends to be black, like just the server itself. So with my relationship or, you know, that kind of thing, of people marrying, that's different, isn't it? Obviously. Do you get the difference or not really?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, once again, it's hard to think. I think either templates. I think we should be, and this is the training. If we can talk about templates, but free ourselves and our individual experiences. So, like I said, I think a very good analogy is John. Do you know John Brown? Do you know who John Brown is, by the way, Sister Tat?
John Proud.
No, not John Brown. John Brown.
John Brown.
They made a very terrible reenactment film about him where they included same genderism in the show. Apparently, this kind of stuff, right? But I'll show you John Brown, and I'm not saying this is, but he was an abolitionist, and the reason I say this is at the time when most Europeans didn't necessarily care about black people's status, he went to war and tried to fight to free black people for enslavement. Now, I'm sure there's many stories that happened at the time that we're not aware of, and to give some people so much credit. But what I can say, at least from documentation purpose, a European man died trying to save black people from being enslaved. So even though white people collectively were the enemies of black people in that time, collectively, we can say, well, at least John Brown did a good thing, and let's maybe not give him the same kind of brush that we give the Ku Klux Klan. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I hear that.
And I think, just to make the conversation flow more easier, I think if we can listen to collective statements on that end, and we can free our individual families from the collective practices, that might make it easier.
As someone who's married and takes her family extremely seriously, unfortunately, I wouldn't be able to necessarily jump in to the pool of that kind of, in the conversation that I spoke about earlier on. I'll try.
Well, yeah, you don't have to, of course.
I'm going to try.
But did you get my analogy? Did you get my analogy about the three sons and you love one more than the other? Did you get that one?
Yeah. I get that.
This is just a personal interest now. Are you? And you don't have to say. Are you a type of person who would tell one son you love them more than the other?
No.
Okay, just. I know I should have asked that, but I just wanted to know. I just wanted to know. Just interest got me on that one. Sorry.
Perish the thought. No way. I would never. It would never happen.
Yeah, but sis, you're capable of having discussions with people that you don't agree with, like on a total different spectrum, right?
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
So
but I think this subject's a bit more sensitive. I think.
Yeah, and that's why I respect you for admitting that, because some people will skate all around the houses and not admit what it really is. Yeah. So that's why I respect you for admitting that. But at the same time, don't you think it would be nice to maybe see if you can elevate that and grow with that? Do you know what I mean? And understand that when especially because on here, it's never going to be a direct, oh, it's them, it's all them, and that hopelessness, and it's not going to be that. The only time it's mentioned is for an example or a fact.
Yeah.
If a fact is given and it was that particular community, then it was that particular community. Tomorrow it could be the Asian, and the next day it could be the white community. So we need to be able to understand that we're talking about what is happening. That's why I keep on saying, as a collect in the society, what we're facing now, not what's happening with your partner and his grandma. Do you understand?
Yeah.
And that's how I kind of want you to hear it when you hear him talk, because if when he talks about Chinese or white people, you won't feel the same.
Probably not. Probably not. Yeah.
Just try and work with and see how that works for you going forward when we discuss things, because when we talk in economics, I know that you know what I mean, you'll be in there. So yeah. I understand what you mean, and I understand that it is because it's personal to you, and I respect you for admitting that. But at the same time, we're always trying to grow here, right? So we need to be able, what Brother Raven's saying is that he wants to be able to have these topics and for us not to be stuck on this part. and elevate as a panel, as a show, as people, to be able to conduct ourselves, to have these discussions and think, not just to think in self. Don't get me wrong, sis. Sometimes, like Brother Kel said something, and I'm ready to have a whole show on that, because that's one of the rare things that I don't agree on him with. It was earlier on the show, and he said that, you know, and correct me if I'm wrong, Brother Cal, but I don't want to get off topic. But he said something like, you know, I said that the black women who are the divestment were some of the most pro-black people initially, and I think Brother Cal said that if they turned, then they never really had it in their heart necessarily. Or there might be a show on men and they're talking about how they feel about black women, and I have to hold my tongue, right? Because it's not about me. Although they're saying black women, I understand that they're not talking about me.
Right,
So
right,
there's going to
right.
be different topics where it's going to challenge us, and we need to be able to accept the challenge and try to, you know, overcome it. Like the guy said that Brother Raven played, right? That women always start with emotion, and he paused there. So it is up to us as women sometimes to listen to what men are saying.
I hear what you're
saying. To leading with emotion constantly, because we're not going to get to the fact. We're not going to get to the real main issue, and it's going to turn into infighting. And perhaps you, sis, saying that maybe I shouldn't come on a panel, and that's not where we want to go.
No. I'll come, but only I'm not going to come on discussions with black. I'm not going to be. That's not going to be my thing. You know, you can get to choose out here. You know, but I will definitely support this channel. But I will. I understand that. It wouldn't. I think it would be better if you guys spoke about it yourselves, because you guys are. You know, I'm not in a black. I know you've considered him to be black, Cal. I hear what you're saying, right? But I'm not in that, so I need to. It's kind of a case of probably knowing my place to a certain extent as well in this conversation as well. And I think even just hearing Peyton's response, I mean, I could have probably not gone there because that's not me.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it can get like that, you know. And I don't.
But what I'm saying is this: but there's a space here for you to disagree. It's not meant to be an echo chamber.
Yeah,
this is what I'm saying.
I know.
You have this space to, and this is what I'm saying. Like, you just said yes, so don't say you're not gonna, and just try it, innit? Just try one. When we're gonna do a topic, see if you can, right? You know, try and see if you can just hear it in that sense that we just discussed, and just see how it goes. If it ain't for you, it ain't for you. At least you tried. You tried to elevate yourself, right? But I hear what you're saying, so I'm not gonna. I don't want to feel like pressure. Yeah, that all right. That's what. At least that's better. I like to hear that. So
I'll give it a go. I'll get up that. You know, like the comment I made about, you know, not finding a black man who was committed or consistent. Mind you, I did marry quite young at the time. That's very offensive to black men.
Any black man as well? But I don't.
At the time when I was when I wanted to get well, it wasn't a case of wanting to get married. My husband offered me marriage. You know, like he said, you know, you're going to be the mother of my children in marriage and wedlock.
Yeah. Okay.
And you could hear it. Black men may say, okay, yeah, you're going to be the mother of my children at the time when I was around them, but not necessarily, you know, within wedlock or.
Well,
confusing. Could someone?
You two are coming for me like.
I think let me just say this, and this is just to correlate with the topic, right? We try to listen to people's story, the natural story, and there are women, and I know some people disagree, in the divestment community who confess that they've been desperate to try to find constructive black men, and because of the area they are where they're looking, they couldn't find it similar to yours. So that's why I approached that topic to find out what was going on wrong there, and I used the listening game to listen, because I suspect there is much truth in the certain places they're looking, and we have to try to offer advice and solutions to some of these shortcomings. The solution might be black people to fix up collectively, or the solution might be you're looking in the wrong place. But either way, we want to give solutions, right? So,
you know what, Raven? At the time when I got pregnant with my son, my first child, 4 of my friends were pregnant at the same time, right?
Right.
One is still with her partner now, who is a black man.
Yes.
But the 3 others, it was like my pregnancy was built on trying to solve my sister's issues with men that were not prepared to commit to them during the pregnancy and after the child was coming. And it was really difficult.
Yes.
It was really, really difficult. Mind you, saying that, one of my friends is now married to a cousin of mine. So that was good. But at the same time, it was really hard on those women at the time. And it's like sometimes people need to remember these experiences that quite a few people are going through within our community, and it's
so. Just so you know, I don't. There's many black men who won't want to hear any kind of distant parenting challenges that some black men might do. But I'm willing to hear these. And
that they came for my throat. I'm telling you, David, those kind of things, saying that to black men who have not necessarily, anyway, gone down the road that some of us have gone down.
Yes.
They see that as a direct attack to them.
Right. I'm glad you said this, by the way.
This
is the topic at hand.
They had a screaming match with her because she's obviously being affected by. She was with me actually in my home at the time,
right?
And it just went left, like really left, and like people screaming at each other.
Yeah. So what I'm saying, and this
now, Brother Raven, that is a prime example of leading with emotion. I'm just going to leave it there.
Yeah, of course. What I'm trying to say is, I think with the woman that spoke earlier about defining certain men, you do get certain traits where this doesn't really work in men's best interest. And I have noticed a pattern of when some black women complain about things that we could define as true to them, or at least true from the data standpoint, rather than confront the truth, there's anger. And see, when you start talking about, and this is what I'm trying to teach men as well, when you have this concept of leaving, blocking, shouting, screaming, we're not actually addressing the issue. Like, if it's not correct, then give the correct information. If there's running and circling and shouting and screaming and not facing it, then this is an issue we have to deal with. How do you allow men to stay accountable for certain things? And also how to, to allow men to go, well, I didn't do that, so I know it's not me, but I'm going to work with the people who do that to correct it, right? So this might seem very crazy, but when people say certain things about men collectively, black men collectively, it doesn't really affect me directly because there's many codified things that I do automatically, as in I automatically do things through learning experience. But I'm aware I'm part of a collective, and I have to go back in the collective to teach them how I came over these challenges.
But Raven, do you realize? I don't know if you've been listening into the other panels because we've been on Born Rich's channel, Naif's channel, a few of these other panels. And there's this little group amongst the black guys on the YouTube spectrum, right, that are talking about women submitting. And some are saying, they're not interested in marriage. Right. And, it's really challenging having these discussions with them because the women, majority of them, are expecting marriage. Do you know what I mean? We've all got children, daughters.
Yes.
I always go for like the fact you've got a daughter, bro. You want the best for her. You do want her to be married. Yeah, a lot of them are just on this. Women are not at the stage where it's like they're not marriage material and all this kind of. It's really like.
And what you're talking about now is kind of where, like I said, we want to separate certain mindsets from certain mindsets, but we did eventually want to tackle that issue of why there are men feeling that way about women and why there are women feeling that men are not. So you have expectations not met, and one of the goals was to find those high expectations men and women and get them together.
Yeah.
So, for example, with the constructive men who are looking for women who are submissive and all this kind of stuff like this, with those men, you tend to find that they might be more business-minded and they might be more supportive-minded, and they see the value in marriage because they understand about legacy and status and this kind of stuff, right? And it is about trying to actually, and this is what to a certain extent Brother Payne was trying to say in a certain degree, but he can defend himself more, as in when we're picking a person, if you have certain standards and those women are talking to a certain man that doesn't meet those standards, then they should not be on the option to marry and have children with, if that makes sense.
But then if there's if
Wait,
there's
can
a
you say that again?
majority,
Missed that part. Sorry, Sis Tash. Can you say
yeah,
that
go on,
last
go on.
What I'm saying is, a woman has certain standards that she desires, and if she's in a group and she's talking to men that do not reach those certain standards and desires, then she should marry, or have sex with them in any capacity, because they've failed on the entry level. Like, if you say that one of the things is you provide for me, you support me, marry me, these kinds of things, and they go, I don't believe in marriage, I don't believe in sport, then they've failed on all these things you've asked for. So there should be nothing that ties you to them, i.e., children and these kinds of things and relationships. That makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely.
But the thing is, Raven, you know when you say if a man's saying he's not going to provide, or
yes,
this should be like a code amongst black men that they are supposed to provide for black women. They are supposed to support them.
Hold on. Everything you say in my books are 110% correct with a 10% error margin, right? I can't disagree with that. And I think what Brother Payne was leading towards, and if I'm wrong, may correct me in the future. But I think he was saying is, in the meantime, we are going to try to correct men because for some reason there's people going very wayward. But in the process of us correcting men, how we can aid us is by making sure you do not give any kind of attention to those men who have yet to hit that mark, and that makes our job much more easier. So at a certain point, we present you with constructive men that you go, these guys are trying.
The problem with that, Raven, is when that takes place, they get involved with women outside the race that do accept that.
Well, and I think this might, and obviously Brother Kel could join in at a certain point, and not fully, because I know Empress Christian might disagree certain degrees. At a certain point, if a person is so quick to jump ship, and I'm using the so quickness there, right? When they haven't been kidnapped from Congo and brought to Russia and say, marry the European, like Brother Gannibal, then in that situation, then maybe they weren't really down before. It's almost like the whole vegan thing where you have a person who tends to be vegan.
But when we was listening to, when we was listening to, when we had to listen to a show, and we had to listen to all of the videos of those guys talking about they got pushed on a train and everything else, we had to come from a place of sympathy, right?
What train?
For those brothers.
Which brothers got pushed on the train?
Do you remember on your last show where, not your last show, but a show quite recent, Brother Peyton was on there as well and was talking about, we was focusing on the manosphere, and you showed some videos, correct? Some of men who are self-proclaimed manosphere followers, remember? And one of them was that he was getting pushed around on the underground by women, and they were just rude. And remember all of that? Yeah, and the whole narrative on that was actually, it's a lot deeper than that, and we should be a bit more sensitive to that. And but now you're saying with the black women that maybe she wasn't really there.
No. So just what I was saying, this wasn't geared towards women; it was geared towards miscegenation as a process, meaning black people going towards white, non-black people, I should say, right? That's male and female. So this isn't towards the divestment community. If I'm being honest, and this is where the controversial comes from, and this is very controversial, I do feel collectively black women have more to complain about than black men. I'm just being honest. I think many other Pan-Africans agree with me from my research. I understand black men are under attack everywhere they go, blah, this kind of stuff. But generally, I understand black women's loyalty to be superior to black men's loyalty, if I'm being honest. From a collective standpoint, obviously, when you're in certain but as I think Brother Umar would say this as well when he looks at the data, and some others as well, right? Where it's like when you look at historically, when you look at the wealth accumulation and you look back and you see who in the community is more likely to jump out of their race, so-called whatever, you tend to find that rich black men are more likely to pick a non-black woman. So in this historical standpoint, black men have because of this truth and the fact that you mentioned that many of the divestors that you're aware of were actually pro-black, but so consistent was the letdown, so consistent was the information they were receiving that they went on 180, right? So you'll find that I have never said anything bad against such women, right? You'll find that I allowed their voices to be played here, but what I can't allow is name calling. And one of the issues is when certain women from the community become very affected, name calling becomes the culture. Name calling is and this name calling, what happens when I try to bring a man to be constructive for solution, he ain't gonna talk about not achieving, marrying out, practicing miscegenation and beating up women. He's gonna say, "But this woman called me a name." You see?
Yeah.
So that's why I know people think codes don't work, but if we have a code, it works. And just to add to what I said before, there was one thing, and this might help Tash, maybe I'm not too sure. One of the codes I pushed forward was this, right? Was, if I remember the quote, it was you don't mistreat non-black people for two reasons. One, it's not nice, and two, it can be used to undermine black progress. If you remember this concept of why you don't openly mistreat non-black people, right? And this is in word, speech, and action, because it's not nice and it can be used to undermine black progress. You see? That's code.
Yeah. Do you know
see?
what? I'm not going to agree there.
So
you're going to
hold on, because it's cold. You think that you should mistreat non-black people? Is that what you're saying?
Let me say something to you. If you are involved in any form of discrimination or abusive kind of mistreatment, you have every right to fight back.
Okay. Well, hold on. The words are very clear. Do not mistreat. So if a person tries to kill me and I defend myself, I'm not mistreating them. So remember, definitions are important. We always say that, right? Yeah, we can't arrest someone for defending themselves from death. So if there are black people, and I'm trying to make.
Do you mean oppress a different group? Like
yeah, what I'm saying is I said the word mistreat, right? So if there's a collection of black people and we go, let's go to the Asian community and blow up all their stores and kill all their children. Not that anyone's going to do this. I'm just being extreme, right? This is not correct behavior. It's not nice. It's not correct, and it can also be used to undermine black progress. So there's two very big reasons. Yeah, it's not nice. So no matter the scale of mistreatment, when it comes to black betterment, here's the quote and the code: it's not nice, and it can be used to undermine black progress.
Well, it's funny you say that, Raven, because when I spoke to a group, and there was, I'm not going to name her name,
right,
a white woman who said, I don't think she used the word mistreatment, but basically I told her she has to butt out of the conversation. It's not for her, the black conversation. And she felt, due to her having children that were mixed race, I know this is going to be controversial because of what I've said so far. I said she shouldn't really have an opinion on this discussion, and she felt that I was mistreating her, and she was using all these terms that we've used against the oppressor.
Well, that's deception. That's just deception. And once again, you'll find that when you look at me as an orator and someone who speaks in speakers corner, these kind of things, you find that the spaces I run, these conversations can never exist because those type of people are never around. You see, and that's cold, isn't it? That I don't have to deal with a non-black person feeling that them not being able to spew the information about black people is part of their universal mistreatment of their people.
Yeah.
I don't need to deal with it because I deal with code and I deal with strategies. And once again, it's like this is what it is. And that's why having a context, having codes, having purpose is important. So when you were talking on these other panels, I always ask, what is the concept or the context of the panel? So when I start, I say black betterment. Black and when we start, people get bored of it. We have a breakdown. Black people helping black people on betterment. You see? So if there's a European or a non-black person in there, they're violating the code because we already said this is the code.
It shouldn't be involved in the conversation, yeah.
So, but I never have to say. I never say you. I never say bounce or this. I say, by the way, this is a space reserved for black people to have their opinion for these reasons, and this is not warranted. You know.
Right.
I'm not in Asian groups speaking about Asian issues in their forums because I might have had sexual relations with Asians or whatever it might be. Which is not the truth. But what I'm saying is, if that's the, that's not the qualification of how you become part of the Asian community. I don't think. If that's the case, black people would rule everything, because unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on who you ask, black men seem to be very good at being with non-black women. So because of this, that means black men should be controlling every community, but we don't see this. So what I'm saying is, let us try to save a space for ourselves. And once again, the quote that we have to remember is, don't mistreat people, non-black
good
people.
point about black men mixing with all groups and not having anything.
Yeah, so one thing you're going to
very
find
interesting point.
Yeah, and this is what I tried to tell to some of the sisters before is, feel free to express yourself in a way where we can unpack it, because me personally, as the host of the show, I feel nothing. I mean, people don't believe me, but I generally feel nothing, because the bigger picture of Black Betterment is so high in my mind that these kind of stepping stones don't affect me on any level. So it allows me to operate at a consistent, efficient level.
I'll be honest with you. I know you've got this code, but I've spoken to a few of these people from that space, that part that you've spoken to, the Speaker's Corner. Yes. I don't know how you did it. I don't know how you did it. You must have needed a holidays every few months.
I'm going to let you know that I've been speaking to the most extreme. I've been extreme vegans, flat earthers, black this and Muslim that, and Christian this. The most extreme. I've been threatened many times and all this kind of stuff. And I've never had a breakdown. I've never cried. I've never screamed. I've never swore. I don't need to, because I run by a code and I understand the mission before I started. I understand that fixing black issues is the mission, and everything else is just a distraction. And you're going to see in the future, people will come on the show, no doubt. They'll threaten me. They'll say certain things. And I can assure you, after the show, I will think about it. I'll think about helping black people. I give no time to things that's not constructive, because the focus on the code and the direction, it's all personal ego stuff. And one of the challenges we face in the black community is many of us make it a personal thing, when really, it really is a collective thing. Because when history is told, you'll find that, unfortunately, black people find themselves in the same predicament decade in, decade out, because people keep on making it about self, but it's about the collective. So that's how I operate. That's why I'm not affected at all by anything anyone ever says as it pertains to black women.
Can I ask one last question to the brothers?
Of course.
So on this point of they were never, say for example, Brother Cal said that the ladies, for example, the pro black ladies who converted to divestment, right? They were never really, they never had it in their heart to begin with, or they wouldn't have turned, right? And I think, Brother Raven, you agree with that concept?
I disagree.
Well.
I disagree to a degree, and let me start because I disagree, and Brother Cal could jump in. From my research and me understand that black women tend to be more loyal, and noticing that when you look at the history of many of the women, not many, but quite a few of the women who are speaking either towards divestment in this kind of way, because when you look at them, they all had a pro-black woman or a pro-black love or pro-black history, and it's changed. While you look at a lot of the men who speak, and they never had that. They had love who you like, and if you can get it, well, this kind of stuff, whatever, right?
Yeah.
Because of that, I can't put black men and black women on the same space. So I am merciful, but even though I'm biased in one sense, that I always allow black women to have the benefit of the doubt when leadership from an operation standpoint is expected from man. To just keep on blaming women doesn't get you anywhere. You have to have solutions, right? So what I'm saying is, the understanding is that I understand why many women turn their back on black men. Now, we all know that not all black men are the same, and we all know that there are many constructive black men that you don't see. And yes, there is a faction where it's like, if you look to the left and not to the right, you will see better. However, generally, there are many, many black men in certain spaces, cities, towns, clubs, whatever it might be, who in that pocket are very low hanging fruit, very
right. Because that was directed to that ties in right into my questions. So keep that focus. You're in the swing and you're getting to where I want to get to. So what I'm saying is, what are they supposed to have done? If you say yourself that collectively we are in we're not in a great place, correct?
Yeah, that's very true.
And then that with the brothers it's even worse. So now they're pulled their pool of choice gets smaller and smaller. So what are you saying to those ladies to do then? Because they're saying that they initially said that they want this, right? They never came off the bat saying no. They said they looked for it, they wanted it. Tash said that sorry to use you for example, sis, but Tash said, for an example, that that partner she's with was the only one who offered her that kind of stability, which got the black men's back up, right? But what I'm saying is, what is it that you are telling these ladies to do? Because you understand that there's not many of them. There could be hardly any of them in the area that they are in. So what are you saying to the woman to tangibly do?
Me personally, so it's very controversial. First, I have to give a certain parameters where people can review the individual space, and what that parameter is I'm also aware of very well-to-do, and let me just give you a small story to make it make more sense. There's people who don't trust me at all in sport, a lot to be honest, right? But I was approached by a few black guys who came up to me. This was a few months back, well, years, right? And they said, I don't really like talking to you, wherever it is, but I want to thank you because you said something in a speech, and that was, if you're a woman, try to look for constructive men who work and try to build stuff, right? And they tell me that, because they're workers and they put themselves in a certain place, that, they find it very difficult to find women, and certain women look past them because they're looking for a certain kind of aesthetic that they don't feel. And I'm saying, okay, the advice I'm giving to certain women is sometimes in what you want might be in the black community, a different kind of aesthetic, different kind of background. And it's for us to try to find ways to connect you. And I personally, run black love apps and work with a black business or who run like, agencies to find black love, blah, blah, that kind of stuff, right? So on that term, that goes on. And that's one solution. But at the same token, I'm silent on the black woman who's desperately trying to find black love and trying everything, and she can't. I'm silent. I can't speak because ultimately the most control I have is black men, because I understand that if I correct black men have a more picking pool, meaning there's, because of the imprisonation, this kind of stuff. If I can get people to less go to incarceration, study more, be more Pan-African minded or black Betterment minded, that's going to increase the pool for black women. So in this time, I'm silent. I'm saying I'm going to try to let the ones that I know connect them, but generally, my job is to fix black men. That's why the complaints of black women and the divestment queue, I study and I write it down. At no point have you heard me say these women are wicked and bad, apart from those who are wicked and bad, of course.
But I'm just saying that when saying what you just said, which I agree with, we need to have more compassion for women who might not necessarily go for the right pick. Right.
And would you say, me personally, you've heard me say anything, and obviously can't to jump in, but me personally on this panel, have you ever heard me say anything negative towards the sisters who have tried to find black men, but through the circumstance they find themselves in?
No, but many men kind of hold women accountable for these choices, but the reality is sometimes some of the men sell you these stories, right? And I don't think it should be just down to the woman. This is what kind of got my back up last week a little bit, like, okay, the woman's got to take full responsibility of what's taking place between her and a man. When a man is supposed to lead, provide and guide. Right.
And Brother Kel wants to jump in, so I'm going to let him jump in after this statement. But I
We've
have
got
to
too
agree.
many excuses out here for brothers.
You're right, and you're right. And why I say this, right? The way I see it is sometimes, like, there's people who hate me, right? As in, like, I spoke to some quite recently, and they hate me for I've been trying to work out what it is, and I think it's because I'm doing some things they're not doing. There's certain kind of narcissistic, and I hate thinking that way, but it only makes sense when you try to network with people and they hate, right? And what I'm saying is, at a certain point, because of the damage, they have to be write-offs, in the sense of these people, we don't have the resources to make them either then less hate and then become effective because they're so full of hate and we just don't have those resources. The same can be said with the Casanova man who who makes it his life to sleep with as many women and sell them sweet dreams. Now we're going to try to correct them, but they're always going to be ravenous. We know them, men know them, right? There's so many of them, and they have the data where it is a small amount of men who is actually intimate with the majority of women. So, and even on the apps, they show that it's a small amount of men who get more matches. So in the certain manosphere, this is where we have to listen to the arguments. we have to acknowledge that in the manosphere zone, there is, the unseemly, the undesirable, whatever reason that might be, black man, for whatever reason, who's open to be with women, but isn't being matched. And what his narrative is: how comes you only want me when these other guys have let you down? Why didn't you click me first? And what I'm saying is, this is something that this is when we study it, something that women might not necessarily care, because we want women to be hypergamous and this kind of stuff, right? And go for the best man. By the same token, there's going to be so many people who live in the cracks, right? And if you tell a woman that, did you know that the majority of men don't get the women? It's actually a small number. Many women won't believe that. But then when you actually meet these men, and I've met them because they shake my hands like, thank you for telling women to pick men who have jobs. I'm like, is that what you really want me to say? Yes, because they're not saying that. Well, really? Okay, that's interesting. So what I'm saying is, this is why I'm trying to bring the divestment, the manosphere, to find out. Some people are far gone, and fair enough, but there are some people who's in that limbo land quite a lot. And if we can connect the dots and go, actually, you are looking more for them, and they look for you. But you guys ain't talk, because every time we have conversations, hullabaloo, people come back, and then they call it. You see what I'm saying? But they watch.
I mean,
I'll bring them up if they come, which they probably don't.
I'll let Brother Kel come in to answer.
And by the way, guys, we've had a beautiful show, but we will have to be closing by 3 because we are in the week hostess and this kind of stuff. So we do want to. This is the longest show we've done, but this is because we're making ground for communication, and I hope we continue next week. But Brother Kel,
yeah. The reason why I said that for Sister Kushti, right, is that in Pan-Africanism, the African woman definitely gets a benefit of doubt when it comes to her not being provided for. That is our fault. She does get that allowance, but when it comes to choosing a spouse and things like that, she's not handicapped in the sense that because she made that decision that she's excused for it. And the reason why that is, sister, is because, right, and you said it beautifully, in that is that a lot of these brothers and sisters and that, they're not Pan-Africanized and not for black betterment. So you got to understand is that if you don't follow the code of conduct of Pan-Africanism, right, and black betterment, right, you're going to find a person that matches your liking. So if that person doesn't follow that tradition as well, then whatever happens, you cannot blame, right, the collective, where you haven't gone to the collective Pan-Africanist community. Because when you look at the woman, sister, no disrespect, when we spoke about this, right, there's time, sex, and relationship. A woman cannot afford, sister, to be choosing a man by her desire without the community there, because that man can roam freely while he impregnates in her, and he has the choice, right, to stay or flee. Whereas the community can help her to choose that African descendant correctly. So if she does make a mistake, the community can say, well, he doesn't match up to this. There's no resources backed up. Do you understand? So that's why I said it is, in her inside of them, they wasn't really serious, because just because that person did that, that doesn't mean that you're supposed to go out your race. You can be in a polygamous marriage. You can be in a marriage with Pan-Africanists where they've like 6, 5, or 4 wives, and you can be looked after. But if you're dismissing those traditions and then you're going out your race, then you have to be held accountable.
That's another thing we haven't actually tackled the whole polygyny stuff, but that's another solution. Something moving forward. I think with polygyny and that kind of stuff, you have to be very responsible and very provide based. But we'll tackle that one time. We'll go on, Sister Tash.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think I feel like the last few weeks I've been battling this, but that I really don't feel like we're laying the responsibility where it should be laid. That we have far too many men in our community, and I get what you're saying, Kel, by going down the Pan-African. I believe obviously Islam, and everyone has their belief systems, right? There's the men out here at the moment. I was on a panel, an American channel, a few days ago, where there was 4 married men on the panel, and this mob of about 8 black men just came and was just disrespecting them, saying they're simps. Financially they're going to equip these women at this, these women at that. And I came and spoke to one of the guys, and I said, what about your sisters? Your mum? You want them to be in stable marriages and what have you, stable relationships. What about the women in your family? And he just said, all the women are BITCHES. And this is a guy that works in a bank. And he works in a bank in America, but one of the guys knew him, one of the guys that were married knew him. And he works in a bank, and he sees women in that light. And it was like,
all right,
what could I say for that? His outlook for women is damaged.
Yeah, so what I'm trying to tell you is I've recognized there's a growing movement of men who are having difficulty for one reason or another to find a partner of any kind of value, and then upholding these. I've seen the growth, so I'm seeing it, right? And what's going to happen is they're going to be very vocal, and there's going to be a high level of blaming women, this kind of stuff, right? And what I'm saying this is, me personally, I always look to men for solutions for these kind of community problems, and I work with men to fix them. However, in the working process, meaning we're starting today for a better tomorrow, we're still going to have damaged men running around. And the question is who, obviously communities lose more, but when unconstructive men go with constructive women, so forth, you find that the constructive woman gets more damaged in the sense of, because she's left alone to look after a child while the man is running around and doing unconstructive stuff, right? So we're saying that in our quest to make more black men or men in general constructive, right? We're going to give you a guide templates, and the guide templates isn't taking away the power from the man or whatever it is. It's essentially saying that there's some who are going to be left behind, and they're going to impregnate 1,000 women in 100 days or whatever, right? So we're going to try to give you tools to recognize them, but in the meantime, we're building up these other 100 here. And
I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Let me know, because if that's a hard concept to understand, like what I'm saying is we're always going to have prostitutes, right? It's the oldest profession. So it's hard for us to stop prostitution. And we're always going to have the Casanovas, the man who wants to sleep and sleep and sleep and has no commitment, right?
But those numbers are multiplying. Look, we've got Black American women being seen as the top echelons, that are strippers, that are rappers now, that Black young girls are looking up to in the West.
And we're trying to reverse that. We're trying to reverse that, but we need to.
But it's starting to become something where I don't know if people are watching, like Black women being promiscuous or being that kind of sexual object of use is something that's becoming a norm to not only our community but others. And
that's why code is important, and that's why it can't be a norm here, because everything has to. We have this grid here. Hold on, let me show you. Hold on. Got a grid here. I've got a bigger one, but yeah, I haven't brought it out here yet. But we've got error-prone, high principle, temporary, and traditional, right? And we use a grid to find out what area something is. So you have to justify to me why stripping naked and swearing and stuff is beneficial towards Black people. If not, you're probably more in the contemporary error-prone thing. In that case, then it can't be used as a codified template way of living, because it doesn't bring forth anything constructive. It might bring forth money, but then just because it brings forth money doesn't mean it's constructive, right? Like and you know what I mean. So this is the thing, and yeah, you're bringing up good points, but I would like, look, many communities are in devastation, and the Black community isn't exempt, and there's challenges, right? And we're going to try to tackle each one that is, but I think.
I'm just saying, like, I just want to make an example of Lawrence Fishburne's daughter, for example, and he's always been. He's written a book that I've read, and I definitely know he didn't want that, and it's gone wrong for him. And it's like they're just our neighbours, and
well,
we have to try with our children and think about the next generation.
How we learn from the Fishburne. So those who don't know, Forrest Fishburne was a guy in The Matrix, a very talented actor. And one of his daughters decided
she wanted. As well. Sorry.
Decided she wanted to make an intimate tape with another porn star, this kind of thing, and the motivation, the assumption is she watched like the Albanian lady, not she's not Albanian, but she married Kanye West. I forgot her name, but she's married Kanye West. And another
Kim Kardashian, you mean?
yeah, that one,
Oh.
and the one in the hotel. There was a woman who owns hotels, or her mum owns hotels. And what they do, they were making these intimate sexual tapes and selling them on the internet. And from this, they were getting record deal, or they're getting some kind of deal. And black women feel that they could practice this and get the same thing, not knowing that the world doesn't view black people the same. So you're not going to just do the same thing, the degradation tactics of Europeans, and get the same results. So hopefully we can use her as an example for what not to do, because she tried it and it fell miserably. So and obviously, she's caused harm and pain to her family, and hopefully they'll mend it and they'll, prcorrect it, and she'll start practicing black Batman or whatever. But yeah, and this adds to my point. Black people are collectively have no friends, and thinking that just because someone else does something, it's going to work for us, doesn't work under their system, right? Under non-black systems. So it's an uphill track challenge. I won't lie to you. Yeah, I won't lie to you. Just to explain the value of black love alone will cause a 7-hour debate. So it's challenging. But what I can say is, in regards to the manosphere and the divestors, for the divestors out there, I invite you on to have a constructive conversation about the challenge you face, and I will talk to you in the hopes of starting a solution. What I won't do is just agree non-stop and go, woe is black people, we're all finished. That's not necessarily the structure of the show. It's the hear your plights and problems, and let's see if we can offer solutions. And sometimes the solutions might not be what you agree with. And from a manosphere standpoint, there are plenty of men who want to be with women and they feel they're being overlooked. This is true. And to answer Tasha's problems about I think it was this problem just saying, how do you the blaming of the women. At no point are we blaming women, but we have to understand how power works. And what I'm saying by that is this: we understand that you can let women go free in the club, and the reason you can let women go free in the club is they know that as long as women are there, men will pay.
That's right.
Right?
Yeah. That's right.
So if that's the case, we understand that women have a power that they might not want to use, and that is the power of choice. And it's a horrible thing.
Yeah, no, 100%, 100%.
And what we're saying is, I'm not saying don't fornicate with men. I don't have the power to tell you what to do, not to do. What I can say is, before you fornicate with men, if you choose to do so, make sure they tick certain boxes. If they say they're a banana tree, where's the bananas?
The thing is, Raven, it's a
that's
case
not
of,
you for this, by the way.
I think I think there should be a code of morals and standards that we look at, but
I agree.
We also have to be very honest with ourselves that there are some out there that are charlatans and they behave in one way and conduct themselves in another.
Brother Kel tried to give you a solution, and whether you want to believe it or not, but this is when you have a community, when you come from a community where the father, the mother, the lovers, everyone's in different places, no one talks, no one hates each other, blah, you don't have that family unit. But if men to be accountable to other men, they meet uncles, they meet brothers, they meet before marriage.
Yes, I agree.
Then there's fear because if I let this guy down, he knows me directly, in it, right? But if the woman's just out here on her own, no woman is going to intimidate a man. Yeah. If a man only deals with a woman and he never meets any male in their family, never meets the mother, never meets anyone before they get married and they have children, yeah. Like telling your mom you're pregnant and she hasn't met your boyfriend or lover, whatever it is, this is something that we need to review. You know? And what I'm saying is, look, I'm not saying how women should use their body, but it's possible not to get pregnant. And the very easy option is to not be intimate with people. Now, I'm not saying people can practice that because historically people always become intimate, right?
No, that is the right way. That's exactly what it is. That's how you protect yourself.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is that's the if people can't commit that before they go there, they have to have certain trial and error kind of practices to see that this man's righteous. And the certain thing is, look at how they behave. Like, how is the thing? Look, there are people who dislike me, right? And they come out and they make it very plain and they make videos and they call me a charlotte, this kind of stuff, right? And when they meet me at Speaker's Corner, these kind of places, as they speak to me, black people from different corners of life who've known me at different points come forward and speak on my behalf. The reason I can speak on behalf of because I've had history. This show here has been going for what 68 episodes, right? So at least with the Empress Kushti and Brother Kel, they can testify. You know what? I've interacted with him on this amount of shows, and he's been very consistent like that, right? So judging a person's consistency and how they fit the community is important, and that's why I say if they say they're a banana tree and they give you oranges, this is a red flag. If they say they're a banana tree and they don't give you anything, this is a even red flag. So it's like, how are we vetting these people? Now, this doesn't necessarily say that women are 100% the issue because, once again, it takes two to tango, right? But what I'm saying is we have to recognize who is more damaged from the interaction. And it seems from the legacy now that the women seem to be more damaged in this kind of hit and run scenario. So we have to protect them while we fix the hit and run specialists, whatever it is. And this is what we're pushing forward before we can actually execute this protocol.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Everyone has to play their part. And I think the part from the Christians is to be aware of the type of brothers that you choose to end up in a relationship with, especially having children with. And that needs to be said clearly, and it needs to be agreed from all of the family. It needs to be agreed by the brothers and the sisters, and that needs to be the message, because it's true that women do end up in the wrong ends of the. They take the hit the hardest.
Yeah.
In this, and
yes.
So yeah, so I think therefore it's through love to say that this is not working. So it's time to be a bit more cautious in the way that you move. That could affect your life, because obviously a hurt mum or a single mum struggling then creates hurt within the family, the kids, and then that feeds into society. So it's not within anyone's interest for that to happen, especially the woman that's going through it. So yes, that needs to be the message, and it needs to be a clear message, and it needs to be agreed through both sides. I do think as well, though, there was a sister that came on last week when I was listening to bits of it, and she did say that she, before she had this knowledge, I think she was saying, I don't talk for her, but some people, and I've said this before, some people are not fortunate with a village or come to the awareness quite late. By that time, they've already had the children, and that happens a lot within our community. So I think we need to acknowledge that, because although that needs to be a direct message sent out consistently and agreed by both parties for the young ones coming up, so we don't continue this cycle with people who are already there, who could equally be young. We don't want to feel like with this message, what she was trying to say is that, well, we're here now, so you don't want to alienate those people either.
Yes. And to answer the question I think Tash brought up about some of the orators, Kevin Samuels and all these kind of people, one thing I would say is, and as it pertains to Black men, I don't necessarily agree with the whole Simon Cowell strategy of talking to people, but I understand that it gets a high click rate and stuff, right? But what I would say is, as far from what I've heard of him, he seems to be trying to fix Black love relationships. From what I've heard, and maybe his strategy we can review, but he does seem to try to acknowledge the shortcomings of Black men, and try to be presentable, look attractive, have a job, be high earner, this kind of stuff, whatever. And he tries to address Black women with health consciousness, picking your partner.
He's not positive to the community, right?
No. What I'm saying is I can't. What I'm saying is I can't come and say yes, this is a guy who practices Black men. But what I'm trying to say is, whenever I go out there, and this is how I listen to the divestors, by the way, I'm not necessarily listening to the bitterness and the pain if ever they experience it. It's more so what is causing it, what is making this woman say these things, what is making this man say these things, and what can I extrapolate that as a truth element. and I take the truth element and pull it in a way that we can present it to the community in a way that can be digested more better. Obviously, a lot of these things they're done in a marketing way. Like if I call a woman ugly, I'll get 200 views. If I call a man stupid, I'll get 200 views. This kind of stuff, right? So I'm saying if what's his name? The guy I just mentioned, I'm Chrisley.
Kevin Samuels.
If he says that women needs to be careful who they pick for their first partner, and then another guy says, and then a woman says it, and then a constructive man says it, then I go, okay, that's a consistent theme. I'm going to take that. I'm not going to take the delivery. I'm going to take that information and make sense of that. You see, if that makes sense. Well, me.
That's it.
Thank you very much.
We've gone over your mark by 7 minutes.
Okay, well, that's twice. But what I'm saying is thank you. And let me say special thanks to Sister Tash, who shared a lot. And also, thank you for Empress Kushti, who came in. And we definitely would like the female energy. And it's because of that great nature of why we've gone on for so long and haven't noticed it. And Brother Kel, thank you for your consistency and your dedication. And hopefully we can next week can invite more on. And maybe if you guys can return, that'll be great. And we can have the part 3 of this conversation. Because I feel we did make some ground. And I like to think a building was done that was constructive in many levels. And one thing, you might not get it, is I would like to invite a lot of those men who struggle to find women who see themselves as constructive to come on and have their story. Because I feel that I've met so many of them, but they're not really wanting to speak. And these are like, and I'm aware of this. I'm aware of the data of men who go on dating apps and they go in certain places and they feel invisible. And it breaks the heart to hear women say black men ain't nothing. They got jobs. Like, well, what about me? So we're going to see if we can actually make sense of all that.
Yeah.
Because, any solution is a good solution, right?
Definitely.
So we're going to do that. But would you guys like to have your last say before we wish everyone a happy winter solstice and all that kind of stuff? Whatever. And for Kwanzaa tomorrow. So any last go ahead, family.
Yeah, just let us contemplate on the principles of Kwanzaa, man, and let's try and build up the nation and nation building, man. And Tash, it's all we're from the same nation and stuff, right? So it's all love, this Sister Kushti. It's all love to you, and Brother Raven, it's all love, man. And I hope that your health is better, man. You know what I mean?
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I got some food for thought. Actually, I can do a bit of reflection, and I'm gonna jump back on. Are we doing this next week? Because I think it's New Year's Eve.
Oh, is it? Okay, I'll have to work out. We'll
I think
see.
so. I'm not sure.
Okay, we'll see what happens.
Yeah. But no, I mean, I'll be back. Thank you for having me on as well.
Definitely, and
it's
feel
been a
free
good
to
conversation, all of you guys.
yeah,
Man.
and feel free to invite others a certain way. Obviously, with you, you've kind of been baptized in fire. Excuse the metaphor, in a sense of because you've gone through it, and I think you've realized that essentially this is a family vibe here, and we always do what's best for us as a family, and this is how we kind of and just so you know, if you have watched me Speakers Corner, the reason I set up this kind of space because the way
Raven, I've actually met you before, but I don't think you remember me. I've actually been in your WhatsApp group. My husband's met you. It was a while ago.
Oh, wait a minute, did you meet me in Speakers Corner?
No.
Okay.
But I have met you, so
okay.
Yeah, but I think I'll discuss that with you.
Yeah, give me a message and stuff. Yeah, because I the thing is, there's many very strong Muslim-based black people who've told me a lot of insight that which is why even though you see many of the non-black Muslim people generally dislike the things I was doing at first. And a lot of the black Muslim brothers and sisters were very quiet because there was a sense of bullying and this kind of stuff, whatever, right? But that doesn't really stop me. If I'm here to help black people, doesn't matter what faith you come to.
Yeah.
But
we'll have a discussion. Yeah,
let's do that. Let's do that. Definitely, of course. It is what it is.
Yeah. Anyway, guys, I'm gonna jump off.
Thank you. And last words from Empress Kushti.
Yeah, I just want to say it was just great to join the panel and have this discussion. It was a really good build. I think we we did push through some barriers on there, so that's all good. And I'm looking forward to the next show. And yeah, happy winter solace, as Brother Raven says.
There you go. I hope you guys read up on Kwanzaa and the 7 principles, because you'll find that those principles will help us through life. Thank you very much. Have a good day, and Black Betterment for all, and for all Black Betterment. Thank you very much.